My name is Andreas, and in this video we'll build a cross-platform language learning mobile application for learning Mandarin Chinese. We'll set up the project for both Android and iOS devices, so it doesn't require a MacBook to follow along. When you first open up the application, you'll see a long list of chapters covering all of the most common topics. We can start practicing by clicking a specific lesson, and the first thing we'll see is a deck of flashcards that will prepare what we need for the lesson. The first half of the deck teaches us to recognize the Chinese words, and we'll be able to click them to see the English words on the backside. When we have gone through half the deck, we'll see the same words but with the English words on the front side. This will practice recalling the Chinese words. Every time you get a word wrong, it'll be put 2 cards back in this deck so you can practice it again. When beginning the lesson, all lessons start by playing some audio.
早上好
Next we can record our response. 早上好. And a large language model will now analyze our pronunciation. And in this case we got it completely right. We have 3 types of questions.
再见
In this one we pick the option showing what was said. For all types of questions we have a sentence breakdown card you can slide up for help.
再见
And here you can play the audio and see the breakdown of the individual words, and also see the meaning of the sentence itself. So let's pick our answer and see the next question.
你好
In this type of question we get to pick our own answer. 你好. This means you can practice different ways of responding, and for each option there is also going to be a sentence breakdown card.
晚上好
And here we get this type of question again, so let's respond good evening. 晚上好. When we submit our response, a large language model will listen to the audio and make sure the tones are correct as well.
晚安
Let's try and see what happens if we pick the wrong answer, and we can then either skip the question or try again. So we'll try again and finish the lesson. On this page we can see which questions we should review and also the statistics for the lesson. When making mistakes in speaking questions, we can see exactly which words and tones we mispronounced and then try again. And we are also able to leave lessons before they are done by clicking the exit button. Users are able to upgrade to premium, so we'll build a nice looking paywall and spread it throughout our application and also lock certain features. If you do decide to upgrade to premium, we will unlock features such as generating custom role-playing scenarios. So here we are upgrading, and now we'll be able to unlock the feature Free Talk. And I would like to create a role-playing scenario for practicing my Mandarin in a specific situation. In this case, I'll roleplay as the patient, and then AI will roleplay as a doctor, and the situation will be set around me going to the doctor with back pain. So when we describe out the full situation, a large language model is then going to generate a full scenario for us, including goals, tasks, and also a phrasebook with helpful sentences which we can use in our conversation. So let's check out the results here. We have a doctor's visit where the goal is getting medical advice, and the tasks are describing our symptoms, asking for treatment, etc. And we have a phrasebook as well. Clicking start, you see this conversation.
你好
你好，我背痛. And we're going to listen to a message and then record our own response to it.
你好请问你是哪里痛
And the large language model will then continue the conversation with us. And we can pick between recording audio messages and then typing in messages like we do right here. After completing your tasks, the conversation will automatically end. And this is determined by the large language model. You can blur message text to practice listening. 你好，我背痛. And will then be forced to listen instead of reading.
你好请问你是哪里痛从什么时
There'll also be a set of pre-made scenarios, including a free one. Going into the profile page, we can see our information and also sign out. And this will take us to an authentication page. When first opening up the application, you'll be taken to this authentication page. And here you'll be able to swipe up and then log in with email. And this works with a magic link, so when typing in your email, you're going to receive a link on your email, which we can then open up in the browser on the iPhone. We'll copy the link we received in our email inbox, and we can then paste it into Safari. And this will allow us to open up the application and authenticate ourselves. Next, we have then built a full onboarding flow where you enter your name, how much Chinese we know, and then also why we're learning Chinese, as well as what we're interested in. And this information is useful in case you want to customize the experience in the application in the future. And when finishing the onboarding flow, we're going to see the paywall. And here you're going to see a monthly and also an annual plan. And you can both either upgrade or you can close down the paywall and get started with the app for free. We will be defining the structure of what a chapter and lesson should look like, and then the large language model generate all of the content for our application. We track every time a lesson is completed, and also how many minutes the user have spoken and listened. In this project, we're going to use Supabase for the database, authentication, sending magic links, and also for things such as edge functions, so we don't need to run our own server. And for large language models, we're going to use OpenRouter. And here you can use many different large language models through a simple API. Everything is going to be built within the Expo framework, and this lets us build the entire application in React. So now let's get started with the project. Let's get started by talking about how all the different screens in the app works. So the flow between all the screens first and foremost, how they're broken down, and then also go more in depth with how the logic behind all of this actually works. So first of all, I've taken all the different screens, broken them down into their flows, as you see right here. And then we'll just walk through the flow and then how all of this works. Good. So we can start with the app overview over here and then go to authentication. Authentication is basically the first thing you see when you open up the app, and you have a couple of different options. You have Apple, Google, and email. And what we'll focus on in this video is setting up the email authentication right here, and then also leave these two buttons as they are, such that you can set them up if you want to. On the authentication page, as you see right here, that is basically the first page you see. So I would like to keep a bunch of nice animations and make it look very welcoming, basically. And then down here at the bottom, I'm going to create a menu that slides up or down, and then this contains the different options for logging in. The reason we're going to only focus on email authentication for this video is because for the two OAuth authentication methods up here, you're going to require some more things than just setting up the email authentication. If you use Apple, for example, you are forced to get an Apple developer account. So if you're interested in actually setting up the Apple authentication, you'll just have to go and sign up for the Apple developer account, and then you should be able to set it up pretty quickly with Supabase, which we also use for the email down here. So since I'm not signed up for the Apple developer account and I'm not really planning to sign up because I don't use it, I'm just going to leave that out because it's pretty simple to set up anyways. Next up, we also have the Google authentication. You can implement the Google authentication without an Apple developer account just because it's Google OAuth, so you can just use the Google OAuth normally, but we'll just leave that out so we can get to all the cool features in the video as quickly as possible. So when you start out by going to the authentication screen and then you click email down here, it is going to replace the content of this modal right there, the pop-up right here, and then it'll replace it with an email login box like this, and then you can type in your email. When you type in your email and click send link, it is going to do some things in the backend, create a link that is being sent to your email. When you then click that link in the email, it is going to open the app back up and then automatically log you in through that link. That is what you call a magic link. So let's just talk about how that actually works down here. So first of all, the client, aka the mobile app up here, sends a request to the Supabase project's Auth API. And Supabase is the solution we use for authentication in this video, just because it is pretty simple and has some other features like edge functions, which we're going to need in the video. So when you put in your email, Supabase will just check if the user actually exists. If the user does not exist, it is going to create a new user and then generate this magic link. And the magic link is basically just a link containing a unique token. And this unique token Supabase can use to cross-check and figure out who you are and then log you in. When it has created this magic link, it is going to send that link to the email address provided right here. And the email will then contain this link, the link with this token. And then when you open up the link in the email, there's going to be a query parameter called email redirect to or something like that, which is then stored in the token request. So when the user clicks on the link, they are redirected back to the app. This is called deep linking, and then the user will automatically be logged in. So that is the basic flow of the email login right here, just so you know kind of how it works. And then before moving on to the other screens, let's just go down and talk about some other important things for the app. So first of all, for authentication, we are using Supabase for the authentication. And the reason we're using it is because it's one of the established players in the mobile development front for using databases, authentications, edge functions, etc. But there are also some other viable solutions. First of all, you have something like Firebase, which is basically just the vendor logged in alternative from Google. So it's just an app development suite from Google you can use for hosting databases, authentication for your mobile apps, hosting the apps, etc. Some people prefer this and some people prefer Supabase, but I'm just going to take Supabase because it is pretty easily accessible. You can also self-host an authentication solution with Auth. So while, for example, Supabase is a backend hosted for you, so Supabase just hosts the backend for you, and Firebase also does that, you can also just host the backend yourself. So when you create a Next.js project, for example, and you use Auth, well then the backend is basically self-hosted because you use Next.js usually. So it is basically just like doing that. So when you self-host a backend, it gives you full control over the authentication and also the security, But it also requires a bit more since you now have to have an application running 24/7 because you have a backend hosted that is required for you to log into your mobile app. So by using something like Firebase, for example, or Supabase, you just avoid having to host that backend yourself, which is kind of nice if you would like to keep the project simple. Now, going down to the next part, I would like to talk about Expo. And Expo is the mobile framework which we're going to use to create this entire app in the first place. So Expo is a framework which you can use to create mobile and web apps with React. So it builds on top of React Native, which is a library for building mobile apps with React. So I see it kind of like Next.js, but just for mobile development. So whereas Next.js is just a framework built on top of React, which makes it easier to handle routing, for example, for web applications, well, then Expo is just the same, just for mobile applications. So Expo, for example, has a bunch of APIs for all the things you are going to need for mobile development. For example, if you want to send notifications, use local storage on the mobile phones, use the microphone or the camera. Well, then if you didn't use Expo, you would have to go ahead and figure out how to use all of these things yourself. But Expo has some pretty nice and easy APIs to use, so you can access all of these things that you would expect from a mobile application. Another very important feature is also that when you build with Expo, you basically build for Android and iOS at the same time. And you can then test on different emulators, both the Android emulators and the iOS emulators, just to make sure it works. But you don't build a native app for Android just to go ahead and build the same native app for iOS in Xcode, because that is how it used to be done. But Expo actually does that for you automatically. You just build the app both for Android and iOS whenever you create the app. So that is kind of nice. And it also allows us to write in React, which is what we're used to basically if you're used to working with Next.js and React for web development. So that is kind of nice. Now, knowing a little bit more about the authentication method right here, so Supabase, which we use, and also the mobile framework, which we use to build the app, we can go up and continue with the different pages in the app and then how they actually work. So whenever you create a new user by putting in your email and clicking send link, it will then create a user somewhere in Supabase in its authentication table or user table. And then the screen is going to take you to the onboarding screen right here. And that is another screen which will basically create that contains some questions that might be very important if you are a mobile developer. So a lot of these apps like Duolingo or the app we're building actually have a full onboarding flow because it allows you to capture very important information about who your user is and then also tell the experience to the user based on some of the information right here. So for example, you could ask the user what level of difficulty do you currently want from this language learning experience? And if they then tell you that they are intermediate, you can then customize the experience to make the questions only intermediate level. But you can also just collect information such as their names, other information. So the onboarding flow is probably going to be something like 5 or 10 different screens, each containing their own questions, which we can then collect and put into the database and then store in the database. And then after completing the onboarding flow, the user is invested into using the app because they just completed the full onboarding flow. And then they are going to see a paywall. And the paywall is just going to be a single page that explains all the benefits of the app as well as the pricing plans. So we have a monthly and then also yearly pricing plan. And then they can buy this actual subscription. And we are not going to set up the actual purchase mechanism of the subscription. We're going to mock it as closely as possible, but since we need an Apple developer account to set up the actual purchase itself of the subscription, we're just going to get as close as possible to that. So we're just going to create some mock endpoints which we can use to create the subscription and then call those to create a, fake subscription probably. But the user can also just choose to click on an X up here to then close down the paywall, and then the user will enter the app directly. And if the user decides to do that and not get the subscription, we'll just limit the functionality of the app a little bit for that user, such that they are more motivated to actually buy the app. Also because we need to be able to afford to keep the app running, and we can't really do that if all the users do not have a subscription. After closing down the paywall or getting a subscription, the user will be able to see 3 different screens. There is going to be a tab bar down here where the user can pick between these screens, but these are the ones there will be. There will be a conversation page for free-flowing conversations or scenario roleplay. there's going to be another page called lessons, which are just the lessons such as saying hello and learning different words, for example. And then there's going to be a third screen called profile, where the user can just see minutes spoken. They should be able to start a subscription, also end the subscription hopefully, and then also a sign out button right here. So these are the 3 screens which we're going to build, and I'll just go through each of them and how they flow, and then talk about how they work as well. So first of all, on the conversation page right here, we're going to have 2 different options. You should be able to do something called free talk, where you create your own scenario and then role play that scenario. The way it works is that you describe to an AI, or just describe to the mobile app how this scenario should work. And then an AI or large language model generates the scenario for you, such that you'll be able to role play afterwards. If you don't want to create your own scenario, you can also use one of the predefined scenarios down here. So the app should just come with maybe 4 different scenarios, just for starters, which the user should be able to just pick between if they just want to check out the feature, or just get started with some role-playing scenarios. So first of all, what happens if you just click one of the default scenarios, such as this one right here, and load the existing scenario? Well, first of all, it loads the existing scenario. So how it works is that it goes into the file with all the course data. This is probably going to be a JSON file that contains all the different scenarios and also all the different lessons over here. Then it loads that specific scenario, which we have generated within a large language model, hopefully. And then it takes you to another screen called scenario intro. So this is basically just going to be a card that slides up from the bottom right here, and then explains the full scenario before you start the role playing itself. It is going to have a title for the scenario, also a description, a goal for the scenario, and then some tasks for how to achieve that goal. Then it is going to have this button right here called View Phrasebook. When you click this View Phrasebook button, it should slide up another card that then shows some important phrases for how to play the scenario. So all of these things help you prepare for the scenario before you actually start it out. So the thought behind having these goals and tasks is basically that the LLM should try and get you to do these goals and tasks, or kind of urge you to do it. And then when you have completed all these different tasks in text or by saying them out in voice right here, it should then set the conversation to complete, and then the scenario should automatically end. So you click start, and then it opens up, kind of like you see with Messenger or WhatsApp, it opens up like a chat interface. Then it says ni hao, which is also always going to be the first message. And ni hao just means hello in Chinese. And then you should be able to put in something as well. You could say hello in Chinese, for example, and then we take these 2 messages right here, feed them to a large language model, and then it will generate the next message, and then you will be able to answer this as well. You'll be able to both put in text messages right here and also put in a recorded message right here if you'd like to record instead, and then practice your language learning in that way. When you then have completed all the different tasks up here, it will then take you to this conversation complete page automatically, show some confetti, and then you can click continue, and you'll be taken all the way back to the scenario menu up here. So that is the basic flow of how this works. So let's now just talk about how we can actually send these messages. And before moving on, a very important thing we need to talk about is that to limit this app to a single language only, I have chosen to use Chinese as the language we're going to learn with this app. You can of course expand it to use other languages as well, but just so you know, that is the language that I'll customize and build this app for learning. So that is why all the things you see down here is specific to Chinese language learning. So that is just the language I picked. Now, whenever you want to send a message down here, what happens first of all is you do enter something right here or record something when you want to send a new message. And that all happens in the client. And when I say client, it's just in the mobile app right here itself. So if you send a text message, this is what happens. First of all, the client, so the mobile app, keeps track of all the current messages. It just has a list of all the different messages, like this one, this one, this one, in order. And then first step is that it loads the message with a predefined hello or ni hao message from the assistant. So that is this one up here. That is always going to be preloaded as hello or ni hao in Chinese. Then when you send a text message right here, for example, then what happens is the user first types in the text and then presses send. The user's message is then immediately added to the chat list up here, so you can immediately see the message. Then the app will call a Supabase edge function, chat completion function, and this is going to receive the full message history, so all the different messages up here, and then also including the new user message. And then it'll show a loading spinner somewhere, so the user knows that the messages are currently loading. So the way these Supabase edge functions work is basically, it's kind of the same as we saw up here with having a hosted backend for authentication. Well, this is Kind of the same, just with an API. So instead of having to host your own API that runs 24/7, where you can have the logic for generating these messages, Supabase is going to host some serverless functions for you, where you can just enter some logic and then put in, maybe you load some things that the user isn't supposed to see inside these edge functions, and that is why you don't do them in the client. So then you define these different API endpoints, then Supabase will host them for you in a serverless way, and then you can call them whenever you need them. So that is basically what these Supabase edge functions mean. And I think the reason they call them edge functions is because they are deployed on hardware closest to you in the world, such that you're able to execute them faster. So basically what it means is that you enter a message, then you click send, then an API is called, and the specific API that is called is going to be the Supabase edge function, and this edge function will take care of generating the new message for you, return it back to the mobile, and then you can see the new message. So let's talk about what happens inside the edge function or inside the API endpoint, which is called to generate this new message. So if the user uses audio, so we didn't use audio because we used text up here, then it's going to use that audio to generate a transcript. And otherwise, it is just going to take the text itself and give it to a large language model and then try to generate the new message. So let's just talk about the other part up here. So this was what happens with the text message. Then you just take the text that the user entered and pass it directly to the endpoint. So in case you send an audio message instead, like this one for example, then what happens is that the user first taps the microphone button. The app requests permissions to actually be able to use the microphone. So that is something you have to do with Android. You can't just use the microphone, you need to request permission first. Then it will configure the audio session and then start recording to a WAV file, just an audio file. Then whenever the user taps stop, it will then stop the recording and then translate the recording into a base 64 string, which we can send through the API to the edge function. And then a little placeholder with a little placeholder bubble with the text voice message is going to be added to the chat. So up here, it is just going to say a voice message until the voice message has actually been transcribed by the large language model. Then the app will call the same chat completion edge function. So it'll call the same function as over here, but just include this extra input audio object containing the base 64 data. And then the exact same backend is going to handle both the transcription and also generating the response in one go, instead of only generating the response as we see over here if we just send the text. Now then inside this edge function, as I said, the edge function will use the audio to try and get the transcript. And then we can generate the AI response with OpenRouter. And the way a response is generated is that we take all the messages up here, so a full chat history, then we give them to a large language model. And the way we access a large language model is via OpenRouter right here. And they are basically just a broker for accessing a lot of different AI models. And we'll talk a little bit about them later on in this intro right here. So we take our entire conversation history and then also the scenario context. Because remember up here, right here, we have a full scenario with some goals and some tasks. And then also a title. So we take all of that context and then also all the messages the user have currently sent. And then we pass all of those things to the large language model via OpenRouter. And then we get OpenRouter to generate the next message in the sequence for us. So what the large language model is going to return is going to be a JSON object containing the user transcript. So if the user sent audio instead of a text message, this is basically what the user said. So it's very important for us that we use a large language model that accepts audio as a modality. Otherwise, we won't be able to send audio files to the large language model. Then it is also going to return the text, the hanzi, that is going to be the traditional Chinese characters. Also the pinyin, that is going to be an English version of this Chinese traditional characters. And then also the English itself. This is going to be the AI's response. And then if the LLM sees that the user have completed all the goals or tasks up here from the introduction, it'll then return a conversation complete flag as true. And then we'll be able to show the conversation complete flag over here whenever it loads. So this information right here will be sent back to the client, so back to the mobile application. And then first of all, if the user sends some audio within this placeholder voice message, so for example, if you send audio, it is going to say voice message while it is loading. But whenever the mobile app gets a response from the edge function, it is going to replace this voice message text right here with what was actually said by the user. So that is very important to know. And then going down here, this new assistant message is also going to be added to the list. So basically the new message that was generated by the language model is going to be added to the list. Then it is also automatically going to read aloud the text that was generated. So for example, if you write a message right here, if you write a message right here, like this, then whenever you get a response back, it is going to have some message in Chinese right here. Then it's going to automatically do some text-to-speech synthesis and then read aloud the message in Chinese, kind of like how a real conversation would go. So that is pretty cool. And then it is going to call a function called record conversation turn, which will then track the user activity, because as we saw in the profile thing up here, which we'll look at later on as well, we'll basically track how many minutes is spoken and then also keep track of day streaks, etc. So we'll track some usage for the user. And lastly, if the server flagged this conversation complete flag as true, well, then a confetti animation is going to play, and we'll be able to show this conversation complete screen over here, and then stop the scenario roleplay. Now, this is exactly what happens if you play a predefined scenario. And as I said, whenever you click a predefined scenario, it is just going to load in a scenario which we have created with something like an LLM with an LLM, and then put into a JSON file, and then it automatically loads the scenario, goal, tasks, etc. But maybe the user would like to create their own scenario because they want to prepare for a specific thing in the language they're trying to learn. So if you click this button up here called Free Talk, well, then you can generate a new scenario. And the way it works is that it slides up a card that says what is your role, what is the AI's role. So your role is going to be these messages right here. The AI's role is going to be these messages right here. And then you can set the scene, and the scene will basically just be the scenario description right here. Then when you click start chatting, the AI is automatically going to generate a goal for the scenario, some tasks for the scenario, and then start the scenario whenever it has been generated and loaded. So let's go into depth with how this works. First of all, whenever you click this start chatting, the app checks that the scene description isn't empty, this one up here, and also these my role and AI's role. And then a Supabase edge function, so just an API endpoint, which is being run serverlessly, will be called. And we'll just invoke them kind of like this, Supabase.function.invoke, and then we'll create an endpoint called scenario generate. Then inside this API endpoint, we'll verify that the user has a valid Supabase auth token. So we basically first validate that they're even logged in. And then we're also going to just store whether the user is premium or not in the database. So we'll check whether the profile table has this premium flag set to true. We'll then construct a prompt for this AI model right here, Google Gemini free Flash preview. And the reason we use this specifically is because it is very powerful, it is pretty fast, and it also accepts audio modality. So we just use this AI model throughout all of the AI features in the entire tutorial here. And we then just call this AI model through OpenRouter again by doing a fetch, so it's just an API call to OpenRouter. Then we get a return back from OpenRouter, we pass the answer and return that to the client. Then back in the client right here, we can then persist this new scenario in local storage. So we save it locally on the mobile phone. We don't really save it in the database, we save it on the mobile phone, but you can really do whatever you want to. I just want to show you how you can save both things in the database and also on the mobile phone, because all of these are pretty important functionality that you should know how to do and use if you develop mobile applications. Then whenever it is saved to local storage, we're going to automatically open the intro screen for this new scenario. So we're going to open this one automatically by loading in what was just saved to local storage, and then just loading it in like this so the user can see the new generated scenario. So to break this flow down a little bit more visually, both with the edge function right here, but also the edge function over here whenever you send messages, we can just take a look at this diagram. So first of all, the user is in the Expo app right here. This is also what we call the client, like this. Then the user fills out this form up here about the scenario. So the user basically says, here's what the scenario should be about. This will then send a request to this Supabase edge function, so the API, or the serverless API. So this will basically be an API call. Now, this Supabase edge function will then make another API call to OpenRouter up here. So it'll ask the large language model to generate a scenario based on this information the user just entered right down here. Then the large language model will return a response back to the Supabase function. This will be in a JSON format because this is what we asked the large language model to return for us. Then we're going to pass this JSON down here, create the scenario from it, and then return that passed scenario back to the Expo app client, and then save it to local storage such that we can show it to the user and play it. So we get down here the response from the Supabase function, and that is basically, well, here is the scenario you asked about. You can do with it whatever you want to. So you might think, why don't we just call the OpenRouter API directly from the Expo app client? And the reason is that in theory, the user has access to all the code and to change all the different things they want to in the client itself. So we can't really put any API keys or secrets inside the client or the mobile app itself. We'll have to handle all the secrets on some server somewhere that the user do not have access to. And because we require an API key to call the OpenRouter API up here, if we just put that API key directly into the Expo app client, the user could theoretically just get that API key and then just call or misuse this API endpoint up here and use all of our credits. So to protect ourselves and protect our application, we're going to handle all the more sensitive stuff in Supabase functions right here, so that the user can just get the API keys and misuse the endpoints up here. We also want to do some checks, for example, that the user is actually a premium user before they're able to send the request to OpenRouter up here. And if we just put that check inside the client down here, well then because the user is able to just change things in the client because it is the client, the user would theoretically just be able to get around this check for premium and then just call the OpenRouter up here in a malicious way. So the reason we don't call it directly is because we want to authorize the user and also not expose our secret API keys. Awesome, so I hope that gave you a pretty clear idea of how this feature works, the conversation feature up here, both with generating our own scenarios and also with loading in these predefined scenarios from JSON files and then just playing them down here. Good, so now that we know that, we can hop over to the next screen, which is the next big feature in the application. This is going to be the lesson screens, where it's not like scenario playing, it's just like going through predefined vocabulary that we find important for learning the language which we're trying to learn. So the way this works is kind of like Duolingo, where you have different chapters. This chapter is called Greetings and Basics. Inside this chapter, we have multiple different lessons, and every single lesson contains multiple different ways of teaching the vocabulary. So first of all, we have all of the different chapters and all the different lessons, and where do we store these. So how I'm going to do it is I'm going to take a large language model and then generate a full curriculum of important vocabulary, and then also different ways to train that vocabulary. So what we'll do is we'll take a large language model and generate a full JSON file like this with different chapters. This is a chapter, for example, with ID 1 and then a title. And then for each chapter, we're going to have an array of different lessons. Each lesson has an ID, a title, some kind of icon which we can show, also a completion count. This one is 3, for example, if it's completed 3 times. And then we have like a series of questions. And the series of questions is then what we'll show down here in these different screens where we prompt the user for learning these kind of things. And then you might have noticed also that up here in the header, we have something called this week, and then we have 2 statistics. We have one called minutes spoken, and we have one called minutes listened. So whenever a question is answered, we'll count up 1 in the local storage times some kind of multiplier. So for example, if a question is being answered where the user had to listen, then we'll say, oh, the user probably listened for like 5 seconds in this one every time, and then we'll count up minutes listened like this. And then we'll have another multiplier for whenever the user speaks. And this way we can count up the statistics for how much the user uses the app, as kind of like a fun and engaging way to use the app. A little bit like experience points, but just where you base it off how much the user actually listens and speaks. Another thing we do is that, as you can see, all the borders are black down here. And then whenever the user have completed a lesson 3 times, we're going to color the border orange as kind of telling the user that they mastered this lessons, if you might. And then every time the user completes the lesson, we'll just count up the star 1 more time. So this is just the amount of times the user have completed the lesson. This is going to be a big scrollable view with all the different chapters and also all the different lessons. So whenever the user opens up one of these lessons, clicking saying hello, for example, well then first of all, we're going to go through something called vocabulary practice. And all of this vocabulary right here comes from the large language model up here. So the large language model, which we'll use to create the entire curriculum, will then figure out what is the important vocabulary and the important words, and then also give us all the translations, both in Chinese and also in English. So the way I envisioned it was kind of just having flashcards. So it'll first of all go through 2 phases. in the vocabulary practice, we'll have a recognition phase and then also a recall phase. In the recognition phase, we take all the different words, so the Chinese and also the English words, and then we'll teach the user how to recognize the words first of all. In the recall phase, we'll do the opposite. So we teach them to recall the Chinese words when seeing the English words. So recognition, you might see ni, which is you, and hao, which is good. So you'll learn to recognize that ni means you, and in recall, you would have to do the opposite. So you just say you, and then you recall that, oh, you was actually ni, and then you learn it that way. So the way we're going to do it is we have a list of all of the different recognition words, all of the different words in recognition. So maybe you have like 20 different words in the lesson up here that is relevant to learning how to say hello. And then you take all of those 20 words and then you show the Chinese words so that the user can recognize them. Then the user should be able to use this flashcard feature where they can click this and then see the English word behind to check if they got it right or not. If they got it right, they click got it, and then we'll remove this card from the stack down here. If they click again, we'll then put it a couple of cards further down in the stack to kind of like retry in maybe 3 times or so. So we'll just add it not to the back of the stack maybe, but instead to like 3 cards further down in the stack, so it's kind of like fresh in the memory. Then when the user have been able to click got it for all the different cards in the recognition phase, well then we'll do the exact same, just the recall phase where we flip the cards. And then we also use this method of putting the words back, a couple of cards back in the stack to kind of like recall all the words. And this should help the user learn both how to recognize and also recall the words, so that we're ready to listen to the actual words themselves and then get started with the exercises. So when the user has gone through all the vocabulary practice, we go to the listen page. This just opens automatically. And then there's only one button basically that says tap to listen. So the user will click here and then it'll just take some of these exercises up here. So maybe there is a question that says a specific sentence or word, and then it'll do text-to-speech sentences from the Chinese words and sentences, and then just play that Chinese sentence in audio basically. This will then automatically be replaced by one of these 3 different modes. So the LLM when generating has 3 different options. It can generate a question for a multiple choice mode, multiple choice listening mode, or single response. And the reason I created these 3 modes is just to create some variety in how the user learns, so it's not only the same every single time. So let's take a look at how these 3 different modes work. First of all, you might get one of these first, or you might get one of these first. It's completely random how many of each of these modes are within a single lesson. It's just decided by the AI or the LLM generating the curriculum basically. So you might happen to see one of these multiple choice modes. So how it works is that you just listen to some Chinese sentence or word, and then you are able to choose your response down here to what was just said. So for example, if you hear ni hao or hello in Chinese, then you might be able to say, then you might want to practice saying, oh, hello, or how are you? So if you want to practice saying hello, you click the hello button. Then all of the other options down here will be kind of grayed out and put in the background so they aren't highlighted, while this hello option is being highlighted. Then you should be able to click up here to tap to record, and then you record. It is then analyzed by a large language model, and then you get feedback on how it sounded basically. So you'll either get good job if it was correctly said. So if you click hello, then you're supposed to say ni hao, and then a large language model will check if what you said corresponds to what you were actually supposed to say. If it is incorrect, it'll tell you what it heard, and then it'll tell you what it expected, so you know exactly what you did wrong. If you don't really know how to say the thing either, you can swipe up this card for help, and then it'll do a full sentence breakdown. It'll show you the pinyin, which is going to be the English version of the Hanzi, so the traditional Chinese characters. And you should be able to click each word. So if you click how, for example, it'll show you that how means good. You should also be able to see the Hanzi, so the traditional Chinese characters. And lastly, you should be able to see the English down here, so you can really get an understanding for how to fully understand this thing you're trying to say. So that was how this multiple choice mode works. There is also another mode called multiple choice listening. This might be something you experience for another type of question. So right here, after hearing this Chinese sentence or word, you need to recognize what you just heard. So if you hear ni hao, for example, you should click this hello button, and then it'll immediately give you the feedback, good job, you picked the right one, or incorrect, you didn't pick the right one. So if it says hello and you click goodbye, well, that is obviously the wrong thing. And then if you, for some reason, need some help, you can also swipe up for help right here. And then it'll analyze or give you a full breakdown of what was just said in the sentence if you need any kind of help. And then the last mode is the single response mode. So this is where you, instead of having to pick your own response, are forced to say a specific thing. And this might be because the LLM deems that this is very important, whereas this up here is more like freestyle, where you get to choose what you wanna be able to say. So up here, for this mode, you still hear some Chinese, and then you're forced to record a specific kind of response to that. So maybe if it says Sao Xiang Hao, good morning, well then the LLM tells you that, okay, you need to be able to learn how to say good morning back. So you again tap to record. And then if you don't know how to say it back, you can tap this card right here to reveal how to say it. And to get a full breakdown of this sentence and how it works, you can also swipe up this card for help, where you again get the full breakdown of the pinyin, Hanse, and also the English characters, also the English for how to say this specific sentence right here. Again, we'll take that audio that was being said, then we'll send it to a large language model that accepts audio. We'll then transcribe it with the correct tones. So we'll then say in this card right down here what was heard by the large language model, what we expected, and then whether it was incorrect or good job. So the way we actually figure out if something is incorrect or correct is that we take the sentence that was heard by the large language model. So this might be ni hao something, and then what was expected, ni hao, and then we can do a sentence similarity between these two sentences. So we can check whether all the words are the same in some way. And there are some algorithms for checking how similar two sentences are, where you get out a number between 0 and 100, which is just like between 1 and 100% similarity. And then we say if the sentences are 80% similar or above, then we say that it is good job. Otherwise, we say that the sentence was incorrect. And the reason we set that limit to 80% is because since we're dealing with large language models, it might mishear something if the microphone didn't get it correctly, or if you make a little mistake in the pronunciation, but you might still be able to be understood by a native speaker. So that is why we set this limit to 80% similarity before we say that it is a good job and not incorrect. And then, for example, if there were 5 different questions up here in the lesson, well then after completing all 5 different questions in the lesson, we'll show this conversation complete screen over here, where we just count up how many correct questions they got, and then also the questions to review. So if you get a question wrong, for example, you'll be able to either skip that question or try it again up to 3 times. And then the ones you got wrong or skipped, we'll just show them down here, so you can kind of see what went wrong, so you can practice more for those next time. You can then click continue to be taken all the way back to the main screen up here, or you can click practice again to do the full lesson again straight away without having to go to the main screen. Now that was the full lesson page up here. And then lastly, we have a profile page, and most apps have this kind of profile page, but in our case it's going to be pretty simple. We're going to also show the statistic minutes spoken, and then we're going to have a statistic called day streak. We'll show the user's name and maybe also the user's email. Then we'll have a sign out button and then a couple of buttons for settings, privacy policy, etc., which we'll just leave empty because we don't really care about that much. We care more about the features of the app. And then if the user is not premium, we're actually going to have a button that says something like start subscription or show subscription benefits. And that should then open up the exact same paywall as right here. So this paywall is just a generated card that slides up from the bottom and shows all the benefits and allows you to subscribe to the application. And we're going to reuse that up here. So if you click the start subscription, it should show that paywall, and then inside the paywall you can start the subscription if you want to. Then if you're already a premium member, it should just show premium active and then trial ends, and then at a specific date. So that is basically how the profile page is going to be structured. And with that out of the way, we should be able to get started with first of all setting up the environment for our application, and then setting up the project itself, and then start building the actual app. So let's get started with the implementation. Now, since we're running our applications in simulators or emulators, so basically simulators of both the iPhone and also the Android mobile phones, then we'll need to set up some kind of emulators so we can test out the app while we're building it. So if you hop into the Expo documentation, search for Expo, set up your environment like this, then you should be able to go to this set up your environment article, and then we can look into how we can set these emulators up actually. So first of all, since I'm on a MacBook, I'm going to primarily use the iOS simulator, but I'm also going to install the Android emulator just so I can show you how that works as well. So first of all, for the Android emulator, you can go into the development builds. Because we're going to use the development builds, you have two options, Expo Go and development builds. With the development build, you compile the app and make an actual build, and then you run that in a real emulator, so how it would work in real life basically, just on a virtual Android phone. With Expo Go, it is basically going to compile your app into something that can run in a web view. So with Expo Go, you install an app on your normal phone called Expo Go, and then whenever you want to test your application, it is going to basically play in a web view in this Expo Go app, so it doesn't run like a native app would. So you have some issues with using some of the native features. Maybe you can't get like the deep linking to work or the microphone to work. Sometimes you just have some issues. And also the app can feel kind of janky because it just runs in a web view and doesn't run doesn't run like a native app would. So therefore I would recommend using development build unless you're building a really simple app that only has a couple of views and not a lot of features. It can be good just to test a couple of things out though, but with the simplicity of how easy or simple it is to actually just set up a development build, I would recommend this in most cases, and this is always what I use. Now, you can run your application, build your application in the cloud with an Expo account, but you can also just build it on the local machine, and that is what we're going to do. So I would like to disable this one, and then you can go to Windows, Linux, or Mac OS, and then just follow these couple of commands to set it up. So first of all, I have run this command, the following command, and this command as well. And then I went into Android Studio. So if you click this right here, it will open up the Android Studio. Then you can click this download button to download that. Then inside the installation for this one, you're going to go for the screenshots. It is super simple. You just click the same boxes as they do basically and follow this tutorial. And then down here, I'll just go ahead and show you how this works. When Android Studio has been installed, you should be able to open it up right here. So I'll just go ahead and do that. So here we have Android Studio open. Then I'll just click More Actions, Virtual Device Manager. In here we can see the different iPhones. We have the medium iPhone that was there by default. And then you can click the plus up here. And then you can add a new device or a new tablet, etc. So for example, you can add this Pixel 9 Pro. Click Next. And then just call this your test phone or whatever you want to call it. Then click Finish, and then it should open up or create a new iPhone emulator for you. Then if you click the play button right here, it should start up the iPhone. And then it takes a pretty short amount of time for me because I've used this emulator before, but for you it might take a couple of minutes just for it to boot up, etc. and install the things it needs to install. And then you basically have a fake iPhone right here, where you can go around, navigate like you usually would, and then test out the app that you built. And then that is basically just how this works. I'm just going to shut this down now, and then just hop back in and close the iPhone, and then we can continue with the tutorial. So pretty simple stuff, but that simple tutorial right here is going to set you up a fake iPhone, a fake Android phone. And if you're on Windows, you'll have to use the Android emulator because you can only use the iOS emulator on macOS devices. Just for your info, but it works completely fine both ways, so it's just going to work anyways. And then after this, we can follow the other commands down here. But first of all, I'm just going to show you how to set up the iOS simulator in case you're interested in that as well. So if you're on a MacBook, I would recommend just getting this one as well, just such that you can check if it works on both platforms. So again, iOS simulator development builds will build on our own computer and not on the EAS cloud. And then down here, we first of all need to install Xcode. You can do that by clicking this link. Then inside the Xcode, and I've just opened it up here, we should be able to go to Settings. And then we can hop on the components. So going down, we can see we just need to run these commands. If you haven't done this yet, you go into Xcode afterwards, Settings, Components, like this one. And then you can see iOS. And this component allows us to run an iOS simulator. So you can click the Get button and then have that be installed. And after you've done that, you should be able to create simulators. So if you search for a simulator like this and then open that up, you can see that it opens up an iPhone 17 Pro that I've predefined. You can then go into, I think it is File, New Simulator, and then you can create a test phone. and then set the iOS version you want as well as the model you want, and then create the simulator, and then you have a fake iPhone that you can use right here to test out the application. Now, a very important thing that I forgot is that if you are going to use this Android emulator, you'll probably need to enable microphone access. So if you hop under Virtual Device Manager and then open up the the Pixel 9 Pro Android phone, which you're going to use, then you should be able to hop under this settings bar and then go under microphone and then just enable host microphone access. This is super important because otherwise you might think that the recording logic is broken within the app that we are building, while it is actually just not enabled in here. I spent like half a day or a day trying out a bunch of different things because I thought the microphone API was broken, but actually it was just me who didn't enable his host microphone access, which is kind of ridiculous. So be very careful about not doing this, because this will save you a lot of time in case you get in those kind of problems. So now that we have set up the environment like they said we should do, we can go ahead and get started with the actual application. So we'll just say Expo quick start, and then just set up an app. So we can just say create your first app, and then go down here and then just copy this command. So we'll need to use an npx command. And first of all though, they say we need these following prerequisites. So Expo Go we don't need because we do the development build, remember. You are going to need Node.js though if you do not have that. So go ahead and install Node.js if you don't have that. If you have previously developed Next.js applications, you probably already have this, so you don't need to do that. And then go ahead and install Visual Studio Code if you do not have that, because I'm going to use that throughout the entire tutorial. Or use your other preferred code editor if you do not want to use that, it's completely fine as well. And then when you have done these kind of things, or these 3 things, you should be able to go down, copy this command, and then we can use this create Expo command right here, or tool, to create the Expo app with boilerplate in it. So I have opened up Visual Studio Code right here, and then I've opened up a folder by clicking File, Open Folder, and then opened up a folder called Repositories, which is a folder I have containing all of my different repositories that I'm building. Then I'll say right click right here, open an integrate terminal, paste in the command npx create expo app, add latest, and then we'll define the name. The name I'll call Convo. You can call the app whatever you want to. I'm just going to call it Convo for conversation, like a short version of that, because it sounds pretty cool. But go ahead and do whatever you want, of course. And then I'll just go ahead and wait for this to finish. And now it just finished, and also install all of the npm packages there by default. And now we can see the project right there, Convo. So we'll just go ahead and say File, Open Folder, Repositories, Convo, open up this specific project, and now we have a full project defined right here. Now if we hop down here and then right click and then just tick on this npm scripts, we should be able to see this menu npm scripts, which are all the scripts defined inside this package.json per default from the Expo library, or Expo framework, sorry. Then we see these couple of run commands. We have Expo start, which just starts the app server, and then you can pick whatever you want to use, so either web, Android, or iOS afterwards. But you can also just start up specifically for Android or iOS. So I just want to show you that it works in all of these simulators. So what I'll do is first of all test Android. So if you just click start right here, like don't do it right now, but if you do, then what will happen is that if you go under Virtual Device Manager, it is going to start up the default iPhone or default emulator, created by the Android Studio per default. That is going to be this medium phone API, which is kind of an old phone, doesn't look very nice. If you want to run it on the new phone that you just created, the Pixel 9 Pro for example, you're just going to need to boot up that phone yourself. So hop into Android Studio, More Actions, and then also the emulator menu, and then you can boot up this phone yourself. And whenever this phone is ready, you should be able to go ahead and click the Expo start Android afterwards. So let me just see if I click right here. Seems to be working. And then if I go in here, alright, so one important thing we need to do before moving on that I almost just forgot is the following. So hop into app.json and then find first of all the Android property key, then go down here, and then we'll add another one to another property to the dictionary here. We'll call this one package. And if you don't do this, you'll get an error, so that is why. And then we need to give it a namespace. So I'll say and then Andreas studios or something .convo, the app name. And then we'll just copy this one, hop under iOS up here, and then we'll just put in the same one, but we'll call this one bundle identifier. And then just go ahead and save that. And this should allow us to open up the apps in the emulators without no errors. Then we just want to make sure that we do a development build. So I can say to development, probably. I think there's one called Expo go to development build, like this. Then we'll just go ahead and install that one. So I'll open up a new terminal, install this library, just wait for that to finish. Then hopping back over here, we need to build the native app, and we'll build it on the local machine and not on the EAS. You can also build it on the EAS if you want to, but we'll just do it on the local machine. So I'll go ahead and say copy, paste this in right here, and just waiting for this to finish. It is running a pre-build as well. As we can see down here, there is something called a pre-build that should be run in these cases right here. You can run that by running the following command, and then it did it automatically. So I think it should work actually whenever we start the bundler. So I'll just wait for this to finish first of all. And I'm just back. I'm a minute or two into the process, and it takes a long time, as you can see. So if you feel like it takes a long time, don't worry. It should be done in a couple of minutes. Alright, so just finished up here. So let's just see what is going on now. It is building the app and starting it up. Alright, I'll just drag this down. Now, if we go back in here, we can see that we are currently using the development build, and the app is running on Android like it should be. What is it doing here? Let me just see if I can open back up the app. Convo. And it should just be connecting to the development server over here. Yeah, and it is. Great. So we have the app running now and working at least on the Android emulator. And just to tell you again, if you forgot, if you didn't enable this host microphone access, you should do that now, just so you don't run into any issues that will kind of make you want to pull your hair out later on. So this is it for the Android emulator. Now let me just go ahead and test it out on the iOS emulator as well. So what I'll do is just go ahead and shut this down, both right there and right there. And then I'll just close down Android Studio. Back in here, I've just shut down the terminal, just closed it. And then what I'll do is just run the same command just down here, iOS expo run iOS. So I'll just click the run button right here. And then it should be able to do the exact same thing just for the iOS simulator. So I'll just wait for this to finish, and then we'll check out the results. A minute or two later, it is still going. If we just scroll up, we can see what it says. It just says compiling, planning, build, and then it is building the entire thing probably. So compiling. And then at some point, I think it'll just open up the iOS simulator on its own, and then I'll just wait for that to happen. Alright, so I think it is opening it up now. Let me just hop back here. Scrolling up, we can see that it now opens up this entire thing just for iPhone. It is still using the development builds, and it is connected to the iPhone Pro now. So I'll just do this, and we can see how we are able to open up the thing on iPhone, and we can see the app right here as well. Good. So now we know how to get it to work for both different types of emulators. So whether you use Windows or MacBook, you can now decide what you want to do. If you're on MacBook, I still want to recommend you using the iPhone just to develop. And then when you want to test it out on Android, just to make sure it works on both devices, you can do that, just to make sure that it actually works before you deploy it. Great, so I've just opened up the app and also VS Code in a dual view right here, where we have the app and then we have VS Code, so we can develop and see how it looks straight away. And then one thing I want you to notice is, for example, that you have this logo right here, which doesn't look very great and is definitely not the logo that we would like to use. So hopping onto assets, we should be able to find this logo. I think this is the one probably, or maybe it's the favicon. So we have these logos down here, which we don't really want to use. So let me just go ahead and show you how you can generate another one that fits you better. And let's go ahead and replace the one we do not want with the one we want to use. So First of all, I'm just going to show you how I got to these icons first of all. So what I did was I went into Canva, I got this canvas right here, put in this background color, the following one, and then I took this image of PNG and then overlaid it with that. And then what I was able to do is just press share, download, and then download the specific page, which is 1024 by 1024. And then I also have one with bigger, because for Android, they make it a circle. So it's important that this icon is a little bit smaller. That is why I made 2 of these. Then I downloaded these. I then went into the favicon converter. I uploaded one of these, for example, this one, and then press download. And that will then generate a favicon like this, favicon.ico, which we can use within the app. Good. So I'm just going to copy these icons that I created into the assets/images folder. So what I'll do is just take this icon and favicon, delete both of those. And then I've copied from the GitHub repository into my clipboard now the 3 icons. So I'll just paste these in. I've pasted in Android icon, favicon, and icon.png. So please go into the GitHub repository right now, find these 3 files under assets/images, and then paste them into the images folder. So I'll just do that, paste them into the images folder, such that we should be able to use these. And then there's also another one called convo minimal. So I'll just take that same one and paste it in right here. So we have 4 files now that you need to get from the repo: Android icon, convo minimal, favicon, and icon.png. Good. Now for the Android icon, I'll just go ahead and say copy relative path. Then we'll hop into the app.json file, go into this adaptive icon. Then I'll just remove the 2 properties right here. And then take this background color and set it to CC, which is the same background color as we used in the actual logo. So this one right here. Then we can take the following path and just paste it in. Let me just see, images, Android icon.png, like that. Then I'll just remove the comma right here. And that should set the icon for Android. Looking at the favicon, that was already set, we just replaced that actually. And then we have the icon as well. So I'll just search for icon.png. And I can see that we use it there and there. And then down in the splash screen, we use that as well. One thing I would like to do though for the splash screen is just use the correct background color so it blends in even nicer. So I'll just go ahead and remove this dark mode thing, put in the correct background color, and then just say icon like that. And that should correct that as well. Great. Now, I'm not sure if we are required to do a pre-build or something before this takes effect though. So what I'm going to do is just say npx expo pre-build. And then otherwise I'll just try and restart the app and then see if that does anything. Good. So I'll just go ahead and do that and then run the iOS command here. Planning build. And then hopefully we should see both the icon change, if it works of course, and also the splash screen take effect with the new icon. So I'll just wait for this to finish and then we'll see what happens. Alright, so it's about to finish up. I can see that it changed the color, changed icon. The splash screen is working as it should now. The icon has changed that too. So, looks like we're good. Let me just drag this up if I can do that. Sometimes it's kind of janky though. Alright, perfect. Then I'll just go ahead and import a font that we're going to use throughout the application as well. So to do that, I'm going to hop into my browser, search for, and the font we're going to use is called Space Mono, regular. From Google Fonts, we'll just go ahead and say get font, download all. And then going back into our file navigator, we'll just find Space Mono regular.ttf. That is a font file. I'll copy that, hop into right here, and then we'll go under, and let me just check, assets, folder, fonts, paste it in right there. And then we just wanna be able to use it. So hopping under app, and then we'll just take the layout file here. Then we'll just hop up and say import, use, fonts from, and then Expo, fonts, like that. Scrolling down a little bit. I I'm just going to use that hook to get the actual font. This I don't think we need, so we'll just say remove that const, and then hello is equal to use fonts, like that. And then we'll import it from assets, fonts, and then let me just see. That one, we'll just copy that name, like that. And use fonts. Oh, I think we just need to pass in a dictionary like this. Great. And then let me just see, did it remove the import? Yeah, I think it did. Import, use font from Expo font, like that. Good. And then we'll just say this one boolean loaded, like that. So this just says whether it's loaded or not. For this one, we'll just go ahead and replace this with default theme. We won't really support dark mode for now. You can do it if you want to, but we are not going to. Then let me just try and restart the app. Cool, and I don't think we're using the font right now, but at least it is available for us if we want to use it. Oh, and I think I forgot one thing actually. We need to say require, because make it a call like this, require. Awesome. Now for the authenticate page, if you go in here and then scroll all the way over here, we have this authenticate page, and then I would like to play a B-roll video in the background, so we both have the animations but also the B-roll that is going to look very nice. So the way I'm going to use or find this is by searching for a free video B-roll. Then I'll hop down, pixels, and then let me just say B-roll cafe. And then just scroll down. I think there's one I've used called cafe in France. And let me just see if I can find this one. Or maybe it was like a ordering in cafe. Because I would like a vertical video. And this vertical video, yeah. This one. And then what I'll say is free download. And then thank you to this guy, that's awesome. It's free to use, we don't need any attribution, so super cool website. So thank you to the guy sponsoring that video, that B-roll video. Now what we can do is we can hop in and then search for video compressor. Because if we take a look at this video, I'll just say show info. We can see that it's about 18 megabytes. And because we're just including this in the bundle of the app, we probably want to compress that because it's quite a lot of data. So we'll just compress the video, and I'll just wait for this to finish. Now it's done, and we can just go ahead and press download and just check out the finished file size. So I'll say view info, 10 megabytes, that's way better. Then I'll say B-roll, just copy that file, hop into my assets, say new folder, videos, and just paste in the B-roll video right here, such that we should be able to import it into the app. Great. Now, before we can go ahead and set up the authentication in the app, we're just going to need to set up an account on Supabase real quick, and then just make sure the project is set up such that we can create the users and get started with this email authentication. So I'll just say Supabase, and then I'll just go ahead and say sign in. And then I usually just sign in with my GitHub, so just go ahead and sign in, and I'll see you on the front page. Alright, so I just went into the dashboard. So in here in Supabase, let me just zoom in a little bit. I'm going to open up an organization. So I already have one. If you don't have one, just go ahead and create an organization. Then I'll say new project. I'll call this Convo. The database password, I'll just go ahead and generate, copy this thing. Region, just set it to the one closest to you. And down here, we shouldn't really have to touch anything. Great. And then we'll click create new project. Like that. Awesome. Now just go ahead and save that database password somewhere safe, and then we can move on to the next part. I'll say connect, then I'll say mobile frameworks, Expo React Native, Supabase JS. Then we can go ahead and just set up this thing first. So I think we just need to, first of all, install Supabase probably. Let me just see. So we already have an Expo app and everything, and we already went into the repository. So just copy this command right here, where we install Supabase and all the required libraries. So I'll open up a new terminal, paste in the commands for installing all these libraries, and just wait for this to finish. Good. Then going back down, we can just go into the environment variables and expose these two environment variables. We just need to create that file. New file, .env. Good. In here, we can just paste in our actual keys. So I think I don't know if these are the real ones, but let me just hop into this one and copy this one right there. Or let me just copy both. Like that. Good. Save that. And then we just need to have this utils. So I'll copy this one. utils/supabase.ts. Like that. And what we can then do too is we just have this app.tsx. In here, we can get things from the database, etc. We don't really need to do this right now. So we'll just go ahead and say close. And now we should be set up for Supabase. Hopping under authentication, we can see that there is already an authentication table where you can add users. We'll of course do this automatically with this email right here, send invitation. And then what we'll also just do before we move on is just set up the single table which we'll need here in the database. And then we can go ahead and create a new table, but I'll just go ahead and create a migration for that. So do it from the code over here. All right, so let's hop into the guide and then search for Supabase new migration. Then we'll create a new migration like this, call it profile migration, npx Supabase. Profile migration. Like that. And let me just see if that doesn't create the Supabase file we're looking for, or sorry, the migration file we're looking for. So when waiting for this to finish, or it's actually already ready on the migrations, now we have a migration right here. We just need to fill out the code which we would like to be applied in the database. So the code for generating a table, for example, and role level security, and then we can just apply that to the database afterwards. So first of all, why do we even need this migration? Well, inside right here, we have our tables. So under authentication, we have a user table that is already set up, and this is always going to be here. And then under database, there is this schema called public right here, where we can create our own tables if we want to like store extra things. And because I would like to store some things from the onboarding flow of the user, as well as whether the user is premium or not, and we don't really want to store whether the user is premium or not on the device, because the user can theoretically just go in and change the local storage and set themselves to premium. We want to store this a secure place. So we do this in a database in the cloud. And to do this, we'll just need to go ahead and set up the table itself. So here's what we're going to do. We'll say create table if not exists, and then public.profiles. And the reason we put in public is because the schema right here is called public. So public.profiles will be a table under this public schema. Now we can then say ID, UUID, references, auth.users, primary key. So what we want to do is make sure that every row in this profiles table is going to be connected to a specific user in here. This means that you can have a row in this table right here that isn't already connected to a user, because if we have a row that says somebody is premium, well, who is premium, we need to know that. So therefore we create a connection between the authenticated user table and the new profile table that we are about to create. Below this, we'll put in full name. We get these things from the onboarding flow. We'll put in Chinese level. Text, we'll put in motivations. Text, we'll also put in interests, which is a text array as well. We can then put in onboarding flow. Or just onboarding completed, which is a boolean with the default value of false. We can put in is premium. And this should have default false, of course, as well. We can put in premium expires at timestamp with time zone and updated at timestamp with time zone default now, like this. And we'll just put this down. So this right here just creates a table where each row has the following columns: an ID, full name, Chinese level. This would be something like beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Motivations, this is an array of strings. So in the onboarding flow, we'll put in multiple different options they can pick between. Interests is the same. We'll just put in a comma though. Onboarding completed. So if this is false, we're going to automatically make the onboarding flow pop up, so the screen appear. Is premium should be false, and whenever they pay in the paywall or just click they want to be premium, we'll set this to true. And then this is just a timestamp for when it should expire, and this updated at should also just be used to keep track of when it was last updated. Nice. Then we can say alter table public.profiles enable row level security, like this. So because we with Supabase can make calls to the database, so for example like change something in the database or like query the database from the client, that means that the client itself has control over what happens in the database. So it's very important that we make sure that the user can only alter its own rows in the database and also which specific rows we would like to alter. So for example, it wouldn't make sense that the user has access to change this as premium to true just because he wants to. Like that's obviously pretty bad. But it would make sense that the user is able to, when completing the onboarding flow, change like the full name, Chinese level, motivations, interests. Because if the user were to do any malicious things with these ones, like it wouldn't really matter anyways. Like if the name is changed, like who cares? So we make sure that the user is only able to change from the client some specific columns, and then the very important ones, like these ones, is premium and premium expires at, will only be able to be changed by some admin level user in an endpoint in an edge function, which the user will never be able to access. Good. So now we are going to create some specific policies about what the user is able to do. So we'll say create policy, and then users can read own profile. We specify that this will happen on public.profiles for select using auth.uid is equal to ID, like this. Great. Oh, and then we'll just do that. So what this means is that we create a policy, and we'll be able to see this specific policy along with its name in the Supabase dashboard. And this policy will be applied to this specific table, profiles in the public schema. And we'll let the user only select things, aka query or read, where the ID of that row matches the currently logged in user. So we get this from auth.id. So this in practice means that the user can only read its own profile. Good. If I just copy this policy down, we can say users can insert own profile, and then we change this to insert. And then we just say with check instead. So the user can only insert and make the ID his own ID. And then we'll just go ahead and paste this down again. Users can update their own profile. And then we'll say for update. And I'll just copy this down. Using auth.uid is equal to ID with check as well. So basically, this using statement right here just means that what row is the user allowed to even touch in the first place. And then this with check down here just means that is the new version of the row even valid? So up here we say that the user can only attempt to update a row if the ID matches the currently logged in user. So that makes sense. Down here we say that, or instead we ensure that the user can only perform changes if the row still belongs to the user after the update has happened. So this just prevents the user from changing the ID field to transfer the profile to somebody else's, for example. So these policies that we made right here are row level policies. And now we can go ahead and secure the specific columns. So we can say revoke update on table public.profiles from authenticated. So what this basically means is that we remove the permission for logged in users, because this is a group authenticated for all logged in users. So we remove their permission to run update commands on the profiles table. And we just want to make sure that they also just can't do insert commands. So this just removes, this just revokes all the access basically for all columns. And now we'll go ahead and tell them which columns they're actually allowed to modify. And we'll just say grant select on table public.profiles to authenticated. So they can query the database with select, but they can't update or insert. Nice. Then we'll just say grant insert like this. And then I'll say ID, full name, Chinese level. So just all the properties from up here. And then we also had motivations, interests, onboarding completed, and updated at, like this. And then we can say on table public.profiles to authenticated, like that. So what this basically does right here is that it allows inserts for the onboarding or profile creation for all the fields except for the premium entitlement fields. So as you can see, we didn't include the S premium or premium expires. So you can't insert like those specifically. They will always just be the default false values, but you can insert into the other rows. Now I'm just going to go ahead and paste this down and then just say update like this, and then do the exact same just for update. And now we have our migration finished. There might be a spelling error or two, but it will figure that out whenever we try to apply it, I think. So let's hop back into the guide, scroll down, and then we already applied this. Oh, sorry, changed it. So now we just gotta apply the migration file, Supabase migration up. And I think we just need to actually link the project first. So usually you need to link a project. So let me just figure that out. Link your project like that. So we'll just paste in this command, npx Supabase link project ref, and then we'll just need to get the project ID of the project. So hopping into the dashboard and then just finding convo, this ID right here is the project ID, like that. And then that should link it, great. And then I'm just going to apply the migration. And we have this error right here where it fails to connect. So it's kind of weird, but I think it's actually, it says failed to connect to the local database. Well, we don't really have a local database. We just want to apply it to the actual database. Supabase db push. So let's see if that pushes it to the database. We'll say yes, because this is the new migration we created. Up here we have what seems to be a spelling error or something. Is premium default false? So we need to say boolean here. Let me just try that now. On table. Yeah, that's not so good. Okay, let me try and just apply this, see what happens. Great. So now it finished this one. We can then hop into Supabase under table editor. We have this profiles table with the different values, and it seems to be just fine. And if we hover this over here, we can see that this is a foreign key relation. So every ID that this is will also correspond to a authored user's ID. This means that this ID right here will have to be the same as one of the users over here. So it's basically a one-to-one relation where each user have a single record in this profiles table. We should be ready to get started with authentication now, and the first thing I would like to do is go ahead and create a context called auth context.tsx that allows us to easily get a hold of the information about whether the user is logged in or not, the session variables, etc. throughout the app without having to manually fetch these from Supabase or something all the time. It should just be stored in the context and then it'll automatically be refreshed once in a while. Good. So I'll hop into the root, create a new folder, called it ctx. In here, I'll say new file, auth context.tsx. Then I'll say type, auth context type is equal to session. That is a session from Supabase or null. Then we'll say user. It comes from user from Supabase or null. We'll also want to store the profile. So we'll want to store loading. Is admin. Is premium. Premium expires at. Refresh profile. This is going to be a function which we can call to have these properties up here refreshed by refetching them in this context. So it'll just be an asynchronous function that returns nothing. Good. Then we'll say export constant auth context is equal to create context from rect. We'll create one with the type we just made right there. And we'll then just copy all of these down here and remove these wrong ones one by one. So this will be null, this will be null, null, this will be we'll set it true, false, false, null, and this one we'll just define as an asynchronous function. So we'll put async in front of it, and we'll just do nothing. Good. And then we'll expose this as a hook, which we can use. So we'll say export const use auth. So whenever we want to get a hold of this, of all of this information, we can do that in a component that has been wrapped in the auth context through this hook. And then we can also just define how we're going to what of all of these going to contain, like how is session being set, user being set, what happens when you call this, for example. We'll just go ahead and define that as well. So I'll just hop in to the root again, new folder, providers. In here, I'll just say auth provider.tsx. I'll then export a default function, auth provider. And we'll just say props with children like this. And the reason we're doing this is because we allow our entire application basically to be wrapped by this auth provider. So we need the children, aka the children is going to be all of the content inside of our application. We need all of that to be wrapped with the following context right here, such that we'll be able to access this information through the hook. Because if we don't wrap all of these children with this auth context, then we won't be able to access it through the hook. So that is why we need to pass down the children. And you'll see in just a second how we do this practically speaking. All right, so let me just create a couple of use states just to hold these values. So we'll say const session. And just to recap again, what we're doing right now is we are telling the system how we're going to set these different variables, like where do we store this and how do we set these variables. That is basically what we're telling the system. And by doing this, we can then access all of these values about the logged in user throughout the entire app because we wrap it in this context. It'll be a session or null, and we'll just set it to null, just like we defined before. Import this from Supabase, and then we also have the profile. This will be any or null. We have a const loading. So whenever we are fetching this information, we can set its loading to true. And this way, whenever we try to get the information through this hook, we also know whether we should display a loading state or not. So I'll just set this to true. And then we can get some information such as premium expires at and is premium. So we'll say const premium and then expires at is a type we'll just set to be a string or null. And this comes from profile dot premium expires, and we'll get this from the following row right here, premium expires at. So I'll just copy this name in, and if that is not available, we'll set the value to null. Then we can say const is premium is equal to profile dot is, and that we'll get from this column right there. And it is important that this column is premium is only true, or at least, sorry, this variable right here is premium is only true if premium is set to true and premium expires at is in a date we still haven't reached yet, of course. So therefore we'll need to do a check for this. So I'll say and let me just make this a little bit smaller. I'll say and what can we say? Premium expires at new date. Premium expires at is larger than new date. This means that it's just a date in the future, basically. And the reason we have this statement right here for checking whether it exists or not is because it might be null up here. And the reason it might be null up there is just if it wasn't set for some reason. Good. Then we can go ahead and say const and then load profile is equal to an async function, because we'll await something for sure. Session or null. We'll say if no session, then we'll set the profile to null and we'll return. And then we'll say awaits Supabase dot from profiles dot select dot equal to id s dot user dot id dot maybe single, like this. So basically we do a query in the database in the profiles table, which we just defined early on. We select all the different rows where the ID of the rows is equal to the ID of the user currently in session, and then we just take a single one. And now we should be able to hop down and say set profile to error. And then we just need to destruct what we get back. So let me just see. I think it is going to be at least error and then also data, like this. Good. So if the error exists, then we set the data to null, the profile to null. Otherwise, we set it to the data that it actually returns. So what does this function, which we created earlier, actually do? Refresh profile. Well, it should just call this load profile right here. So const refresh profile is equal to a function that just calls load profile, passing in the session, like that, and that is it. So you might think, how are we supposed to get this session right here? Well, that we'll get from Supabase, from the logged in user. So whenever we use this hook right here, and the hook I'm talking about is this one, use auth, what it basically does is that it just does all of this for us automatically, and we want to make sure that it is done whenever the page loads in the places where this hook is used. So we can go ahead and say use effect. So this will happen whenever we use the auth hook. And then because we pass in an empty one like this use effect is just going to be executed whenever the page loads and wherever we use this hook right here. Good. So then we'll say const and then init is equal to an async function. Then we'll say set loading to true. This way we can track, as I said before, whether we're currently loading or not in the hook as well. Then we'll say const data is equal to await supabase.auth.get session. This gets the session of the currently logged in user. Then we'll say const initial session is equal to data dot session or null. And we can say set session to initial session, await load profile, initial session, and set loading to false because now we're done. Good. And then the reason we make this a function of itself is because it has this await right here. So let's say we just did this outside. Well, we can't do that because this use effect is not async. So we'll go ahead and say init and just call it like a synchronous function like that. And then that makes it work basically. So then we can say const data. And we'll just destructure this straight away. How do I do this? Is equal to supabase.auth.on auth state change. So whenever the session changes, we would like to also keep track of that. So we'll say set loading, true, set session, new session, and load profile, new session, dot finally, because it's a promise, set loading to false. All right. So up here, right, because we're inside the use effect right here, what happens when the page first loads is that we get the initial session. So what was just the session when the page loads? Then we load the profile by using the method up here. And then we also subscribe to the event down here in case the state changes. Let's say the user logs out, or we log another user in, for example, or we log out and then log in. Well, then we need to keep track of that because otherwise we'll store old profile data, even though a new user might be logged in. So that's why we have this on auth state change. It's just a subscription to this specific thing. And this will just be set session actually, like that. And then the way we can unsubscribe for this and unsubscribe this and then clean up is by saying return inside the use effect, subscription, dot, and then unsubscribe. And that will then be called whenever I think the component is unmounted, as far as I remember. All right, then for the component, we'll say return. And remember, we got all the children up here, which is the entire content of the page, which will be contained within the children property. Well, we'll need to wrap that within the entire context in here. So what we'll do is say auth context dot provider, and we'll then just pass in the children like this. Great. And now in here we can say value session user session dot user or null. So all of these values are the types we defined right here, of course. So now we can just define where this data comes from, and that is from these functions and use states, which we defined earlier on. Great. Then we'll say profile. We can put in the loading is admin, is premium, premium expires at, refresh profile, like that. And we should be good with the auth provider from this. Nothing is unused. Seems to be looking fine. Then what I'll do is just hop back into the app and then layout file. This is the topmost place in the hierarchy of components of our application. We have the root layout. And for this one, I would like to just copy this component actually. Then we'll say, go up, root layout, navigation. Just say function. And then in here, we'll go ahead and say auth provider, put in the root layout navigation. And this means, we'll just remove this. Sorry, and this means that inside this root layout navigation right here, we should be able to use the hook, use auth, because we have now wrapped this component right here in the auth provider. So if we didn't do this, but instead just kept it as the old thing, well, then we wouldn't have wrapped it in the auth provider, so we wouldn't be able to use this use auth hook yet. So it's very important that we actually do this little trick where we wrap the component up here in the auth provider, because otherwise we won't be able to use the hook basically. Good. So now up here, we'll say const hello is equal to use auth, import our hook, and then in here we have the auth context type. So that was the session loading profile. And now we should be able to do things such as if not loaded. So if the font is not loaded or we are currently loading, then we'll return. And what we'll return is a view from React Native. And then we'll say activity indicator from React Native. We'll say size, large. We'll say color, white, like this. So this means that if anything is loading, either the information about the profile or the font will just show some loading state. We'll then just say style and then paste in some styles. And I think now is a good time to tell you about how I'm going to do the styling of the components in this video. Because usually in my other videos, what I have done is I have used Tailwind CSS and then typed out all of the styling in the video, all the styling of the components with Tailwind CSS by using something like class name, like this, and then done that within Next.js. And that makes sense because you type out the class names directly in the component, but still it can be a little bit tiresome to type out all of the different classes. But here in Expo, I found out that when using Tailwind, I often would experience some problems where the classes wouldn't be properly applied or something like that. So what I ended up doing was switching back to the normal way of doing styling in React Native or Expo projects, which is defining an object down here containing all the different styles in classes. And then you take the classes, which you define down here, which is just a little dictionary, and then you paste that into wherever you need the styling up here. This also means that whenever you do styling, you need to go down to the end of the file and then change the dictionary full of all the classes that you're going to use. And because this project is a pretty big project with a lot of features and a lot of custom styling and different things going on, what I've decided to do for this project specifically is to take the styling that I created earlier on when I created this project, and then I'm going to copy paste the styling only from the GitHub repository and then into the bottom of the file. And then we're still going to create all of the components and everything else ourselves, but we'll be able to just take the the styling that I've already made and then just use those right here. So we don't have to type out all of the styling ourselves. And then sometimes when it is relevant, we'll go down to the actual CSS classes, and then we'll look through the styling and then maybe modify them a little or check out how they actually work. And what this does is that it allows us to save a massive amount of time instead of having to type out all the styling, because a lot of this styling is the same CSS classes. And also we have reached a point now with large language models that generating styling is pretty simple, so you don't really need to know a lot to be able to create the CSS styling. So I just see a bigger benefit in not typing out the styling ourselves and then using some of that time instead, trying to explain how the specific features of the app work and build out cool things in the app rather than just type out the CSS classes. So this means that whenever we create a new component, what we'll just do is hop into the GitHub repository quickly, copy the big styling dictionary from that specific file that you're in into the bottom of the file that you're currently in. And then you should be able to follow along just fine just by putting in the names whenever we need them in the specific components. So what I've done now is just taking the styling from this file right here and copied it into my clipboard, and then I'm just going to paste it in down here. And then we'll just go ahead and make sure that we import the right thing. Style sheet up here, it needs to be import style sheet from, we can just paste it in up here, from React Native, like that, and then it should be working just fine. So the way this works is that you define a class down here. So a class could be called container, for example, and then you put in specific CSS classes, such as flex1 to make it expand, justify content to align it in the center on the, I think it's the vertical axis in this instance, and then the other classes as well. So whenever we need any of these classes, we'll just take the name of the class and then hop up and then just paste it into where we need it. And that was quite stupid. We need to say styles.container, like that, of course. So we have the first guard statement up here that returns a loader. Well, what else can we do with the information we have? Well, we can check whether the user is logged in or not, of course. So we can say if not session. Then we'll return some other HTML. I would like to return and we'll paste in something called a theme provider right here. And then we'll say value default theme. This allows you to set themes. So if I just press F12 on this one, we can see the theme right here with primary, background, card, etc. And then you can define a dark mode, for example, too, if you would like to. And then control the theme in ways through the theme provider. We're just going to use the default theme because we aren't really very interested in the dark mode. But so we'll just paste this in because that's what you usually do. Then we'll say gesture, handler, root view. And we might just need to import this from React. Say style, styles.container. And then let me just see, we need to paste in a child. So this is basically where we show the screen if the user is not logged in. So we'll need to create some kind of intro screen component, aka the authentication screen. So if we just hop back over here, close all of these things, then what we're building right now is this screen right here. And I'll just call this the intro screen, I think, because that is the first screen we see whenever we go in. So whenever you are not logged in, we'll see this one. Otherwise, if the user is logged in, for example, and not onboarded, we'll just show the user this one. And then lastly, if the user is logged in, we can redirect them to something like the lesson page. Good. So let me just go back over here and then create a component called intro screen. So hopping into components, I will say new folder, auth for authentication, intro screen.csx, export default function, and then intro screen like that. We'll just return, let's just say h1, hello, and take this intro screen, just import that. Let me see, cannot find name. So I just checked and we just need to import this. So I'll say import this one from React native gesture handler. Great, and this just allows us to register gestures. So for example, a gesture could be swiping up on this card right here. If we swipe up on this, well, that gesture should be able to be recognized, and we need to wrap our component or our application within a kind of recognizer that will then track the gestures before we can detect these. That is why we add this wrap up right here. What I'll then do is just hop into the GitHub and take all the styles from the intro screen right here and paste them in down here. So I'll just do that now, and I'm back, and then we can just take all this and paste it in. So we have style sheet, which we just need to import. So we'll say import style sheet from, and then was it React native? Yes, it was. And then we have a couple of things. We have a menu height, and the reason we need a menu height is because we want to be able to set the height of this sliding thing down here, for example. And then whenever it is closed, so whenever it is in this state where it just peaks, well, that will be some kind of peak menu height. So we're just going to hard code these values such that we can use them in our styling. So going up, we'll say const menu height is equal to 250. And going down, we have let me just see, that's about it. I think we're also going to need a peak menu height somewhere. And we'll just set this to 50, so way less. And then we can say const closed position is equal to the menu height minus the peak menu height, like this, because that is the position we need to set it to be fully closed. Now you might have noticed these other errors down here. So we have vertical scale, for example. So let me just hop into Google and then search for a library called React Native Size Matters. So check out this library. Maybe it's something you want to use, maybe not. I'm just going to show you what it is and what it does. So basically what it does is that it helps handle the scaling of the size of the UI inside the apps across different size devices. So as you can see, if you have like different devices, it is going to automatically scale up based on the height or the width of the screen. So we'll just go ahead and install this just to try it out. And then you'll have another tool in the toolbox if you want to use something like this, because it can be pretty cool to have something like this just to handle that for you. Then what I'll do is scroll all the way up, add these functions, and then down here we can see that the errors are now gone. So we have this function called vertical scale, for example. So what this does is that it returns a linear scaled result of the provided size based on the device screen height. So let's say we put in, what have we put in, for example? Let's say we put in the value 50. Well, then it might be 100 for an iPad. So this one might return 100 for an iPad, but for a small device, it might only return 30. So it automatically does the conversion between screen sizes to make it look nice on all devices. Obviously, you need to play around with these values, and you can also use other functions such as moderate scale or just scale, which takes into account the width instead of the height. But now you know that even exists. Then we have this thing down here called colors. We can import this because it's part of the existing theme right here from Expo. Then we'll just take this primary accent color, which we'll use a lot of different places, paste it in as a key, and then I'll put in hashtag FF4900, and that is the exact orange color which we already know from around the app, from the logos, for example. We'll just paste in another one, subdued text color, which is going to be the value 6B 7280, like this. And now we'll be able to use this through the colors dictionary at some other point when we want to. Now hopping back away from the theme, let me just see what else we have. We have something called height, which we just need to define too. So it says hero text container. So that is the container for this one right here. And obviously this text needs to be changed a lot based on the screen size. So what we can do is we can actually measure the screen size and then help determine how big the text should be, or at least how big the container should be from that. So the way we can get that is saying const width height dimensions dot get window, like that. And now we have the height of the screen or the window. And I think the reason I use this whenever I look into the app in the first place and not the vertical scale is because maybe I had some issues or something. But I think there is definitely a reason I use this height, because maybe it didn't scale in the correct way linearly, and that is why I defined the number myself or something. But what it does, basically this top thing, is that it controls how far from the top this text should be. So now it's like very close, now it's very far, if that makes sense. Alright, so I would expect to see some of this code right here pretty soon. So this hello. If we go into the layout and then under session, there shouldn't be a session. So what I'll do is just try and say console.log session. Async storage is null. Uninstall, rebuild, and restart the app. So what I'll do now is just go ahead and restart the app like it says. I'll just close it down fully and then say run like this. And then hopefully it should initialize a session storage. So I'll just wait for this to finish. And I just forgot something completely. Let me just hop into Supabase right here. So right now we have this async storage, but what I would like to use is another form of storage. So if we say Supabase authentication like this. If we say Supabase Expo Auth like that, then we should be able to go in to this build a user management app, hop all the way down, and then find this one right here, large secure store. So what I'll do is just copy this entire thing, large secure store. And I think we might need to, we need to just install these packages up here. So what I'll do is just close down the running thing, running server, install the libraries, copy in the following, paste it in up here over create client. And then we just need to import all of the different libraries like that. Then down here, we can use the large secure store. And then let me see if we need the log or not. No log, so I'll just take these, paste them in like that. And let me see, then we should be good. What is it complaining about here? Storage, oh, we need to instantiate a new one, of course. Like that, good. So let me just save right there. And then what I'll do is just start up the iPhone app again. And then see if we can get this new large secure store from the guide to work. Because this one should store our session, or at least the values, the session values. So I'll just get back to you whenever this is done running. Now I see there is some kind of little error in here. So what I'll do is just hop back into the layout, into the intro screen. And then let me see, this should be a component, it says. So we'll return a view and then just put hello inside of that view. And I think we just need to put in a text like that. Oh, sorry, it's actually a theme text I can see down here. Theme text. Like this. And then if I just import that, hopefully we can show some text. So now we see some text up there. Yes, perfect. So now because the user is not logged in, the session, if I just remove this one, because the user is not logged in, the session is nothing, is null. So it is going to return this intro screen right here. So we're just going to build this out now. So let's do that. First of all, we'll take this theme text, remove it. We'll say view style is equal to flex1. Background color black, and we'll say video view. Just go ahead and import that. Now we can say native. Let me just see what it's complaining about. And I think we need to import it from Expo video. Let me see. Probably need to install that library. Yeah, we do. Great. So we'll just install that library, and then we should be able to say from Expo video like that. If I just try and auto import it. All right, the compiler probably just need to have a second to breathe. Just restart the server. Perfect. So native controls should be true. Oh, sorry, false, like this, because it's a video running in the background, so we don't want the user to be able to pause the video, etc. Then to play the actual video, what we can do is we can hop over these things up here, and then just say something like const video source is equal to require, and we would like to require, let me see, assets, videos, and then we have our video. It is, let me find it down here, b-roll.mp4. Great. And I'm not sure why it's not registering this new package. I'll just go ahead and restart down there. And in the meantime, we can go ahead and fill out these things. So we need to hop into the intro screen, then say const player is equal to use video player. We can pass in the video source, and we can set some, let me just see, we can pass in the player right here and configure it. Then we'll say player.loop is equal to true, and we'll say .muted is equal to true, and we can say player.play, like that. So what we do basically is we configure the video player that runs in the background. And it should just always keep looping because it's just a background B-roll video. It shouldn't have audio, of course, and it should just play whenever we install it. So then we should be able to go down and say something like player, and it just finished after like 30 seconds. But down here, I'm saying player is equal to player. We can then say content fits cover, and let me just see what else. Style sheet dot absolute fill, and we can put in width and heights like that. So whenever we go to the height up here, we can see that that is the height of the window like we got before, and now the video is playing right here in the background. Then we would like to make some kind of overlay because right now it's very like forthcoming, very aggressive. So let me make a dark overlay. So I'll just say overlay, make that a comments. Down below I'll say view. We can just say style, and then style sheets dot absolute fill, background color, RGBA 0.4, set index 20, like that. And we're just missing an end parentheses. So if I just go ahead and close that, we can now see the overlay taking effect. Great. So now it looks way less aggressive and more like a background B-roll. Then what we can go ahead and do is create the, let me just remove this. We can go ahead and create this text up here. So there is some text down here that is supposed to say speaking, and then it gets replaced with listening, something like that. And this should all happen with an animation. So we'll need to track this kind of text down here and then animate it, and then also animate the rest of the text so it like slides down or something. So we're going to use a bunch of animations right here, so it'll look a little bit complex, but it's completely fine. Now what I'll do is I'll hop down, say hero, text, section, and then I'll put in a view. Then I'll say styles.hero, text container. Then I can say animated.view. And this will probably need to, F from React Native reanimated. Then we can say styles.main text container. And then we'll just need to create the thing we used to actually do the animation. So we can use a hook. So if I say main text animated style is equal to use animated style, then in here we can say const translate y is equal to interpolate. So let me just hover interpolate. So it lets us map a value from one range to another using linear interpolation. So we are going to define an input range, an output range, and a number which is used to map from the input range to the output range. So we'll have a use state or something like that that contains the actual number we want to use to do the mapping. So going up here, we can say, I'll just go all the way up, say const main text opacity, use shared value, set it to 0. Then we'll go down and say main text opacity, map from the input range 0 to 1 to the 30 to 0 output range, extrapolation dot clamp, like this. And this one will need to get the actual number. So we say dot get value, and then we just need to return the opacity, main text opacity dot value, and we'll say transform translate y like that. Oh, and also by using this extrapolation.clamp, basically it means that if the number, like if this number right here goes below 0 or above 1, it is going to be clamped between 30 and 0. So it doesn't go above this range from, or below this range from 30 to 0, it is clamped between this range right here. So that is just what it means. And this just means the opacity don't become like extremely low or extremely high and produce some values that doesn't make sense at all. Good. So let me just take this one, hop back to where we were. I think this is about the place. And now it doesn't really do anything right now, so we probably got to trigger the actual animation. But before we trigger the actual animation, because what happens basically is that whenever the page loads over here for the first time, then it should trigger that the words or like the text fades in because we changed the opacity. So we'll just make sure that this happens once we define the other animations as well, and then we'll just do all of the animation text fade in whenever that is done. So going down here, I'll just find this animated view, and then right now there is actually no text inside of it. So we'll put in this text component right here, and then let me just see if we can get this to work. We can put in style, and I'll like to put in the styles.hero text main, and then we just need to define what actually has to. Let me just see what it says. Doesn't have a props. All right, so let me just go up to React Native, import that, good. And then we just define what words are actually supposed to be set down here instead of just hello. So going up to about here or something, I'm going to define two things. I'm going to define the words right here, learn Mandarin the right way. And I'm going to define an array of words such as speaking, listening, etc. that are going to be faded out and in. So up here we can say const main text words, that is a string array, is equal to learn Mandarin the right way. And I'll just copy this down, call this script phrases, and I'll then say, well, speaking, listening, practicing, and conversing. All right, like that. And now we should be able to use this to actually render out the text. So going down, first of all, we'll just take all the main text words and join them together like that. And then below this, we'll just go ahead and create another animated view. So I'll just copy this down and then call this one, I'll just only keep this one, remove the array. And then I would like to create one called script text animated style. So going up here, we can just copy that one and then say script text animated style. We are also just going to create a shared value for the script text opacity. Use that down here as the driver of the interpolation. We're still going to have the value be between 0 and 1 as the input range, but the output value, output range should be between 20 and 0. And then we have the script text opacity, like this, and translate Y. Great, good. Going down here again, this should be the hero text script, and we can then just say script phrases, and then we just want to use some kind of index to get the right one, because we don't want to show like all the words at one time, like both practice, listening, etc. We want to show one at a time. So we need some kind of index or driver to pick which one we want to show. So what we'll do is just hop up here and say const and then current phrase index set current phrase index is equal to a use states, which is just 0, like that. And we can import this use state from React. What is it on about? Take the value, use it as the index. Let me see. Let me just remove this one, like that. And then we should be able to pick one of these every single time this changes. Then what we'll do is go up here, say const animate in, create a function that handles animating both these text texts in. So main text opacity dot value is equal to, and we'll say width timing, to value 1, duration 1200. So remember this one up here, right now it is 0, and then we animated to 1, we changed the value to 1 via interpolation over a duration of 1200 milliseconds. And what this corresponds to is going from 0 to 1 right here. And the opacity then therefore goes from 30 to 0. And this way it can be animated. So I'll just go ahead and take this one, say script text opacity, and I'll say width delay 800, with timing 1, duration 800, and do it like that. And now we have a function for animating text in, and we can go ahead and call this whenever we load the page, for example. So I can say use effect to track when the page has been loaded. And then we can say, first of all, we can actually play the video. So const play video, in case it didn't do that. I can see that it does do that, but we'll just do it to make sure that we actually it actually happens all the time. Play, and then we can put in like a catch. I think we don't really need to try catch. If it fails, we'll know it anyways. And then we can say play video right outside the function, because we have an awaits. This one is not an async function though, as far as I can see. I thought it was. And then we can say const timeout is equal to set timeout animate in, and I'll just say text animate text in, and we can put in a 300 second right here, and now it animates in like it should. And as you can currently see, this text looks pretty awful. Like up here, it looks pretty nice because it's bold, etc. But down in here, the speaking text look pretty awful. So we would like to put some, to change this font so it looks way better and complements the text up here way nicer. So what was done in the hero TypeScript was that I put in another family, which is an italic family that makes it really complemented. So what we can do is just load this font, because right now, as you can see, it is not being loaded, even though we use it. So what we can do again is we can say, I'll just search for use fonts, and then we'll just copy this piece of code and then paste it in, let me see, somewhere like this, import that one, and we'll then just say, and the way we can get this font, we'll just take it down here, copy it, go into Google, say Expo Google font, paste in the font, and then we should be able to install it like that. Paste it in down here, and then hopefully we should be able to import it somewhere. So if I say EB, or is it Garamond? So let me just see if the documentation provides the import. So I'll just import these two. Use fonts we already have imported, so I'll remove that one, and I'll just do both in one import. So this will be the EB Garamond 500 medium italic, and we should be able to load it down here without the require, but just by passing it in like this. And then let me see if the font resolves. It still does not. So I'll just say fonts loaded, go down to the return, if not fonts loaded, return null, and then we can see that it has been loading now. Speaking It still does not change the text though, because we haven't implemented this yet, but we have this nice animation. So if I just pull up right there, restart the app, we should be able to see the animation again, and it looks pretty decent. Next, we can try and implement the logic right here that will cycle out this speaking and replace it with listening, practicing, conversing, etc. So we can go down to the use effect down here, and then we already have this that animates the text in initially, but we would like to also cycle it out. So how it is going to work is, first we'll wait 3.5 seconds, and that is just so you can like read it for the first time. So I'll just say reading time. And then next we'll start the fade out. After that, we'll wait for 0.5 seconds, and this is going to be the animation time. And then we'll just go down, change the words, which will be invisible. Then we'll wait for 0.15 seconds, so small pause, and we'll then say start fade in, like this. So basically for each thing we want to show right here, or for each word we would like to show, we show it for 3.5 seconds where you can read it, then we start the fade out animation, and then we wait half a second until the fade out animation is done before we change the word, because the user shouldn't see that the word just switches instantly. They should just see it like fade out and be replaced with another one. So we wait until the fade animation is done basically, then we change the word such that the user can see it. After the word has been changed, we'll just wait for a little while more just to make sure that it is gone, and then we start the fade in animation with the new word. And we'll then have an index for which word to show from the list up here instead of just speaking. So that's the way we're going to change the word, just by changing the index that we're currently showing. So we can create a function down here, use a hook called setInterval that is going to run a function every X milliseconds. And inside that function, we can then change this current phrase index by calling this setCurrentPhraseIndex function. So then change the value of this one right here. And then whenever this changes, we'll then fade it in or out with another use effect. So going down here, we can say const cycle interval is equal to setInterval. And then we would like to run the following function and then do that every 3500 milliseconds. So every 3.5 seconds, like we talked about up here. Inside this function, we'll call animate script out, which we'll just go ahead and create. So I'll just go up to this animate text in, copy this, and then call it animate script out, like that. And then we should be able to say, and I'll just remove this because we're only talking about this script down here right now. So this is going to be the script text opacity.value. And then we'll just say with timing. So I'll copy this and replace the with delay with the with timing. And then in about 500 milliseconds, so half a second, we would like to animate the value down to 0. So to value 0. So we fade it out basically. So that is what animate script out does. Good. Now that is out of the way, we'll just call it properly, and then we'll say set timeout. So whereas this set interval calls this function right here every 3500 milliseconds, this set timeout will then call a function after a specific amount of time. So we'll just define the function it should call, and then we'll set this to 500. So we'll just match how long it takes to fade out the text up here, such that the text is fully faded out before we do the actual change of the word, which should be invisible to the user. Good. What we can then do is say set current phrase index. We can get the previous value, and then we can say const next index is equal to previous plus 1. And then we'll use the modulo operator. So we'll say modulo script phrases dot length, like this. So what this basically means, if we hop up to this script phrases dot length, is that we have 4 different indexes right here. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3. And then if this previous plus 1 becomes more than 3, it'll then wrap around back to the first index, so index 0. So basically it's a circular fashion. It works in a circular fashion. So it goes from 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, and it never becomes larger than 3, even though we plus 1 every time. Then what I would like to do is hop down here, say return, next, index, and this should then update the value of this current phrase index state variable. And now, just because we update this value doesn't mean that it actually does the changing. We'll need to do the changing itself. So we'll create a use effect that will listen to the value of this one and then run the animations whenever this changes. First though, we can just clean up. So we'll just take this set interval and actually also this timeout up here and clean them up whenever this deregisters. So hopping down to where this use effect ends, and this should actually be defined inside the use effect, as well as the timeout. So I'll just take this, hop into the use effect down here, or up here, sorry, and then I'll say return clear timeout. So I think we should just be able to say clean timeout and then pass in the timeout from up here, like that. And then we are also going to need to clean the interval, or clear interval, sorry, and then pass in the interval. So that is this cycle interval. And it's just been, we'll just call this clear timeout because that is what it's actually called. So just to reiterate what it does, whenever the component unmounts, it is going to remove these to just avoid memory leaks. And right now no text is being showed because only the animate script out function is being called. So we'll just go ahead and create an opposite of this one called animate script in, like that. Then I'll say with timing faded to 1, call the duration 600, hop down here, and then we'll just make sure that it is actually being called. So we'll say if next index is equal to 0, then we can call set timeout, call the animate script in function with a delay of 150, and this should make sure that it is actually being called for the first time, like we just saw right there. Good. And now we just need to make sure that whenever this changes, it actually also reflects those changes. So hopping down here, we'll create another use effect, and we'll then make sure that whenever the current phrase index changes, then we'll call this function to make sure that it fades in the new text. So because we're already taking care of the first index up here, we should only take care of the indexes that are larger than 0. I'll just close this down to get some more screen space. Then we'll say if current phrase index is larger than 0, then we'll say const timeout is equal to set timeout, and we'll call the animate script in function with a delay of 150, like that. And then this of course needs to go in some square braces. Then I'll just go ahead and save that. And then see, now we have the first one, and then after 3.5 seconds, the second one is going to be faded in. At 3.5 seconds, the third one, etc. And then we can just go ahead and do the same trick as we did up here to prevent memory leaks, where we return the clear timeout with the timeout right there. So let me just see. We just need to take this, put it inside the if statement right here. So this variable is available in the scope, and that should do it. Next, we can get started with the menu down here. The menu with a little bit of a grayish color where you can slide up and down and then log in with the different providers such as Apple, Google, or even Magic Link if you want to. So what we'll do is hop down to the HTML, which will return, and then we'll say sliding menu with dynamic heights, like this. And then down here, first of all, I'll just put in a to-do. This to-do should say gesture handler. So this is such that we'll be able to do this slide up and slide down motion. And then first we'll actually implement the menu itself, and then afterwards we'll implement such that you can slide up and down. So that is why I'm just saving this for later. So we'll say animated.view. And inside this component, we'll go ahead and say style is equal to styles.menu container, because remember we already have the menu container styles down here. So we can see that we have position absolute, and then we tag it to the bottom and all the way over to the left and to the right. Then we give it a specific height that is going to be menu height right here. And we also set the background color. We set some rounding on the corners, a width on the border on the top, left and right. And this border width is a little bit thicker than the normal width. And then we'll set a specific color to this such that you are able to more easily see the width of the border basically. And then we'll give it a set index to elevate it above any other things that might be below it. Good. So that is basically what styling we have. Then we can say menu animated style. So hopping up here to the animations, I'll just go ahead and create an animation for this menu as well. So first of all, going all the way up, we can just say const menu translate y, and this should set this should control the y value of the position of the menu. This is going to be a use shared value, and we'll just set this to the closed position for now, just such that it is always closed whenever the application starts. And this should allow us to then control the position with animations, for example. So before we can smoothly move the menu up and down, we'll need to go down to right here and then say const menu animated style is equal to use animated style. Inside this, we'll say return transform, and then we'll say translate y menu translate y dot value. So what this does is that it just creates a UI thread that allows us to set this transform.translate y value to this shared value right here. So whenever we change this value right here, it is going to smoothly set this value without re-rendering. So that is what this use animated style is for. Then going all the way down to where we needed this, we can then go ahead and paste it in. So that was right here. We can also just set a height for the menu. So going up, we'll just say const dynamic heights. I'll just say dynamic menu height is equal to keyboard heights, and we'll just need to set this as well. So my reasoning here is that we calculate the menu height based on the keyboard, such that the keyboard is never going to cover the menu, because then when you type something in, then you won't be able to see what you're typing in basically. So whenever the keyboard is open, we would like the menu height to be equal to the menu height plus the keyboard height, and then probably plus a little bit of padding as well. So we'll just go ahead and get the keyboard height, and this depends on the device, for example, and how all of these things work. So it'll take a little work to get the keyboard height, but I'll just show you how I do it. So going up here, we'll create a new use states for sharing the keyboard, for storing the keyboard heights. So I'll say const, and then keyboard height and set keyboard heights is equal to use states. And this will just be set to 0 per default. And then down here, we'll use a use effect to get the actual keyboard height based on what kind of device it is. So going down here, we'll just say use effects, and then we'll listen for two different kind of events. We'll listen for whenever the keyboard opens and whenever the keyboard hides away. And whenever the keyboard is open, we'll set the keyboard height to the height of the keyboard that just opened. And whenever somebody hit the keyboard, we'll just set the keyboard height to 0 to bring the menu back down to where it should be. So we'll say const keyboard will show events, or show listener, like this, is equal to keyboard dots add listener. And we might just need to import keyboard like this, add listener. Then we can say if platform.os is equal to iOS, then we'll have the keyboard will show. Else we'll have the keyboard did show if it's Android. And then we can get the event and set the keyboard height to events.endCoordinates.height like this. And then we'll just need to copy this one and I'll call this one keyboard will hide listener. And then I'll say keyboard will hide and keyboard did hide, like that. And then down here, we'll just set this to 0, because if the keyboard is hidden, then we'll just make sure that the menu takes up no more space, or we will not offset the menu basically with anything. We'll just set it to 0. I'll just save that, and then down here, because we have these two listeners, we'll just clean these up like we did with the other use effect to prevent memory leaks. So we'll say keyboard will show listener dot remove. And let me just see, can these be null? I'll just go ahead and do this for safety's sake. And now we are cleaning these up as well. Good. And that should give us the actual keyboard height. Then going down here, we should be able to say if keyboard height is larger than 0, so if the keyboard is there, then we'll set the dynamic menu height to menu heights. And we have the menu height from up here, remember, it is going to be 250 pixels plus the keyboard height, and we'll just add some extra space whenever the keyboard is open. Else we'll just set it to menu height plus 100, like that. And that should give us the dynamic menu height, which we can just use in the style tag down here. So apart from these two styles, I can go ahead and add some custom styles as well. So I'll say heights is going to be dynamic menu height, and we'll say padding bottom will be something like insets. And what you can do actually is, if you go up here, we can use a hook. So I'll say const insets is equal to use save area insets, like this. And then if we hover it, we can just see what it does, probably. No. But basically what it does is that it gives you some padding that you can use such that you avoid the top notch up here, for example, or you can avoid this bottom bar down here, such that the content doesn't overlay some of the system features that Apple, for example, has put into the iPhone. So to avoid these, we can use this use save area. So the save area is basically the area that doesn't overlap these features from the system. Good. So we'll go ahead and say insets dot bottom plus 30, because the bottom is the bottom system features is what we're trying to avoid. And now we can actually see the menu itself. So we can see that we have a more pronounced border that is a lighter gray up here, and then we have a pretty slick looking menu. So that is great. Now this little handle down here, we can go ahead and implement right now, so that you can click this and then it's going to slide up automatically. So we already have this handle container right here, and also a handle with a width and a height and a background color, and then a thickness of the border that we should be able to use to style the actual handle. So going down here into the menu itself, we'll say pressable, like this, and then we can say style, and this should be styles.handle container. And then inside this, we'll put in a view. This should be style is equal to styles.handle, like that. And now whenever we save, we should be able to see the handle like this. But of course, when we click it, nothing happens, and that is because we haven't defined any functions for whenever we do click it. So let's hop all the way up and define one of those functions. We'll just say const handle press is equal to a new function. Const new states is equal to the opposite of is menu open, like this. And right now we don't have anything to track whether the menu is open or not. So we'll just hop up and implement one of those use states. So I'll say const and then is menu open, set is menu open is equal to, and then use states false, like that. And then hopping down to right here again, let's say set menu is open to the new states. So if it's closed, we open it. Even if it's open, we close it. And then we should be able to call some animate menu function. So this animate menu function should then take the value of the, so for example, if the menu is closed and this is changed, is menu open, then it should bring it to the open position with an animation. Otherwise, it'll do the opposite. So I'll just say const animate menu is equal to open, that'll be a boolean. Then we'll say menu translates. And let me just see, what do we call it up here? Oops, I called it menu, it should be menu. I'll just fix the naming right there and call this menu translate y dot value is equal to with spring. And then we'll say if open 0, otherwise closed position. And then you can play around with these values right here, but these are just values that control how the animation moves. There is damping, there is stiffness, and there is mass. So these change the animation a little bit, or a lot, depending on how much you change them, of course. But you can try and play around with these values. I've played around with these a lot just to check out what kind of animations there are, and it's kind of fun to play around with. So try and change these and see what happens. But I'll just use these default values for now. And then we can take this animate menu and call it down here. Then take this handle press. Oh, let me just see. We just need to give it the new state here. And then I'll take the handle press, go all the way down to the pressable, and then say on press. Then we call handle press. Let me just see. If we then click it, it opens with a nice animation like this. And then right now we have two different options for what we want to show in the menu. I have the default option, or what we show per default, which is 3 different login buttons, something like Apple, Google, and login with email. And then whenever you click the login with email magic auth, then it should, magic link, then it should open up a different, show some different content within the menu. So those two states I would like to be able to toggle between. So to do that, we'll go ahead and create a view up here, or use state, called current view, and set current view. This should be equal to a use states. And I would like to be able to take on two values for this use state. It should be either login for the default value or email. And we'll set it to login per default, which is what shows the different kind of buttons. And then going down again, we'll go all the way down to the menu in the HTML. And then inside this menu, so right over here, right down here, we'll put in a view. Inside this view, we'll say style is equal to styles.menu content. We can just find the menu content down here. So just a flex and a padding horizontal, which will just give some space on both sides on the x-axis, so over here and over here. And then inside this, we can put in if the current view is equal to login, then we'll render some kind of login. Otherwise, we'll render some kind of email view where the user can log in with a magic link. So first of all, let's create a function that renders the login view. So I can go up here and then we can just create that function actually. So I'll say const render login view is equal to a new function. You can of course also take this HTML which we're about to write and then embed it directly down into this down here. The only reason I'm creating a function for it up here is just to make it a little bit more simple to look at, but you can of course also just render it out here if you want to. So going up to this, we can say return. So actually I'm just going to return the HTML straight away. Then I'll say animated.view style. This should be styles.viewContainer menu, and let me just go up and create this. So basically what I'm trying to do right now is that the content within this render login view should fade in a kind of a nice way. So to be able to do that, we'll need to control the opacity of the menu content, and we'll need to create one of these use animated styles up here to do that. So if I say const and then menu content animated style is equal to use animated style, I'll then say return, and we would like to control the opacity, and this should be menu content opacity. So we'll need to create one of these up here. So I'll say, I'll just copy this actually, and then say menu content opacity. And then we'll set this to just 1. Going down here, we can say menu content opacity dot value. And then I can hop down here to where we just were. That is right there. And then we should be able to put in the contents of the menu itself. So right now we'll just need to close this animated.view. So we'll have to do this right here. And then say view. I'll put in styles.logo section. Like this. That corresponds to the following down here. So we just have a flex with a row, so we align the items one by one in a row, and then we space them out between, we say space between to space them out on the different sides right here. So one item over here, then create as much space between as possible to put another item over here, and then we put in some margin top, bottom, and padding. So let me just go ahead and continue implementation so you can see what it looks like, and I'll just say render login view already so we can follow along while we build this out. So the first thing I would like to put in is going to be a logo. So I'll say view like that, and then say styles.logo container. And then we can put in the actual logo. This is going to be an image. The source we'll just need to go ahead and get from up here. So I'll hop all the way up and then say const logo source is equal to require ... to hop back. Then we'll find the assets, the icons, or I think it might just be images. I want the convo minimal logo right here, so I can just copy the relative path actually. So assets, images, convo minimal, like that. So what am I doing? Let me just copy this one. And then that should give us the logo source. Good. Hopping all the way down back here, we should be able to say source is equal to the logo source, and then put on some styling for this actual image. So style is equal to styles.logo right here. And then let me just see what it's complaining about. Maybe this image isn't from where I'm thinking it is from. So we need to import it from React Native. Like that. And now it should resolve to the correct class or the correct component. Good. Now we should be able to see the logo down here, which is great. And then we can just put in the text like this. And we'll say convo styles.app name like this. So now we have the logo and the text, and we can just take this, copy it down, remove the image, and then call this the stats container and rating. And we'll then say start today like that. So now we have the top content of the top of the content done, and we can hop down to the actual login buttons. Good. So I'll hop down and say new view component. Style is equal to styles.buttons container. We can also say pressable. And then inside here we'll put in style is equal to styles.login button. And on press, we're not going to implement the actual actual login for Apple login or Google login. So we'll just console.log Apple login just to put in something, and then we can put in the button itself. So we'll say, and let me just see if we have this. So we need to install it. We need this and design. So I'll just hop in and then find the Expo vector icons, and we'll need to install this library. So we'll copy this command, hop in to the terminal, paste in the command, and I'll just wait for this to finish. And it's done. So if I close back down the terminal, we should be able to import this and design. So going all the way up, let me just say import and design from, and then we have the Expo vector icons, and then and design. And let me see if it resolves. It does. Perfect. So we'll just close the component like that. Name is going to be Apple. The size is going to be 16. We'll set the color to white, like that. And we can say style is equal to styles.apple icon, like that. So hopping down here, it just has some margin right, such that we can put in some text and then make sure the text is a little further away from the icon than just close up against it. So I'll put in the text component, continue with Apple, and then we'll just need to style this as well because it's not white text, so it doesn't look very good. So I'll say style is equal to styles.button text, and we can see that it made it a little bit larger, gave it some more font weights, and then also gave this nice color right here. Good. I'll then just take this pressable, copy it down, and then we can say Google login. We'll call this Google, and continue with Google like that. And then I'll take this pressable again and copy it down. And then I would like to say continue with email. And then instead of and design, we can find something called fontisto. So we'll just have to hop all the way up and then import that from the vector icons as well. Fontisto. And this should allow us to get some kind of email icon. And this will be the email icon. So now we have this continue with email as well. And then because we actually want this continue with email to work, what we're going to do is just create a function called animate to email view, which is going to set this, set this current view to not login but email, and then we can render out the email view down here. So we'll just go ahead and hop up, and then close to this animate menu, I'll say const animate to email view. And because we have this animate menu that is able to, not animate menu, but animate menu opacity, I think down there, menu content animate style, we'll be able to fade out the content of the menu and then fade in the content, which is going to be the new content. So we'll say const animate to email view, and then just do that, make it a new function. We'll say menu content opacity dot value is equal to with timing 0 duration 200, so it'll be a fairly quick animation. Then we can say set timeout, and after 200 milliseconds, so whenever this animation is done, we'll set the current view to email, and we'll then say, copy this down here, we'll set it back to 1. So basically we fade out the content, and then whenever the content is faded out, we switch out the content while it is hidden, and then we fade back in the new content. So that is basically what it does. Then we can take this and call it down here. So whenever we press this login button, and right now it doesn't really render anything, it should just render null. So if I click this, it should just show nothing like this. Perfect. And then in case you want to go to this menu and go back, we just want to create something like this that just does the opposite. So I'll just say animate to login view, and this will just set it to login instead. And we can just change the duration to 300 to make the animation a little bit smoother on the way back in. And what you can also do is you can pass in, let me just see, we can say to string, and then let me just do this instead to avoid that. So this can either be email or login. And then we can just call this function down here. So we just save some code. So we'll say email like that. And then we can use the same function whenever we want to switch back again. So now we can just implement this render email view instead. view is equal to a new function, and we'll just return the HTML straight away. I'll just put in hello right now, hop all the way down and call this, so down instead of null. So what I want to do is, let me just see what it is complaining about. If I just put in a view and say hello, click the continue with email, we just want to make sure it works basically. So it says hello up here in very dark text, but at least it works. Good. So I would like to take this render email view and then make a full component for this, since it requires quite a bit of logic, for example sending the magic link. So therefore I'm going to create a separate component for this and then just render this component out in this render email view. So I'm going to hop under the components, auth, new file, email, auth.tsx. Then in here I'll export default function, email auth, like this. And then we should be able to say whenever the back button is clicked, what should happen? Well, then it should animate back in the other view, so the login view instead of the email view. So I'll say on back. Let me just put it in here like it should be. And let me just define it correctly actually. So we just define the types first. So in case we want to pass down some styles, we can also do that. I'll just set this to any. Good. Then we'll have the on back and the menu content animated style, and then we should be able to render out the actual view. So first of all, we'll need to be able to enter an email. So I'll say const email, set email, use states, just set it to nothing, and we'll need some kind of loading state. So I'll just go ahead and say loading, set loading, and this will just be false by default because it's of course not loading. I'll import this use state from React, and then what I've done behind the scenes is just hopped into the GitHub under the auth and then email auth component, taking all the styling, and then I'm going to paste it in right here. So we have the style sheet.create, and we just need to import the style sheet from React Native, like that. So we have the email header, placeholder, email text input, verification button, etc. that we're going to need to make it look nice. Good. Hopping back up, we can return some HTML. I'll put in animated from this .view. Inside here we'll put in some style. This should be is equal to styles.viewContainer menu content animated style. Then I can take this email auth and just render it out inside here. So let me just see. Right here we can say email auth, and then we'll need to pass down the on back. In the on back we're going to animate to the following place, log in, and then when fading in and out the content of the menu right here, we're going to need to pass that style down as well. So we'll say this is equal to menu content animated style. So just hopping over to this place, we can see that we passed down the opacity. So for example, if we're fading out the content, well then the opacity of the content inside this email auth should be turned all the way down to fade it out, such that we can fade in the login page if we go back, for example. Then I'll just save in here and hop back to the component. In here we'll put in a view. We'll say style is equal to, and we'll just need to import the view from React Native. Style is equal to styles.email header. So the email header is just going to be a row with some items that are aligned at the center on the y-axis, and then there'll be some space between them. Good. So what I'll do is just say the content should be n typo. So I would like to show an icon. So what I'll do is just take the same way of showing an icon as we did back here. N typo, and then we should be able to show this icon in typo. And this is basically just the back button. So I'll say name, chevron, thin left, size 18, and color white, like that. And now we have a back icon, a back button. So we'll just need to make sure that when we click this back button, something happens. So I'll put it inside a pressable like that. And I'll say onPress. We'll then call the onBack function passed down from the parent. So now it should fade between these two menus like it should. So that looks perfect. Then we can put in a title and description. So I'll say view and then style, and then we should have a style.title container. We can put in the text right there and say enter your email address. So we'll just need to import this from React Native up here. And then just hop into the menu. So this will need some styling. So we have styles dot and then probably email main title like that. And we have email subtitle. This will be we will send you a magic link to sign in like that. Down here we can see the actual styling. So the font size is a little bit bigger for the main title. Then it has a higher font weight, making it thicker. They are both white in color. The one is a little bit grayish down here. And then there is some spacing from the top, so margin bottom, such that the email subtitle is pushed a little bit away so they aren't so close to each other. And then there is a line height that also gives it a little bit of padding on the horizontal. On the vertical. Then going down here below this view, we can put in the form itself. So I'll say view style is equal to styles.formContainer. I'll put in a view again. Style is equal to styles.inputContainer. I'll put in a text input and import that from React Native. I'll just close it like that. And then we can say style is equal to styles.email text inputs. So we have the text input down here now. We can put in things. And then we just need to put in the value should be the email from the user state we created earlier. On change text, we'll call the set email. Then we can also put in placeholder. That should be email. So let me just see if that works or not. Didn't work. That's kind of weird. Then I'll say placeholder text color RGBA. Then we'll put in a grayish color. Set the opacity to 0.4. So now we can see it like that. Then we'll put in a keyboard type, email address. So for example, when you're on iPhone here, it should open up the email type keyboard that shows the @ sign, for example, as far as I can remember. It'll just need to be addressed like that. Auto capitalize, none. Because when you put in a name, for example, it's kind of nice that it auto capitalizes the first letter. But with an email, you don't want that. And it's kind of annoying when it actually does that. We can put in an autocomplete that says email as well. And that should be enough for the following field. Then down below, we'll put in a button. And this button, it'll just be pressable. This button should be for signing in. So it should say sign in with magic link or send magic link. And then whenever it is loading, it should say something like sending. So I'll put in the pressable and I'll put in a text inside this. And then depending on whether we are currently loading or not, I'll put in sending if we are loading, and I'll put in send magic link if we are not. Then I can say style's the verification button, and we'll then say if we're currently loading, we kind of want to disable the button. So what I'll do is just say if we are loading, then I'll say and styles.button disabled. We can then also put in an on press. Right now we don't have anything for doing that, so we'll just leave it with nothing and then say disabled if loading. Then for the text itself, it's kind of hard to see right now, so we have a class down here, so we can say style and styles.verification button text, and that makes it way easier to see by setting the color, the font size, the font weight, and also the letter spacing. The button disabled just sets the opacity to a bit lower, so we show the opacity as a bit lower whenever we're loading, and we also disable the button at the same time. And then going all the way up, we can just implement the function for sending the magic link. So we'll say const sign in with email, and it should just sign up the user automatically if they don't exist, or sign them in if they do exist. Function like that. If there is no email in the field, then we'll say toasts, and then just actually show a toast. So what I'm going to do to show a toast is I'll install a library, Sona native. So maybe you know Sona already, but basically what it does is that it's just a UI library. So React Native Toasts is just basically a clone of that UI that Sona uses, but just where the toasts work for React Native. So it's going to look kind of like this whenever they are rendered out. So what I'll do is just go ahead and install this by opening up the terminal, installing it like that. And then hopping back in here, it also says to use this package, we need to install the peer dependencies. So we'll first of all open up this one, install that one. While that is installing, I'll take the next one and find that. So let me just see. I think that should be fine. We're going to need this one. And then also the React Native SVG. So that is this one right here. Let me just install that one and just make sure that this gesture handler can actually be installed. So installation right there. I think it's pretty important that we install this one actually. All right. So that should do that installation for us. Then right now we need to put in this toaster component in some kind of a root or entry point. So I'll hop back in here and then find the layout file like that. And then inside here, if there are no session, we'll put it in like that, toaster. And we'll just need to import this. So import toaster from Sona native like this. And then this is if there is no session, so if the user is not logged in, but we also want to be able to use this if the user is logged in. So therefore we'll hop down and also put it inside here. So right below the stack, we'll put in the toaster as well. And that should allow us to use this toast function up here. And we of course also need to import this from Sona native. So we'll say toast.error. Please enter your email address like that. And that should then happen if you try to call this function without having entered your email. So you'll see something like that. So if you didn't enter your email, we're going to just stop executing the rest of the code from the function. We'll set the set is loading to true, like that. So set loading, then we'll say try, catch, because now we'll try to get the actual magic link. So we'll be using Supabase to create the magic link that is going to log in the user. So whenever they enter the email, click send magic link, they'll get an email with a magic link, and in the query parameters for that magic link, it's going to contain some codes that Supabase can then use to authenticate the user and then create a session for them. But we're still going to need to tell Supabase where to send the user after they click the magic link. So therefore we'll need to create a make a redirect URI. So for example, when we have an app like this, whenever the magic link is clicked, it is going to open up the iPhone application, and we need to let Supabase know that that is basically what happens. So to get started with this, we can go ahead and install a library. So I'll just search for Expo Auth session, like that. And then we'll just need to go ahead and install this. So I'll copy the installation command, paste it down here. And there are a couple components to creating this magic link and making the whole system work. The first thing is creating the magic link and then sending the magic link to the user. The second part is whenever the user clicks the magic link, the system should register that the app has been opened with a magic link, and then get those codes from the query parameters from the magic link and then use those to create a system. So we need to create it, and then we need to make sure that it registers whenever it is being clicked. So first of all, we can go ahead and create the magic link. So what I'll do is I'll up here say import make redirect URI from Expo Auth session, like this. So let me just see what it's complaining about. So what we'll do is say const redirect to is equal to make redirect UI. And I think we might need to restart the TypeScript server and just make sure that this is actually installed. So it is installed, that looks fine. Let me just see if we can find it. Now we can find it, great. So this redirect to we can use to tell tell Supabase where to redirect the user after they click the magic link. And then down here, we can use Supabase to create the magic link itself. So inside the try, we can say await supabase.auth.sign in with one-time password. The email is going to be the email, and under options, we'll say email redirect to, like that. And then this is going to return an auth OTP response, and we can destructure this to one of its components or parameters, which is error, properties, which is error. So now we know whether an error happened or not. Then what we can do is say if error toast.error.message, and we'll then just throw the error as well. And then we can say else toast.success, check your email for the login link, like that. And then we'll just say toasted error down here as well. And then something like something went wrong, please try again. And then we can include a finally, because right now we set is loading to true, and regardless of what happens, we want to set this to false, like regardless of whether an error happens or not, because it shouldn't just be stuck in loading even though an error happens. Good, so this is going to be enough to create the actual magic link itself, and Supabase will then take care of sending the magic link to the user and also creating the user in the database, so we don't have to worry about that. The second part is recognizing the magic link whenever it is being clicked. So what we'll do is we'll hop under, I'll just close everything, and I'll find my source folder. I'll find the hooks folder, and then I'll create a new hook called use deep linking.ts. In here I would like to first of all say const create session from URL. It's an async function like this, and then we can create a hook that uses this function to then recognize whether there is even a URL that has been clicked or not. And then if a magic link has been clicked, then that magic link URL is going to be passed into here, and then we can create the session and then log the user in. So I'll first of all get the parameters from the magic link. So I'll just disable this down here because it's kind of annoying. So I'll say params and error code is equal to query params. We should be able to import these. So I'll just spell it correctly. Query params. So up here we can say import star s query query params from Expo auth session build query params, like that. Then we can say dot get query params, pass in the URL. If there is an error code, then we'll say console dot error deep link error, and then error code as well. So we just print it out, and we'll throw a new error with the error code as well, like that. Good. Otherwise, we can get the access token and refresh token from the query parameters from the magic link. So we can say const access token. So these are the two important query parameters that the magic link contains. And we can use these to log in the user. So I'll say if no access token, then there's an error, and we'll just return. Oh, sorry, it was not an error. Basically, if there's no access token, what I'm doing, if there's no access token, it is not an error. It just means that it was a URL, but it wasn't a magic link with a token. So you can also have a redirect to the app that is a URL, but it doesn't contain an access token because it has nothing to do with the login. So if that is the case, then we'll just do nothing. Next, we can say const data error is equal to awaits Supabase .auth .set session. We can pass in the access token and the refresh token as it says right here in the documentation. And a session is basically just an authenticated state for a user. So it'll contain the access token, the refresh token, and then also some metadata about the user that's logged in, such as maybe the name, email, ID of the user, etc. that can be used to, for example, query the database of the logged in user and get out information that we can show on the screen. Maybe we can get out their progress from one of the quizzes that they play, etc. also. Now we'll just make sure that no error happened. So I'll say if error console.error, and then I'll say session error, and I'll throw an error. So I'll just throw the error that was originally given to us. Then I'll say return data.session like this, and that should then create a session and also return the session such that it can be used. Alright, so how do we actually use this create session from URL? First of all, inside this layout, what we want to do is whenever this is the top component in the hierarchy, so the first one being rendered out. So what we want to do is whenever this renders out, we want to check whether there was a URL and then pass the URL down to this create session from URL. So instead of having a use effect and then doing this manually every time, we can go ahead and create a hook that just checks automatically. So I'll export a constant use deep linking. Then I'll say const URL is equal to linking, and then dots use linking URL. And I don't think this linking one is correct. If I just remove that, it should come from Expo linking like that. Then it's probably a default export, yeah. So I can then say dots use linking URL. Then we define the use effects. And whenever the URL changes, then we're going to say if there is a URL, then we'll create session from URL. So we'll call the function we just created up here. And then we'll pass in that URL, say dot then, and then we're going to receive the session because that is what we created, returned down here. And then we can say if session. I put in the square brackets, it should be the curly braces. If there is a session, then we'll say console.log session created from deep link. We can also put in a .catch, for example, catch the error, console.error, error creating session from URL, and just pass in an error like that. We can also say toast.error, because if the user isn't able to be logged in, we should probably tell the user failed to sign in. Please try again. Like that. And now we can take this use deep linking, and because we have exported it, we can go ahead and hop into the layout, and we'll then say handle deep linking for magic links, and just call this function. Sorry, call this hook. And then we just got this error over here. I think because we're just changing things and it updates in real time, there might be a little error or something. So what I'll do is just restart the app and then see if that fixes the state. Cannot find native module Expo crypto. So what I'll do is I'll just try and run a pre-build. So I'm going to close the app, close these as well, and say npx expo pre-build like this. All right, and then what I'll do is just open it back up. So I'll hop in and say run on iOS like this, and then wait for this to finish. It just finished now and it's opening up the app. So let's just see if we get the same error. Now we don't get the crypto error, which is pretty good, but we get the use linking URL of undefined. So what I'll do is just hop into this again, because we got this earlier as well. Let me just see if the imports are correct. So I think we just need to say import star s linking. All right, let me try and save that. See what happens. And it's super slow. Let me just try and restart this. Maybe it's stuck in some weird states. All right, so now we're able to open this up. And it probably also checks for the linking right here. So we just try and say console.log testing for linking. And we can see that the hook actually tests for the linking as it should in here, which is a good sign. Now, let me try and hop into the email auth and then send an actual link. So I'm going to put in an email. So just a random spam email I have, send the magic link. It says network request failed. So the reason this happens, and it's a pretty important point because you might get confused if this happens to you. It probably didn't happen to you, but for me, the reason is because my Supabase project is frozen. So whenever you don't use a Supabase project for, I think it's a week or something, on the free plan, they're going to pause your project. And then whenever you make requests to it like this, you're just going to get a network request failed. Luckily though, you can just hop into Supabase and then you can restart the project or like resume the project. So that's what I'm just going to go ahead and do, and then it should work afterwards. So inside the Supabase project right here, I can say resume project, or Supabase dashboard right here, I can say resume project, click resume, and this should take maybe 10 minutes or so. And then whenever this is done, we should be able to make a network requests successfully. So I'll just wait for this to finish and then we can check it out. The project has now been restored, and hopping under authentication, for example, we should be able to see that there are no users in the project right now. Then one thing we need to add before we can make the redirect work is we can just hop into app.json and find the scheme right here. So this scheme is basically the ID or the name of the app. Then if I copy this right here, hop back into Supabase, we should be able to hop under authentication and then something like URL configuration. Under the redirect URLs, we can see that we have URLs that auth providers are permitted to redirect to post authentication. So I'll say add URL and I'll put in convo. And this is just something that matches the exact root URI with no path. Then we'll add this one. And I'll also add so we can match all subpaths. So for example, if there is a path or a query after the scheme right here, it'll also be a wildcard that is able to match those. So adding these just makes sure that Supabase doesn't reject the redirects, such that we can move on. Good. Now let's click Save URLs. And then one more thing you can look at is, for example, this rate limits right here. So you can notice that we have a rate limit for sending emails. It is 2 emails per hour. So this shouldn't be used for production. So in production, you probably want to configure your own SMTP provider such that you can send as many emails as possible. So this is just, so if you play around with it too much, you might get an error where it isn't able to send any more emails. So this might be why that happens. Good. Now we should be able to hop back in here into email auth. And then first of all, I would like to print out the content of this redirect to, just to see what it does. And then down here, just to make sure we don't use all of our emails, so the 2 per hour, I just want to comment this out. Sorry, remove this right there. And this should then allow us to just see whatever the value of this one is right here. Good. So now if I open up the terminal, we can see that it redirects to Convo, so the app. So that should be fine. Good. Now let's try and bring this in, save it, and then put in our email. Say send magic link. And then I'll hop into my inbox real quick. Inside the inbox, we have this email right here called Supabase Auth. And we can then click this link, or not click it actually. You can copy the link, and then I'll just put it into the bar up here so we can see what it contains. We have the redirect to, and then it redirects to the scheme of the application. So if you don't click this link, but instead copy it, hop back into the emulator. And then what I'll do is I'll just click right there and then put it into Safari. So I'll paste it into Safari right here, click enter. And then I would like to open this in Convo. I'll say open. And now it redirects us to the mobile application. And now we're no longer on the authentication page. We are on the authenticated page. So basically it means that we were successfully logged in. And then we should also have a session right here that says which user we are. If we hop back into Supabase, we should be able to hop under users. And then let me just refresh here. I can see we have the user with my email, provider email, and then the last sign in. Good. So it seems to be working like it should. So just to make it clear to you why this happens, if we just go into layout.tsx and the layout that's in the root right here, we can go down and then we see we get this session from use auth, our hook. So this session, we then check if there is no session, aka if the user is not logged in. Then we show the intro screen, which has all of this login stuff. Otherwise, if the user is logged in and have a session, then we show the following right here. So we show the stack, and the stack component will automatically find this folder tabs right here and then map out those screens. And those screens right here is what we see over on the actual iPhone simulator. Now, we were missing one thing back from the intro screen. So just to hop back to the intro screen without logging out, because remember we are logged in now and we only have 2 authentication email requests per minute, per hour. We can just go ahead and make sure we render this out. So I'll just say if true, like this. Then we're going to render out. Let me just comment this out like that. Then we can render this out again. And then right now I would like to implement the gesture handler. So hopping into the intro screen and then going all the way down to the menu. So this is animated.view down here. We have this to do called gesture handler. So this is the menu that we see. So right now we can click it and it slides up and down, but I would like to actually swipe on the handle as well. So what I'll do is I'll put in a gesture detector and then encapsulate or enclose this within it. Inside this, we'll put in something called gesture, and then we need to define a gesture and then also how it should respond to that gesture. So hopping all the way up, let me just go up to somewhere like here. We can say const pan gesture is equal to, and we'll say gesture from React Native gesture handler. And remember, inside this layout, we put in the gesture handler root view right here, such that we're able to actually do these gestures and detect them. So we can say gesture.pan.onEnd. Then we'll receive the events. And we're going to run this on something called a worklet. So basically what this does is that when we put in this directive worklet, it is going to tell the animation library that the function should be compiled into a small standalone JavaScript function that will run on the UR thread and not the main JavaScript thread. So this just makes sure that it doesn't lag or like conflict with other work being done on the main thread that could then cause the animation to be less smooth or not run in the speed that it is supposed to do. So that is basically why we put in this worklet right here. Sometimes when you do animations, etc. here in Expo, you see that the animations are kind of like laggy or slow, and this could be the reason for why, if you're missing this, for example. So first we'll put in const swipe threshold. We'll set this to 50. We'll say is up swipe is equal to event.translation y is less than minus swipe threshold, and then we'll check for whether it's a down swipe as well. So these are just two Boolean flags, so this will be more than swipe threshold like that. And now we can say if it's an up swipe, then we'll open the menu. So I'll say menu translate y dot value is equal to, and we'll say with spring, which is an animation type. We can put in 0, so we set the value of this one to 0 eventually. And we'll then put in these parameters, so damping. You can play around with these like I said before. Stiffness 200 and mass 1. And I'll just copy this statement and say else if is down swipe. And we'll then just animate it to the closed position. And we'll put damping, stiffness, and mass to the same values again. Now, if I take this pan gesture and go all the way down and put it in right here and save, let me just see if I can swipe up and down, and I can. So regardless on where on the menu I am, I'm able to swipe up and down like this. So it works perfectly. Good, so our work here with the intro screen is done. I'm going to remove this to do, and then I'll close this one down too, hop into layout.tsx and just revert this change we made for debugging purposes. Going back up, what happens now is that when the user is logged in, I would like to take them to the onboarding page in case they're not currently onboarded. So the way we can check whether they're onboarded or not, for example, is going into the database. So we have the table editor right here. Then we can just see the table here as well. So we have the auth that uses the ID on the user database table as the primary key. So we have all the users stored in this table with the users, and then we also create this profiles table over here that contains their full name, Chinese level, motivations, interests, etc., and also an onboarding completed flag. So we can use this to check whether they're currently onboarded or not. And then whenever they complete the onboarding, we're going to insert a row into this profiles table right here, and then connect that row with all the onboarding information to the specific user via this primary key right here. So that is what we're going to do. So I would like to create a page over here in the app. So I'll say app, new file, onboarding.tsx. Inside here, we would like to create the onboarding page itself. And then in here in the layout, we're going to check whether they're onboarded or not. And if they're not onboarded, we're going to redirect them to the onboarding page instead of redirect them to the normal page, which is what we saw just a second ago. So first I would like to create, oh wait a second, I can see I removed something down here. So I'll just say Control Z just to bring that back. That was a mistake from earlier. So now we have the if not session again, and then we can show this over here like it should. All right, so going back to what we wanted to do, up under use deep linking, we're going to redirect to onboarding in case they are not already onboarded. First, I'll just render out something inside onboarding just to make sure we're actually redirected to an existing page. So I'll say export defaults function onboarding screen like that. And I would like to return, and I'll just return a view from React Native like that. And then I would like to return some text from React Native 2, this that just says onboarding, like this. Now we can hop into this layout, and then down here we can say use effect, And then we can put in the session. So whenever the session changes, we can check whether the user is onboarded or not. So I'll say if not loading and session. Then we'll say if not profile or not profile.onboarding completed. And the reason we have this information about the profile is because if we hop into the Auth provider right here, we can see that we have the what we wrap the entire application in the Auth provider, and we have the use state with the profile, and then we load the profile, and this will then fetch the profile, so all the information from the database into the about the user specific profile, and then set that as the use state variable up here. And this means that through the hook use auth, we can get the profile out and then use that to check whether they're onboarded or not. And this profile is an any, so that is why we can't really see whether this is correct or not. We just know that onboarding is something that we have created inside the migration right here. Good. Then what I would like to do is just say const in onboarding. If we're currently on the onboarding screen, it doesn't make sense to redirect to the onboarding screen again, only if we are not currently on the onboarding screen. So I'll say const segments is equal to use segments like this. Then I'll say is equal to segments 0 is equal to onboarding. So if the current URL basically, or the first part of the URL is onboarding, then we are going to say that then we're going to not redirect them. So if not in onboarding, then I'll say router dot replace the current one with onboarding like that. And then if we hover over here, we can see that there's no overlap between onboarding and then these types up here, which is correct. So going down to the stack, I would like to just add another one called onboarding like this, and I'll just remove the following ones right there, and also for this tabs actually. And then we can remove this modal thing because we're not really using that. I don't know what it is. Then going up to here, to the stack top right there, we can then say screen options, and then header shown false, just apply it to all of them instead of only one of them. Good. And now it still doesn't find this one right here. So what I'll do is just close down the terminal, restart the TypeScript server, because we do have the file up here and we have the thing registered down here as well. So hopefully it should work out just fine. Yeah, it seems like it. And then we'll just start up the iOS simulator again. And I'll just close this down. So this should allow us to automatically be redirected to the onboarding in just a second whenever this boots up. And then we can start out, or we can continue implementing the onboarding.tsx file over here. Now it actually still doesn't redirect us to the onboarding, and it's because I forgot to add these down here. So the variables we depend on inside the use effect is loading, session we already have, profile, and also segments like this. And now whenever one of these changes, it should take us to the onboarding, and it does. Great. I'll close this down and also this one and hop into onboarding. So some things I know we're going to need is going to be some kind of step counter. So step, set step, because we'll have multiple steps in an onboarding. This will be a use states, and I'll just set the default value to 0. What else do we need? We are going to need some name. This will be just an empty string by default. We're going to need some level. We're also going to need some motivations. Like that. Both of these will actually be an array of strings, because that's what we defined in the database as well. So if I go under migrations, we can see that the motivations and also the interests are going to be array of texts. So that's why we reflect that over here. And I'll just set this to null per default because they aren't filled out, and then allow the type to be that. And I'll just copy this down actually. Then we're going to have also the selected interests. And this looks fine. Let me just make this, and wait, I made a mistake over here. This should just be a string or null, and I'll set it to null. These ones should not be nullable, they're just arrays. Alright, so I'll put in an empty string, also an empty array, and remove the nulls, like that. And then we can put in a show paywall, because after the onboarding is finished, we'll have an onboarding screen being shown automatically. So we'll need to have a toggle for triggering that as well. Like this. Good. So this is at least what I know that we're going to have. Then we can start building this out and see what else we're going to need. So behind the scenes, I just went into the GitHub, went under app and then onboarding.tsx. Then I copied all the styling, so the style sheet down here. So you can just go ahead and do that. And then we'll just import style sheet, and then we should be able to have it work. So I'll say import style sheet from React Native. I'll just add it up here actually. Alright, then going down we have colors. So we can import the colors like that, and then we should be good. I would like to return not a view, but a safe area view from React Native safe area context like that. In here we can put in style. We'll put in styles.container, and we'll set a background color to colors, and we'll just need to get the colors as well. So the same colors that were used down here, so the ones defined in here, we can actually get by saying const colors is equal to colors, and then we have the light version. So I'll take these colors and say dots background like that, and now we have the background for the onboarding. We can then say keyboard avoiding view. Inside here I'll put in some properties. First of all, I'll say behavior. So what I found was that I was testing both on Android and also on iPhone, and the behavior of this keyboard avoiding view needs to be changed depending on which device it is, because if we set it only to one of these, then it'll work only on iPhone, and the other one will work only on Android. So it's pretty important that you set this. Now I put in platform.os is equal to iOS. Then we'll toggle it. Then we'll use a behavior called padding. Otherwise, we'll use a behavior called height like this. Then we'll just put in a style tag with flex 1. This will just make it take up 100% of the remaining space. In here we can put in a normal view from React Native. We can say style is equal to styles.header like this. Inside this one we'll put in if the step is larger than 0, then we would like a back button. Then I'll render this out. In the case of that, I'll say touchable opacity. In here we can import something called ion icons. So we'll just need to do that up here. And this is from the vector icons again. So I can say import ion icons from, and then I think it's Expo vector icons, ion icons like that. Perfect. And then down here we can use that icon now. And this will be an icon with the name, arrow back, size 24, color is equal to colors.text, like this. And that is of course only if the step is less than 0. We'll just set it to -1 so we can see what it looks like. If I click it up here, we can see that it has some kind of weird opacity change. It has a kind of opacity change, and that is this touchable opacity that will make sure that it feels like it's a responsive clickable button. We can just define a function for what happens whenever we click this. So I'll say const handle back is equal to a new function. If the step is more than 0, then we'll set step to step -1. Otherwise, we'll say router that back, like this. And let me just see if we need to import this from Expo router, like that. Then down here for the touchable opacity, we can say on press, handle back, and we also have a style actually called styles.back button. So just going down to this one, it just sets a margin right, such that there can be something to the right of this, in case that's what we want. So right now, this is -1, so we'll just set this to 0 again, and then it should be shown correctly. Then the next thing I would like to add is a progress bar up here. So right after this one right there, we can say a new view, and I'll say style is equal to styles.progress bar container. In here, I'll say new view again, style, and we'll put in styles.progress bar itself, and we can put in a width, because this width down here will need to change every time a step changes, because the width of the progress bar needs to move. So that is why we set the width here and not in the style tag. Not in the style sheet down here, because I think if you change things in the style sheet down here, it causes some problems. So if you want to like change the CSS properties, do it up here in the tag itself. So I'll say width, put it in the 2 backticks, and then I would like to inject step +1 divided by 4 times 100, like that. And this is a percentage, like that. And let me just see what else we need. Background color, colors.primary accent color, like this. And the reason we have divided by 4 right here is because we have 4 different steps. So we're going to have 4 different steps, probably something with this one, this one, this one, and this one, or something like that. And then we have a 0 indexed step up here. So that is why we plus with 1. So for example, on step 0, aka the first step, it is going to be 1 divided by 4 times 100, aka 25%. And that is how it is being rendered out up here. Now we just need to add in the actual main content. So going down here under the progress bar, we'll say view style is equal to styles.main content. Then I'll put in animated.view, like that. And I think we just need to import this from React Native. In here, I'll say key, step, entering, fade in, like that. So I think maybe the import is incorrect. Let me just try and re-import it from the React Native reanimated. Perfect. Then we can say exiting is fade out. So what this will do is just make some fancy animations between the different steps whenever we change the steps. We'll then say style flex 1 to take up all the space. And I think we just need to move this out of the header. So this is the header. So I'll move it down below that. And now the progress bar fills the entire space again. And then we can begin to populate this down here. So I would like to create 4 different functions, a function for rendering each step. So going up here, I'll say constant render step 0 name, like that, is equal to a new function that just returns JSX. We'll return a view. Style should be styles.stepContainer. We'll say themed text. We'll call this type title. Style should be styles.title. So that will just be a large text, so a higher font size, make it bold, and then we make some margin bottom such that the text below this title is going to be spaced a little bit apart from it. Then we'll say, what should we call you? Like that. And we can just render this out actually. So going down here, we can say if the step is equal to 0, then we are going to render this out. And let me just hop back here. So below this, we'll put in another theme text. This will have the type, I'll just remove this. I'll say style.subtitle. Then I'll say your name will be used. Like this, your name will be used to personalize your lessons. Below this, I'll put in a regular text inputs, like that. And then I'll just close it like this. Then we can say placeholder, your name, like this. And let me just see, I think we did a wrong import up here. So I'll just import it from React Native instead. We have the input here. What else can we put in? We can put in some styles.input. So going down here, we have a larger font size. We have the border bottom width. So we have the bottom border down here only. Then we have some padding vertical. So there is some padding on the top side and bottom side of the text. And also some margin top to space it apart from the titles up here. Now we can also add some more. So I'll say colors.text, border color, colors.icon, like that. All right. Then I can put in placeholder, text color. This will be a subdued gray color, 9CA3AF, like that. We'll put in the value. That should just be the state variable on change text, set name, and we'll put in auto focus like this. So as soon as this page loads, it is going to automatically focus on this input field such that the user is able to type within it. Good. Then we can just add the next step down here. So I'll just copy this. I'll copy the entire thing actually. Say render step 1 level. And then we can say how much Chinese do you know? Then I'll take the title, the function name, and just go down here, copy that line, paste in the new function name, and say only render that if the step is 1. So down here I can just say Andreas, and then right now we can move on to the next step. So I'll just manually trigger the step change. Or actually, I think this doesn't update because it is being rendered over here, and it's not that way that hot reload works. So maybe I just need to add a button for continuing to the next step. So let's just quickly do that before creating more steps. Going all the way down to here, we'll put in a view. Then I'll say styles.footer. And we'll say set index should be 10, like that. Inside this footer box, we're going to put in a touchable opacity. So this is going to be the button, which will change the opacity whenever you touch it. In here, we can put in some style. We have styles.continue button. So if I just go right here, we can see all of these styles for the continue button. And we'll add some custom styles as well. So I'll make this an array, and then I'll add some custom styles here. I'll say background color. And the background color is going to depend on whether we can move to the next step or not. So going up, I'll just create a function that checks whether we are or should be able to click this button or not in the first place. We'll call this is next enabled. Then we'll say, so this depends on which step we are currently on, right? So I can say if the step is equal to 0, then we'll return the name.trim.length is more than 0. So this will be a Boolean value. So if we're currently on this step right here, then name.trim.length right now would be more than 0 because something is filled in. But if the input is empty, then name.trim.length will be 0. And then this is going to return false, and therefore next should not be enabled. So that is basically how this function works. It just checks whether the input fields are correct. Then we can just copy this line down. If the step is 1, then I'll return if not level. So if level is not set, if the step is 2, I can say if motivations.length is more than 0, well then you have filled in the motivations, and then you should be good to move on to the next step. If step is 3, we can say selected interests.length is more than 0. And then down here, to make sure all paths return something, I'll just return false to make it a function that only returns a boolean. If I don't do this, it can return boolean or undefined, and that is kind of not what we want. So taking this function, hopping down here, now we can make the background color depend on whether we can move on to the next step or not. So let's say background color depends on is next enabled. If it is enabled, we'll say colors.primary accent color. Otherwise, we'll put in a subdued gray color, E5, like this, and then E7, EB. And then we'll just hop down and add another property. We'll add onPress. And this should then be a function that continues to the next step. So hopping up to under this function, we'll just say const handle continue is equal to a new function. If the step is less than 3, because that is the last step you can be at, we'll set the step to step plus 1, so 1 step further than the current one. Otherwise, we should be done with the full onboarding flow, and then we'll save the profile. So we'll just go ahead and implement that later on, because that's not the purpose right now. I'll take this handle continue, hop down, put it into onPress, and then right now the button has a disabled color, but you can still click it. So what I want to do is actually also disable the button. So I'll say disabled if not is next enabled, like that. So right now we can't click it, but as soon as I fill something in, we can click it. All right. And then for the contents of the button itself, we'll put in a themed text. And then I'll say if the step is equal to 3, then I'll render out get started. Otherwise, I would render out continue. So continue, and then continue again. And then actually this looks pretty hideous, but luckily we have a styling for the button. So I'll say styles.continue button text. So now it looks way better, like this. All right, then let's create step number 2. So if I put in Andreas here, say continue. Now, this is just a copy of step 1. So I'll go down to here, remove this text input, and then remove this theme text as well, and replace that with a scroll view. I would like to put in the content container style. We can then put in a row gap of 16. This just puts a spacing in between the different elements in the list of the scroll wheel right here. We can also say style, and I'll just put in margin top and set that to 20. So I'll say Andreas, and I think this scroll view might be a wrong input. Oh, sorry, wrong import. I think it might be from React Native instead, like that. Continue, and we're good to go now. Inside the scroll view, we should have the different levels of Chinese that you are able to click. So something like easy, medium, hard, etc. So we're going to hop all the way up to the top here and define these constants. So what I'll do is say const levels is equal to a new array, and then we'll have the ID beginner, title beginner, and description. I know a few words or nothing at all, like that. All right, then we'll copy this down twice. So we have beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And then intermediate will copy down, advanced will copy down as well. Down here we can say, I can have basic conversations. And down for the advanced, we'll say something like, I can express myself fluently. All right, now let's hop down to step number 1 here and then render these out. So I'll say levels.map, and we'll get a level out. And then we can render out buttons, which are touchable opacities. Each of these, because we're inside a map, will need to have a key. So we'll put in l.id. So this is just going to be the beginner, intermediate, advanced keys. And then for the styling, we can put in, let me just put in an array. We can put in styles.option card down here. So this will have some padding to make it a little bit more padded, and then border color, border radius, and a border width. So you'll see it'll probably just look something exactly like a card as you know it. And then we can also say level is equal to l.id. So this is an if statement. If that is the case, then we're going to apply the following styling. We'll set the border color to colors.primary accent color. And we'll also set a background color to hashtag FFF5F0, like that. So this just means that the one you have selected will have a different background color. And now you can't really select them, so we'll just implement you being able to do that. So hopping down here, we'll say on press set level to l.id. And then let me check out the logic. So now you can click these, and this will then have a background change. It will have a border change set by the following if statement right here. Now let's fill out the content of the card itself. So I'll put in theme text, and we can put in an l.title, and just style this. It looks pretty hideous right now. So styles.option title. Like that. And we can say if we do the same as we did up here, put in this if statement. If we have the selected card, then we'll set the color to colors.primary accent color, like that. So we also color the text and not just the border of the card. Then we just need the description itself. So I'll copy this theme text down, say l.description. I'll remove the if statement, we don't really need that, and I'll call this option description, like that. So it is going to look like this, and only the title is going to be colored, not the description, because we didn't include the if statement right here. And you can notice how that now we have selected something, we are able to click continue, and the reason is that up here, because we have a level set, this will then be true, and we'll then be able to move on to the next one. Good. So I'll just copy the following step right here. Hop down and say render step 2. This will be called motivation. And going down, we'll set this to render step 2 motivation. So I'll just click continue. It should be the same now. Down here, we'll say, why are you learning Chinese? Then I would like to apply a subtitle. So I'll just copy the subtitle from up here and say select all that apply, like that. And then we can just change out the content here. So I'll set this to 10. And then instead of looping through the levels, I'll loop through motivations. So this is another constant which we'll set up here. So what I'll do is just copy this array, call it motivations. Then we have travel, we have work, we have family. And if I copy this 2 more times, we have culture and hobby. All right. Then I'll copy these down and just fix the names and hobby. And then we can put in an icon instead. So I have found some icons that matches these different motivations. So for travel, for example, we can put in an airplane outline, render that out. For work, we can put in briefcase outline. For family, we can put in people outline. For culture, book outline. For hobby, we can put in a game controller outline, and then just use these now to render out the actual step. So I'll loop through the levels, and we are able to select multiple of these motivations. So that is why for each of these, I'm just going to return some code instead. Inside this, I would like to return the JSX. So we can say const is selected is equal to if the motivations that includes the following one we are looping over. So this will be m for motivation, m.id. Then I would like to render out a button with the styling option card, styles.motivation card as well. And then I'll say if is selected is true, then we'll just do the same as we did down here. And we're going to need a function for toggling a motivation, which just adds it to the list of motivations up here. Because remember, we need to be able to select multiple motivations and not just switch between one. So hopping up to somewhere up here, we'll just say const toggle motivation is equal to id string. So this is what we call whenever we want to add a new motivation to the list. If motivations.includes id, then we'll set motivations to motivations.filter is not id, like that. Else we'll set the motivations to the existing motivations and add the ID. So basically, whenever we call this toggle motivation, we pass in a motivation. If the list already includes the motivation, we're going to remove it from the list. So basically, we use this filter operation to filter out any motivations that has this specific ID right here. So that is how we do that. If the list does not contain that motivation that we want to add, we're going to destructure the entire list or spread the entire list into a new array, and then add that ID to that array as well. So that is how that works. Going down here, we can say onPress motivation.id, and then we just want to render out the actual icons as well. So what I'll do is I'm just going to remove this one. I'll say icons. And then remember, we have the icon saved on the motivation itself. So we can say m.icon, and then we'll say as any, because right now this has to be one of these specific ones, but we just defined m.icon as a string. So a string is more broad than these specific types right here. So that is why we need to just make the string any, and then it's going to fit. Unless we, of course, took the type of name and then make sure that icon up here was that, but that's a lot of work, so we'll just avoid that. I'll then say size 24, and I'll say color. If is selected is true, we'll use the colors.primary accent color, otherwise colors.icon. And let me just see, theme text, we can render out the option title styling based on whether it is selected or not. And down here we can put in the motivation.title. I'll just test it out now. Beginner. And we can add multiple like we should be able to. Great. Lastly, we can render out the interests. So if I copy this render step 2, we'll say render step 3 interests like that. Scrolling down, let me find it here. If step is free, render step free interests. Then I'll say, what are you interested in? Select all that apply again. And what I'll do is just hop up here. And then I would like to create a new dictionary called interest, or new array, sorry, called interests, which is just a new array. One could be food and dining. Another one could be business, daily life, technology, art. We have music. There's also politics and sports. All right. Then these are the interests we want to render out. So I'll loop through the interests instead. And because this is just a straight up array and not a array of objects, we don't need this .id. I'll just call this I for interest as well. And then say if the interests, and it was selected interests that include this specific interest, then we're going to do that, or render that out, sorry. So we'll have the I for interest, we'll have the styles, that is going to be styles.tag, because it is not going to be a full card like this with both an icon, title, etc. It's just going to be a tag instead. And then down here, if it is selected, we're going to say border color, colors.primary accent color like this. And then down here, we'll say toggle interest. So let me just create a function for that up here. Toggle interest. And here we pass in the interests. There, and there. So I'll say selected interests that include the interest. Then we'll set the selected interests to selected interests that filter interest does not include the interest. And we'll do the same down here. All right, so we have it should be background color. And also the border color, these two right here. And then down here, we'll say toggle interest instead. Just I for interest. We don't have any icons, so I'll just remove this icon right there. And then say I for interest. And down here, it should be tag text. So we have the tag itself. And then we have the text inside the tag. And I think the rest of this is fine. So let me just try and save. Move on. So now we have the different tags down here. So as you can see, we need to change the text of the actual tag content. So what we'll do is we'll say if is selected, then we'll have the color be hashtag FFF, like that. So it's going to look like this. So the text changes from black to white, and then it fits the background color better. And I think the tags don't have the right, styles, because you can see it fills out the full width of the screen, and that wasn't really the purpose. The thought behind the tags is that a tag only fills just as much as the text does, basically. And then they are like side by side, and when they overflow the row, they go to the next row. So I think it might be because we have a scroll view that should just be a view. So I'll just go ahead and do that. And then I'll say, I will remove this one. Say styles dot tag container, like that. And now it's no longer scrollable, and it wraps around to the different rows like it should. Great. And another thing I just noticed is that this is spelled wrong. So selected interests should be selected interests, like that. So let me just fix that. selected interests. I'll just do it manually to make sure I don't get any weird errors, because sometimes you do if you just say replace all. Great. So now if I pick one of these or a couple of these, we can see that it says get started. So remember, whenever we reach the final step up here and continue, we need to save the profile. So what I'll do is say const save profile is equal to a new function. We'll make it async because we'll do some database calls or something. I'll put in a try, a catch, and then I'll say await Supabase dot, and then auth dot get user, like that. Then we can say const data user, so destructure it, and then we have the user right here. Inside this, we can then say if not user, throw new error, no user found. All right, this makes sure that we have a user that we can save it on. Next, we would like to upsert into that table that we created earlier called profiles. So I'll say awaits Supabase dot from profiles dot upserts. And the reason we're using an upsert instead of an insert, for example, is because let's say there was a bug where the user was able to click continue or get started, multiple times quickly. Then the system would insert 2 rows, for example. So to prevent any kind of weird bugs like that, we'll just put in an upsert, and this will just work as an insert basically, because the user won't be able to really change these onboarding questions in the database afterwards anyways. So I'll say id user.id. We have the full name, that should be the name. We have a Chinese level, that should be level. So these are just all the ones right here that I'm listing out. Then we have the motivations. We have the interests. Selected interests. And then onboarding completed. We'll just set that to true because it is completed now. And we have an updated at timestamp. This will be a new dates.toISO string, such that it can be stored. That is why we make it toISO string. And this will return something like an error, for example. So we can say const error is equal to. So if this doesn't work, if error, then we'll throw that error, because it just returns the error, it doesn't throw it, so we'll do it for it. And next up, this entire thing has been put into the database or inserted into the database, but the session still doesn't reflect that. So inside this auth provider right here, remember we store the profile in a use state. So now we need to refetch this right here, the load profile, and then get the new updated profile for the user into these into the auth provider. So what we can do is we can say const, and then I think we have use auth. Inside this one, we have a refresh profile, and that is implemented, I think, inside the auth provider. Refresh profile, exactly. So we can say const refresh profile is equal to use auth, and then whenever we have saved the profile, we'll just go ahead and do that to make sure it is reflected. I think we need to await this as well. Yes. And then what if it fails? Well, in that case, we'll say console.error, and then error saving profile, and we'll say toast.error. So we'll just need to import the toast. And then we'll say failed to save your profile. Please try again. All right, this will be error like that. And then we just need to show the paywall. And that is that. So save profile. I'll just find the step changer. So that is here. So this should be good for saving the profile. For the paywall, we actually already have this use state defined. So I'll just say set your paywall to true, and then render out showing the paywall, depending on whether that is true or not, down here, all the way down in the return statement. Let's just create the component first. So hopping under components, and then I would like to say subscription as a folder. And I can then say paywall.tsx. In here I'll say export function paywall. I would like to pass down 2 different props as well. So the first one is visible, a boolean. The next one is on close. So what happens whenever you do close the paywall and you don't like pay for anything, for example. So we have the visible and on close, and then we can just return, let me just say a view. Inside this, we'll return some texts. Hello, from React Native as well. Great. Now let me just hop down here. So right under this keyboard avoiding view, because the paywall is going to be like an overlay that pops up from the bottom and just spawns. So we'll put it all the way down here at the bottom in the root basically. Then I'll say paywall, and we need to pass in visible, and that is of course the show paywall use states. And whenever we do close the paywall, we are going to redirect the user, because remember, now the onboarding flow is done. So whenever you click get started and you're done with it, you should be taken to the place where you can actually, or the page where you can actually like do your lessons, etc. So we'll say router.replace, and right now we don't really have the page done. So we'll just redirect to the explore page, for example, and save that here. And then we can go ahead and get started with implementing the paywall. First, I would like to copy in all of the styling. So what I did behind the scenes was hop into the GitHub, go under components, subscription, paywall.tsx, and copy the full style sheet like this. So this is quite a large style sheet because the paywall is very styling heavy or style heavy. It looks pretty nice. So we'll just go ahead and add that up here. Then second of all, I would like to go ahead and create the types which we'll need for showing the plans, because remember in the paywall, we have some different pricing plans that we can show. So I'll say interface feature. A feature will have an icon, which is a key of, type of, ion icons, dot, glyph map, like that. We have a title, which is a string, and a description, which is a string as well. If we then say interface plan, we have an ID, which is a string, name, which is a string. We have a price. We have a period. We have a billing cycle. We have some features. And this will of course be a list of the feature we just created up there. We then have recommended, because for one of the plans, probably the middle one, it is pretty normal to put in like a flag that says recommended or something, because a lot of people pick that plan specifically. And we'll put in savings, which is a string, and that is, for example, if you take the yearly plan, it will show some specific savings because you took that plan. Now, instead of filling out all the different plans yourself, you can go into the GitHub under components, subscription, paywall, and just copy in the plan and also the features. So behind the scenes, I just went into GitHub and I copied the following two. We have the plans and also the features up here. So that is what I just copied in. Now let me just see what it says. String is not assignable to feature. So this will just be a string actually. And what does it then say? Hopping all the way down, we have a couple of variables that we are missing. So colors, for example, we can at least import. Then we have the width of a feature card. So for the width, we can hop all the way up, and then somewhere up here, we can say const width. is equal to dimensions, and then get the width of the window itself, like that, and that should help us solve that problem. Now, I'll just say, I can say it says hello, so that is the paywall right here. So it seems to be working fine. Great, so under onboarding, let me just say true to that one. And now the paywall should always be shown, and then we can start to render it out slowly. Now, first of all, as I said, the paywall is going to be a modal or some kind of thing that slides up from the bottom. So I'll say modal, import that. We can say, should the modal be visible? Well, that is if the visible flag is true, aka if this show paywall here is true, because that is being passed down. And right now we can't see anything, and that's probably because the modal takes up all of the page content. Then we'll say animation type, slide, presentation style, page sheets, on, request, close, on, close, because you can slide down the modal, as far as I remember, with your finger. You can just like slide it down as a gesture. Now in here we'll put in a save area view. I'll put in some styles.container, and we'll say edges, and we'll put in top like this. So this is what it looks like. Under the container, we have a background color, and we have flex1, so it takes up all of the different content. Then we can create a cool linear gradient for the background. So if I say linear gradient, we can put in the colors we want to work with. This should be an array, so colors.primary accent color. We can put in hashtag FF6B35. We can also put in hashtag 1A, 2E. Then we can put in some more properties. Let me just see what it's complaining about. This should be uppercase, by the way. Import that from React. Then we want to put in a start. The start will just be x0, y0, like that. And we need some kind of end. We'll set this to y1. The style should be styles.gradient, and the location should be 0, 0.4, 1. And then we just need to import this linear gradient component. So I'm not sure if we have this library or whether it's installed in Expo automatically, but we can say import linear gradient from, and then Expo, let me see, we don't, so we just need to search for Expo linear gradient, and this should be the one. Let me just see if we can run this command instead. Alright, so opening up the terminal again, we'll import the component, install the library. And then let me see if we can find the linear gradient now. Alright. Going down, it still doesn't work, so maybe we need to just restart the app or something, because we just installed this library. So I'll just close down the terminal, just close down these two things here, start back up the app, and then just wait for the app to open up again. Alright, so the app is now open, and it looks pretty amazing, this gradient here in the background. I can slide down this thing, and then it closes like it should. Alright, so under this linear gradient here, we can put in a header with a close button. So I'll say view, and then give it a style, styles.header. And let me just see, import that. Inside this, we can put in a pressable. This will contain icons, name, close, size 24, and we'll give it a white color. like that. Now, I'll just give it some styling as well. So the principal will say style, and we have a styles.close button. So down here, it'll set a width and a height for it, so it looks like this. It's larger. It'll give it a border radius that makes it round. It'll give it a background color with half opacity. That is why it looks this way. Then it'll align the cross right here inside the center, both on the vertical and the horizontal axis. Now, whenever this button is closed, it should trigger the same thing as if you just slide down right here. So that is just calling the onClose function. So on press, I'll say onClose. So if I click this now, it will close it just like it does whenever you slide down. Good. Then under this principal, I'll put in a text that says Go Premium. We'll give it some style. Styles.header title. And we'll put in this one that just says header spacer. Like that. Good. So we just need to import this probably from React Native. Nice. So now we have the Go Premium right here. And then it looks fine. So the reason we have this header spacer right here is because if I comment it out, we can see the Go Premium is shifted all the way to the end. So inside this header, we have, it's a flex basically, and then we have space between. So it'll take all the elements and space them out as much as possible. So if there are only two elements, it is going to take this one, and then put them in each different side. But I would like this close button to be in the left, this one to be in the middle, and then nothing to be on the right. So therefore I just put in a dummy element with nothing to the right. So we can just avoid having to do any complex CSS and logic to make this kind of structure happen. And then below the view, I'll put in a scroll view like that from React Native. I'll say styles.scroll view, and content container style will be styles.scroll content. Shows vertical scroll indicator. We'll set to false. Alright, and then we can start to populate the scroll view itself. So first of all, I would like some kind of intro section. So we'll put in a view styles.intro section. So it just aligns things center and then spaces the following content with the margin bottom. So inside this one, we can put in some text and then say join over and then 5 million. And this might be a little bit of an exaggeration given this data for app, but this will give you the gist of how to make these kind of styles basically. You can just change them however you like. I'll say styles.title. And for this one, I would like to say styles.highlight. So this will allow us to make this one different than the other one. And I'll just say join like that. And users. And below this, we can put in another text that says learning with Convo, our application. Style, and then styles.subtitle. So it's going to look exactly like that. Pretty good in my opinion. Next up, we have the features up here. So these features, we have advanced curriculum, target your mistakes, etc. For each of these, we show an icon, a title, and a description. So let's use a .map to loop through those. Down here, I would like to say view, and then style, styles.feature container. So this one will just be a flex that has flex wrap. So if there are too many features, it'll wrap down to the next row. And then inside this, we can put in features.map. For each feature, we get a feature and a index, and then we'll render that out. So we'll return a view, and we need to remember to specify the key because we're inside the map. So we'll just say index and styles.feature card like that. So now we have the different feature cards here. Inside each feature card, we need a view as well. Then we'll say styles.featureIcon, and this will be ion icons, and the specific icon we use depends on what was defined up in the dictionary. So this will be feature.icon, the property. We'll just set a default size to 24 always, and we'll set a color to always be colors.primary accent color, like that. So now it shows the different colors in a pretty cool fashion. Below this view, we'll put in a text. This will be feature.title. We can also put in a feature.description like that. Now this looks hideous, so we'll just go ahead and style it too. Styles.featureTitle. So this will just set the font size, font weight, so how thick the text is, the color, and then space it a little bit away from the description. We can do the same for the description. We'll just need to use feature description instead. And then it looks like this. So the title is a little bit larger than the description, which makes sense. All right. Now the user should be able to pick between showing the prices yearly and monthly. So we need some kind of toggle to toggle between those two states. So therefore we are first going to create a use state just for storing which state we're currently showing. And then we'll create the toggle for toggling between those down here afterwards. So up here, I'm going to say const billing cycle and set billing cycle is equal to use states. It can either be annual, aka yearly, or it can be monthly. We'll just set it to annual per default to show the user the cheapest price, which will hopefully get them to convert. That is at least what I've seen whenever I use an app. It always shows the annual price first, so that is what we're going to do as well. Good. Going down, we can create the toggle itself. So below this feature, so let me just say intro or header. Features, make that a comment. And down here we'll say billing cycle toggle, like that, and then implement that. So we'll put in a view component. The style will be styles.toggleContainer. And this will just be a container with flex row, and then a couple of properties you already know, like background color, padding, border color, etc. So let's just try and build it and see what it looks like first. Pressable. The pressable should contain some text, such as annual. Now the pressable itself should have some styles.toggleButton. Billing cycle. If that is equal to annual, then I would like to apply the styles.toggleButton active. So annual right here. And then we can say onPress set billing cycle to annual. All right. And then below this, we can put in another button just for the monthly billing cycle. We just need to change this a little bit though. So we'll say styles.toggleTexts. If the billing cycle is annual, then we'll say styles.toggleText active, like that. And then the thing about having annual billing cycle, so yearly, is that you get like a discount, right? So we would like to show some kind of badge that shows the discount. So going down here, we can put in an if statement. If the billing cycle is annual, then I would like to render out a view, styles.savings batch. And we can put in another view in here, styles.savingstext, plans.annual.savings. So that is the one up here, savings, and that is also what you see here. That is the exact tag. So let me just see what it says. We need to put this inside. Oh wait, this should be styles.savings batch, and then I just need to add a text. That's what I'm getting. So the text itself will say styles.savingstext, and it'll look like this. So the savings text is going to be following little text with a high font weight in a white color, and then the batch will just set the background color and how much space there is. So for example, if you set this to 12, the space would be larger horizontally, sorry. So that is basically how it works. Pretty simple stuff. Now, if I just take the following right here, the principal, and copy it down to below this one, as well as the closing tag, then I'll say monthly. Can't spell right now. Right there. Then we can see that we're able to switch between them like that. So that looks pretty decent, I would say. Next, we can show the different plans. So I'll say plans, and then view. I'll give the style, styles.plancard, like this. Then we can say if the selected plan. So right now we don't have a selected plan, and the selected plans comes from the billing cycle up here. So I'll do something like const selected plan is equal to plans, and then we pass in the billing cycle. So under plans up here, we can see that we have an annual property name or key and a monthly key. So we'll just use that to get out the actual information we should display on the plan card down here. So that's the logic behind that. Now, if the selected plan is recommended, then we'll just render out something that reflects that. We'll say view. In here, I can put in some text where I say best value, like this. And I'll say style the recommended batch. And I'll say text, style that recommended text. All right, so that looks like this, best value. So we just add on this tag in case it is the annual plan. Pretty simple stuff. Nice. The reason we have this white card with the orange border as well is because we have this plan card now. This will set a background color. So that is the white one, and it'll set the border color, which is the primary accent color. If I click F12 here, we can see that it is the orange. We also create a border width of 2, which will make it like a pretty distinct orange border color. And otherwise, we have some different CSS properties, such as shadow offset and shadow color, which will give it a little bit of a shadow, as you can see. Good. Going down to below this recommended tag, we can put in a header. So I'll say styles.plan header. In here, we can put in a view with some text. Selected plan.name. All right. And then the view, we don't need any style. But for the text, we can put in styles.planname. We can put in styles.planBilling. So it looks like this. So for the plan name, it's a little bit more pronounced with a bigger font size and a darker color. For the the billing cycle, it is just a subdued text color, which we defined earlier on, and then a margin top to space it a little bit away from the tag up here. Good. Below this, we can put in the price. So I'll say view styles.plan price container. In here, I'll put in the text This will be the selected plan dot price, and then the currency. So this is the Danish crown, so I'll just put in this one, and then we'll put in styles.plan price, like that, and we'll put in the plan period as well. Actually, remove the currency, and we have a period as well. Good. So it's going to look something like that, and we just need to move this out of that view right there, so it looks like this. Perfect. So remember, each plan also has some different features, like 7-day free trial, cancel anytime, whatever. So we just want to render those out as well. So let me just see where we were at. Down here. So I would like to render out the plan features. And I'll then say selected plan dot features dot map. We'll get a feature and an index out, and then we'll just render out a view for each of those. Let me see, we can put in a key because we're inside the map. We can say styles.plan feature item. Inside this, we can put in the ION icons. This will just be the same one for all features. So we'll put in a check mark. Let me see, circle, because that looks pretty cool, I think. Size, that will be 20. Color will be a green color. So we'll put in hashtag 33 C7 59. So it'll look like that. And then right now we only have this icon, but let me just put in the text as well. So I can say feature, and we just need to get the feature itself. So this will be the feature in singular form because it's one feature per features. And then if we just save that, put in some styling, we can say styles.plan feature text, and that makes it a little bit more subdued with this color, and also makes it a higher font weight, so it looks pretty nice right now. Then there should be a click to action button, so I'll just say CTA button, make that a comment. Because it's a button, we'll make it a pressable with the styles.cta button. And then we'll just create some kind of loading state, because whenever you click the button for upgrading to a plan, it will probably do some database calls or whatever and load for a second or two. So we'll just want to show some loading state in the meantime. So I'll say const, and then is starting trial, and then set is starting trial is equal to a new use states. And this false by default, of course, because it is just a loader. Then I can use this down here. So hopping down to where we were. If we're currently loading or if you just click the start a trial and it's currently loading, then the logic is that we would like to lower the opacity to disable it or to make it look disabled, and also disable it at the same time. So I'll say disabled like that. And whenever we click it, so on press, then we're going to start the trial itself. So I'll just create the function, but not implement it yet. So going up here, I can say const handle start trial, and it'll be some kind of async function that does that. All right, so going down, we can just call that on press, and then we should be good. Now inside this pressable, we can put in ion icons, name star, size 20, color we'll put in white, and style should be styles.cta icon like that. So star, not start. All right. Then we can put in some text like, and this depends of course on whether it's loading or not. So we'll just say is starting trial. In that case, we'll say starting as the loading. Otherwise, we'll say start my free week. And then, of course, the text needs to match the white star. So we'll say style, styles.cta text, like that. Awesome. Lastly, we can put in a footer. So I'll just say footer. And we'll put in a text that says try, 7 days free, cancel anytime, like that. And we just need to make this recognizable first of all. So I'll say style and then styles.footer, like that. And we'll just add another text. So I'll duplicate this line and say styles.footer node. And then we can say something like we'll send you a reminder before your trial ends, right? And it looks like this. And oh yeah, we can also put in a rating, so some stars. We'll put in a view, say styles the rating. And here we can put in another view and say styles the stars. Then we'll say we can do this array, and then we'll create a new array of 5 elements this way, and then we'll loop for those just to create 5 random stars. So this right here will create a throwaway variable because it doesn't really matter what the value of the array is. We just want to loop 5 times in general, and then we'll get the I, which we can use as a key. So then we can, for each iteration, return an ion icons, and we'll then say key is of course I, and the name is star, size is 18, and the color is hashtag FFD700. So we'll just loop like 5 times randomly, and then it should render out these stars. And we have a little issue. I think this one needs to go, this one needs to go, and then that only needs to happen up here where we create the array itself. Let me just see, something like that. And then without this one probably, yeah. And then it creates the 5 stars. So you can just change this to how many ever stars you want. 10 stars, the best app ever. All right. Then what we'll do is we'll hop under the view right here, create a text, and say like 5.8 or how many stars out of 5 stars. In a production app, you probably want to like make sure that this actually is correct, so you don't like cheat people. We'll say styles the rating texts, like that, and we can say rating subtexts. This is going to be 10K plus reviews on App Store. And again, make sure this is actually correct if you do deploy the app to production. And we can also put in some testimonial. So this will be a view with a styles.testimonial. Inside here, we'll put in a text. And then some guy said Convo has the best curriculum among all the language learning related apps. And then we just need to escape this. So we'll say I've tried. Highly recommended. All right. So I think we just do this actually. Yeah. Perfect. And then for the text, we'll need to say styles.testimonial text. Perfect. And then below this, we can also just put in another text and say App Store user from South Korea. Great. And then this will have styles.testimonial author, like that. Awesome, so that looks pretty good. So for the testimonial text itself, we put it in italic, as you can see. So it's like cursive text. And then the other one is a little bit smaller down here and a little bit more subdued. So more subdued color and a smaller font size. Great. Then what we can do is put in like some legal links. We'll just put in a view. Styles.legal links. We'll put in some principles. So each principle should have a text inside of them. So the link itself. So restore purchase is probably a pretty important one. So we'll put in style.legal link. And this one should have legal links with an S, right? So this one, it doesn't really do anything right now, but now you know they're there. So if you want to like actually implement them, you can go ahead and do that. So under this, we can put in another text. This one should also have style is equal to styles.legal separator. And we want to put in not a star, but more like of a dot. So I'll just search for dot symbol. And then just copy this one right here. Like that. And then we can just copy these two. And I'll remove the last dot here. Say terms of service. And I can say privacy policy. And now we should have these three with the dots in between. Good. Just to make sure that we have some more space to the bottom, there is another style tag called styles.bottom spacing, which will just space it a little bit more so you don't like overlap too much with this handle thing right there. So this is basically just a height of 40 that just takes up some space and pushes everything up even more. All right. So let's try and go ahead and implement this start my free week click to action button. So if we go up here, go to handle.trial, this is going to call a Supabase function, an edge function called start trial. So an edge function in Supabase is basically like a serverless endpoint that runs somewhere in the world close to you. So instead of you having to host your own server, you can just define some TypeScript code that runs whenever you call this endpoint. And then that is going to be run in the server securely away from the user, where the user can't like modify the code, etc. So normally if you click this start my free week, it should open up some like purchases, like in-app purchases with Apple App Store, where you can then like actually pay for it. And then when you pay for it, then it's going to set the is premium flag in the database to true. If you just go in here. So there is this is premium flag right here that is false by default. So whenever in the real world you want to pay, you click here, then you pay, and then this is being set to true in the database. So we are going to skip the step where you pay and then just make it such that it just sets the flag in the database securely in the backend like it should be. So this is like a development or test shortcut. And I purely do this because I don't really have the Apple developer subscription that's like $100 a year or whatever. So this is just a free way to still have the app work, but without being production ready. If you want to make it production ready, you just need to buy the Apple developer account. And then you can just implement the in-app purchases where you actually purchase before the flag is set to true in the database. Doing this though will still teach you a lot about how it should be done, aka it should be done securely in the backend service, and you can't just like set the flag from the frontend, for example. Or from the client, for example. So to get started with this, I would like to create an endpoint. So to create an endpoint with Supabase, you go under Supabase, and then we'll create a folder called functions. I'll create a folder called start trial. In here, we'll create another file called index.ts. And then I would like to find Supabase, edge, functions, documentation. And then down here, they have like some examples. So we'll just copy the following example right there, paste it in, and then there is Dino. And what I usually do is I say JSR like this. So I think we need to initialize like a Dino workspace, etc. before this error is gone. So I think I have a extension called Dino right here that I have installed. And then let me just see if we can try and initialize a Dino workspace. Alright, so it did that. And now we can see it can at least find Dino. And then I know that inside this VS Code settings, there should be a dno dot enable paths, and this should then be Supabase functions. All right, and then let me see in here, looks fine. And we also have all the error is actually gone now, so it's fine. This code is not going to run on our computer anyways, it is going to run up in the cloud where Dino is actually there. The only reason it gives an error right here is because we probably don't have Dino on our computers, and we just needed to initialize it, but the code isn't going to run on our computer anyways, so we're going to be fine. It was just to avoid having to look at those annoying errors. Now we can just go in and search for Supabase Edge functions course pre-flight, and I think they have a recommended setup down here. So if we just import that one, and then we can do this. So what I'll do is just remove all of the content right now, and then I'll just remove this as well actually, and then I'll remove the Supabase too. And then because we can't find the headers, I'll just define them. And we'll just say, I'll just copy this line down, and then I'll say allow headers. And you need to put in authorization, X, client info, API key, and content type, like that. And then we can take these course headers, and then if it receives an options request, a request with the options HTTP method, it's going to just return OK with these headers. So if this was run in a browser, the browser would send an options like this HTTP call with the options with the HTTP method options in pre-flight before a cross-origin request is made. That would use like custom headers such as authorization, and the server must then respond OK with that before the real request is made. So because we run this natively, this shouldn't really be a problem, but it's kind of harmless to do for native devices like this, but it's required if you want to run it in the browser, for example. And you can run the app in the browser if you want to. Next, we can make sure that the request is authenticated. So what I would like to do is, let me just make sure it's indented correctly. What I would like to do is say try and then catch. Inside this try, I'll say const supabase URL is equal to dno.env.get supabase URL, like that. And we also want the Supabase anonymous key and the Supabase service key. So this will be the anonymous key. So these just comes from the environment that the Edge function runs in, and you can see them in the Supabase dashboard. We have the Supabase service role key, and we can then go down and say const auth header is equal to request req dot headers dot get authorization or nothing if it is not there. Then we'll say if no auth header, then we'll return a new response json.stringify error, and then unauthorized, and we can say status 401 and headers course headers content type application JSON. All right, so this will just need to be a comma. And next we can verify that the caller is an authenticated Supabase user. So I'll say const user client is equal to create client from up here. So I think that one just got removed earlier on. So that is this one. And then I have JSR Down here we can say create client, Supabase URL, Supabase anonymous key, global headers, authorization, auth header. And we're going to assume that these are always here. So we'll put in the exclamation mark in front of those, and that makes sure that instead of being string undefined, we take on the risk to make sure they're not undefined, because we're sure they're there because of Supabase, and now it's just a string type, and that will make it work down here. Good. Then we can get the user, so we'll say awaits user client dot auth dot get user. This is going to return a user response. We can destructure that by saying const. Then we have the data user. We have an error, user error. We'll then say if user error or not user will return a new unauthorized response again. So just the same as we did up here. And then remember, inside here, under the migrations, we created some policies to make sure that the user is not able to update this is premium flag himself. So basically, we removed the ability for the user to update or insert on this public profiles. So if they update, for example, they're able to update all of the different properties except for this is premium. This is not included right here. This means that the user himself cannot update his own is premium because that would make it kind of unsafe. So therefore we need to instantiate an admin user that can then, or an admin client that can then update it for the user. And the reason we can do that safely is because we are inside this function that runs on a server somewhere on Supabase. So this means that the user will never be able to see this code running or modify it in any way. So I'll say const admin client is equal to create client, like that. Supabase URL, Supabase service key. Then we'll say const expires at is equal to new dates. So basically I want to create a new date for when the premium expires. So I'll say new dates, and then we say date.now to get the current date. Then we plus with 7 days. So 7 days times 24 hours per day, 60 minutes per hour, 60 seconds per minute. And then because it is in milliseconds, we need to multiply by 1,000. Then I can say dot to ISO string. Then we can say awaits admin client dot from profiles dot upsearch ID user dot ID is premium true premium, and let me just see from here, premium expires at will be expires at with an S, and updated at will be new dates dot to ISO string. All right. That should update this is premium in the database and make the user a premium user. Next we can say if, because we just gotta check if any errors happened. So const error, update error. And then we can say if any update error happened, we'll just throw that update error. Then I'll just copy the response up here. And then instead of being a 400 unauthorized, we'll say new response, okay, true, and we can return something like premium expires at. All right. Now, if any weird errors happened, we can then say that a server error happened with an error 500. So that is what is going to happen if it's caught in the catch. We'll say status 500. And then up here we can get the message, const message. And we just need to get the error. So I'll say error instance of error. Then we can get an error.message. Otherwise, we don't know what the error is, and we can say unknown error. All right. Then we can take that message and pass it as the response. So I'll say error, pass in the message, and that should be good. Now, how do we actually deploy this edge function then? Well, we'll need to run a command. So I'll hop into the terminal right there. Then we should be able to say something like npx Supabase, and then functions deploy, and then we have start trial, which is the name of it. I'll just say yes to install the newest version of Supabase, and then hopefully this should deploy the function. All right, so it says you can inspect your deployment in the dashboard. So if we just copy this, open it up right here, we can now see the edge function inside our project right here. We can see the logs, for example, the invocations. So you can basically see when something goes wrong. All right, so now we just need to call this new edge function, which we created inside this paywall. So under handle.trial, that's what we're gonna do. So I'll say try and catch error, and we can say finally. So we want to start the loading, so we have this set is starting trial. We'll start the loading state, and then finally we'll always stop the loading state. Now inside this try, we can then say awaits Supabase dot. We just need to import that, I think. Supabase dot, and then we can say functions dot invoke. And then we need to pass in the name of the function. And remember that was start trial. So we pass in start trial as well as the parameters. So the body is going to be plan ID, and then select the plan.id, something like that. So right now we don't really use that body at all up here. So see, we don't use that at all. But if you want to, you can receive that in the request and then upgrade them to the correct plan, for example. But because we just have a single flag called this premium, we're just going to make them a premium user with that flag, regardless of whatever they click in here. So we just want to check if any errors happened. Like that. And if error, then we'll throw the error. And we'll say awaits. And then we can get the, let me just show you. We can get the refresh profile right here, and then use that to refresh the profile, which we'll then call this one. Get the new status of the user, aka they are now a premium user, and then set that up here into the profile, and then show on the screen the correct things that should be shown for premium users. So that is why we can use this hook, use auth. So I'll say const refresh profile is equal to use auth, like that, and it points over there, perfect. Then down here in the paywall, we'll just call this function. So await refresh profile. And lastly, if they upgraded, we can just say on close and just close the paywall, because if they already paid and upgraded, like, we don't really need to show that anymore. If any errors happen, we'll just say console.error and then fail to start trial, and then something like this.e. Yeah, and then we can also say toast.error, and we'll just import the toast, and then we can say could not start trial, and then please try again, like that. Now let me just try out this function which we created. So what I'll do is I'll say start my free week. It says starting, and we got an error. So if I just hop in here, we can see that we got an invocation with a warning inside of it. So under code, I think, sorry, invocations, we got a 401. Let me just see if I hop back into the function. All right, so we have a couple of different errors right now, and let's just fix them one by one. First of all, there is this gesture detector must be used as descendant of gesture handler root view. So if you just search for this one, and then in the file, we just hop in here. Right now, this gesture handler root view is only wrapping the content of the page if the user is not logged in, which was fine whenever we tested that. But down here, we need to also wrap it if the user is logged in. So all the way down there. Then I can just go ahead and save that, and that should fix that error. Good. Next, I just want to make sure that everything is up to date and it's working like it should. So going into onboarding, we'll just set this to false, and then we're going to restart the running app to make sure that we aren't left with any weird states because we just did a bunch of updates in hot reload. So I'll just do this again, restart the app, and then just come back whenever the app is opened up. And the app is opened back up. So I'll go ahead and put in some information. These two and these three, for example. Then I click get started. It opens up the paywall. I can click start my free trial, and then we get this error. So let me just hop back in here. It was the 401 error again, I can see. So it seems like for some reason the user is not authenticated, because this would only happen if the user isn't authenticated. So if this authorization is wrong, for example, if they don't provide the authorization code, or if the user cannot be found. I figured out that when you deploy the edge function, after digging around a little bit, of course, that you can add this flag no verified JWT, which will disable the default JWT check. And the reason that that is okay is because we do our own authentication in here that does the same job. So there is some kind of little weird error or something I haven't quite understood that made the code fail whenever this was not on. But don't worry, because we have our own authorization checks in here, so it should be completely fine. But try and deploy the function with this flag now. And then when the function is deployed, we can go ahead and say continue. And we can put in a couple of these, get started. If we then go and say start my free week, it should then take us to the Explore page like we programmed it to, and then we should be done with the onboarding. Now going into this right here, under profiles in the table editor, we can now see that we have all the information, the motivations, interests, onboarding completed is true, is premium is true as well, and we have a premium expires at, so that is perfectly fine. Also, we can see that the premium expires at is 7 days further ahead than the updated at, so when this row is inserted. So now we have a working edge function, and the user can successfully upgrade their profile to a premium user. So let me just go ahead and close all of these down. Next, we can begin to set up the tabs down here. So what I'll do is hop under the menu, go under app, tabs, and then layout. So we can go in and add our tabs right here. And then for each tab that we add, we need to remember that we also need to make a component that renders the page itself under tabs. Otherwise, it's going to look a little bit weird down here. So let's start out with lessons. This is going to be the key that is unique. So you can have two tabs called lessons, for example. Then we will call this lessons, and we'll use the ion icons, say school. Next, we'll go down to conversations, and this is the name being shown down here. We'll use the ion icons again, and I would like to call this chat bubbles sharp. That is the specific icon that we're using. Now, let's just add one more for the profile. So copying this one down, we'll say profile, person.fill. And I think we can use the icon symbol like that, which was the default one being used. And as you can see, it renders kind of weird down here. It doesn't look like it is supposed to. So going into the terminal, we can see that no route named lessons exists in the nested children, explore and index. So these are the two pages up here, explore and index. So what I'll do is just create a new file, call it lessons.tsx. I'll export a default function, lessons page, or lessons content. And I'll then just return some, let me just return a view from React Native. All right, and now lessons renders down here. Let me just copy this twice. Then I'll call the second one conversations. And the last one I would like to call profile. I'll just call this profile content, and under conversations content. All right. And what we can then do is just remove the two that we didn't use. So I think if you take explore and index, delete both of these, that should remove them from the tab bar down here. And now we don't have any content within the page as well, because we don't render anything out except for a view in any of these. So we have a clean slate to work with now. Then if we just go into this app folder again, create a new file, call it index.tsx. Then if we were to hit the index page, so just this page with nothing, then I would like to make sure that the user is redirected to the lessons page automatically, such that we treat the lessons page as an index page. So we can say export default function tabs index. Oh, let me just spell it right. And then what we'll do in here is we'll return, and then there is a function called redirect from Expo router, and that will automatically redirect the user to this page because we just rendered this out. So we'll say tabs lessons like this. So we go under the tabs folder onto the lessons component or lessons page, and that is what we redirect the user to automatically if they were to hit this page in the root. Great. Let's now get started with the lessons page itself. So I'll close this layout down, hop into the lessons.tsx, and then what I've done behind the scenes is hop into the GitHub repo under app, tabs, and lessons.tsx. Then I've copied the entire style sheet, and then you should do the same. You can copy it in, paste it in right here. And then we have all the classes available that we want to use for styling it. Let me just import this style sheet right here, and then we should be able to build it out. Now first I would like to use this save area view and import that. Great. Inside here we can just say style flex1, and we can say background color. This will be, and let me just define the colors up here. We can say const colors is equal to the colors array, and we'll get the light version. Now I'll just spell this correctly, background color, colors dot background like that. Now we have a white background now, so inside here what we can do is we can put in a view that serves as the container for the entire page. I'll say style is equal to, and then we can put in styles.container. It simply just has a flex1. So if I just hop into this one, flex1 like this. And then we can just go ahead and create a header up here for showing the statistics that the user has achieved. So what we can do is inside this view, I'll say another view, and we just need to import this view, as I can see right there. We'll say style, we'll put in styles.header, and we'll put in border bottom color, colors.border color. So we just need to import this colors again, dot, and then we need a border color. So what I'll do is just hop into this one, go down, say border color, and we'll put in hashtag 0000001A, like that. Now going back in here, we can say dot border color, and it should then now work. So I think we just need to put in a comma right there, and then we have the header up here. Now under our header, we can see that we have flex direction row, align items, center, so on the y-axis, and on the x-axis right here, we space things as far apart as possible. So if we have two items, one is being placed here, another one is being placed up here, We have some padding horizontal and padding vertical, which kind of defines the size of this one because it creates some space between the items inside of it and then the box itself. Then we set the border bottom width, which is the one you see down here, in the following color. Now inside this view, we can put in a touchable opacity. We'll put in a text, and we'll just need to import this text, I think, if we do not have it. So text, we'll give it the text this week, and we'll say style is equal to styles.header title, like that. And below this, I'll just paste it down and say in review. And then we'll pick some other styles. I'll make it array first of all. Then I'll say styles.header subtitle, like that. And we can say colors.subdued text color, so it looks like that. And then for the right part over here, we can create another view. So remember we had the space between right there on the header. So this one will be spaced to the left, and this one will be spaced over to the right, or placed over at the right, sorry. So styles.header right, like this. And then it just has flex direction row, line item center, and a gap between the items. In here, we'll put in a touchable opacity as well. And then I would like to say styles.stat item, style.stat item, like that. Then inside this, we can put in a view with styles.stat value container. Inside this, we can put in a text. This text will have something like, let's say 20, and then we should also have something that says minutes spoken. So right now it says 20, and then we will have something like minutes spoken formatted in a different way, so it looks way nicer. So right now we don't really have these numbers, so I'm just going to put in 20 right here, just hardcode that until we have the logic for getting these numbers and also tracking these numbers. Now right below this text, I'll put in a ion icons. I'll say name, arrow up. I'll say size 14, color, this will be 34, C 75, 9, like that. And this is of course way too big, I just made a mistake, it should be 14. And we'll then say style, and then something like margin left, because as you can see, they're pretty close. So if you put in a margin left of 2, we space them apart a little bit more. And for the text itself, we'll just say styles.stats value. So that formats it way nicer. It just makes the font a little bit bolder and makes it a bigger font size. So this is going to be the absolute minutes of the minutes spoken, or absolute number of the minutes spoken. But I'm also going to want the change from last time. So we'll put in, let's say 20 again. And then instead of stat value, we'll say stat change positive. And then you can see it right here. Below this, I'm going to put in, and I think I'm just going to move this like that. And then below this view right here, I'm going to copy this text, paste down, and then I'll say minutes spoken, like that. And we just gotta change this now to the following styles.stat label, and we can say colors.subdued text color. So it looks like this. So we have the absolute number, the change since last time, and some label minutes spoken. When you click them, you can see the following animation right here. And that comes from the touchable opacity, because the opacity changes whenever you touch these items. But we don't only have the minutes spoken statistic, we also have a minutes listened statistic. So if we just copy this view down to right below it, we can see that they're right next to each other right now. So I would like to put in a separator, so we can put it in view like that, say style And we can then say styles dot header separator, and we can put in background color, colors dot border color, like that. And that will give us the following separator defined down here. So the separator is just a width of 1 with a height of 24, which you see, and then a margin right. So if I remove this, we can see that they become a little bit closer. So just make up for that. But otherwise, everything should be the same. So going down here, we just need to say minutes listened instead of minutes spoken, and then it should be fine. As I've previously explained, we're going to store these numbers, the minutes spoken and listened, or we're going to track them in the local storage on the device. You can also store these numbers or this data in the database if you would like to. By storing it on the device, it's going to be a little bit faster because we don't need to contact the database over the network. So it's going to be faster and also more simple and cheaper to implement. But at the same time, the drawback is that these numbers are not shared across devices because they aren't stored anywhere except for on the device. So if you delete the app, for example, and then reinstall it, it is probably going to be gone unless Apple on the iPhones back or keep track of the local storage on reinstalled apps. So these are just things to consider whenever you pick between storing in local storage and storing in the database. But now let's try and create some kind of file that we can use to put things into the local storage and grab things from the local storage such that we can show the minutes spoken and listened up here from real data and also have this interface ready to update these numbers whenever you speak something or listen to something. Great, so if we hop under the root up here, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this wrong button. I'm going to call this lib for library. Inside here, I will put in speaking, listening, stats.ts. Then we can import the async storage like that and use that. Now, first of all, we can define something called a stats key. So this is just the key which we use to store things in the local storage, aka so if you have this key, we can then access the values and set the values. So this will be called something like speaking, listening, and then stats, like that. And then we can export an interface of what we would like the data to look like. So I'll say export interface, speaking, listening stats, like that. We'll put in minutes spoken. That is going to be a number. We're going to have minutes listened as well. And we'll have last updated. We'll set this as a string, so an ISO timestamp. We can then also put in a, let's say, questions answered and questions listened and a conversation turns. All right, so for this one, it is going to be the total minutes spent speaking. This is going to be the total minutes spent listening. This is the timestamp as I explained. This will be for calculating how many minutes we've spoken, and this is for calculating how many minutes we've listened. So for example, we can say that we have the minutes per question, and we can create another one like minutes per, like this. So for example, every time you answer a new question down here, we say that counts for 30 seconds, for example, so half a minute. And every time you make a new exchange in a conversation, we say that corresponds to 1 minute. So 1 minute for each conversation exchange, basically. This means we can calculate these things based on these constants up here that aren't, of course, completely accurate, but they might be a good reflection of what the numbers actually are. Then down here, we can initialize the stats. So we'll say const read stats is equal to a new async function, returning a promise, speaking, listening stats. Then we'll say try and catch. And so in here, we can go ahead and say const raw data is equal to, we'll await the async storage dot get item, and we'll get the item from the key we defined up here, like that. And we'll then say if the data does not exist right now, then we'll return some default stats. So down here, I'll just say const get default stats is equal to speaking listening stats, minutes spoken, 0, minutes listened, 0, and we can say last updated, new dates, dot to ISO string, like that. And we can say questions answered, 0, questions listened, 0, conversation turns 0. All right, so let me just call this up here. And then down the catch, if anything happens, we'll just return those default stats as well, because we know they're always going to be there. And if not, we're going to, so if the data does exist, we're going to return json.parse, because this is the raw data, remember, and we'll parse it as the speaking listening stats, so the interface we defined up here. So you might think, well, how do we then set the items right here? Well, we're going to create a function called write stats for that. It'll be an async function, stats, speaking listening stats. So you pass in a dictionary or an object, of the following type right here. So you define all of these things, and then those are the things that will be set. So we'll say await async storage dot set item. We'll use the stats key to define where we set it, and we'll say json.stringify the stats that were passed into the function right here. So let's create helper functions for setting these individually. So for example, whenever you answer a question, we should only update one of these, so plus this with 1, for example, but don't touch all of the other ones. And right now we only have a function that sets all of them. So what we'll do is we'll hop down and create helper functions. I'll go down and say export const record question answered. Is equal to an async function. So what we'll do is, first of all, we'll get the stats, like that. Then we'll say stats dot questions answered plus is equal to 1. Stats dot minutes spoken is equal to stats dot questions answered times the minutes per question. Remember the one we defined up here. And we then say stats dot last updated is equal to a new dates dot to ISO string. And we'll say awaits write stats like this. So let me just see. We gotta pass this in, of course. So basically what we do is we take the existing values in the storage up here. If no values are set, then we just initialize it with zeros for everything. Then we update the specific property keys or properties we would like to. So questions answered, for example, because this records questions answered. Then we calculate the minutes spoken based on the questions answered. And we then set the new last update date. And then we write all of the values back to the storage up here. So this was for the questions answered. And we can just do the same for questions listened. Question listened, like that. Then we'll say questions listened, minutes listened, like this. Questions listened, and then minutes per question is fine. And this should be good. Then we of course also want to record the conversation turns. So in the conversation mode up here, you should be able to, whenever you write a message, for example, record a minutes listened for that, of course, as well. So we'll say record and then conversation turn. We'll go ahead and say conversation turns plus equal to 1. And then we'll set I'll copy this, and then stats dot minutes spoken plus is equal to minutes per conversation turn. And we'll do the same down here. Plus is equal to minutes per conversation turn. Both minutes spoken and minutes listened. We'll set this as it is, and that should be it for recording the conversation turn. Alright, so what else do we have? We have a read stats. Let me just see. So we're missing the function that we can use to get both these numbers out. So what I'll do is say export constant and then get weekly statistics is equal to an async function. Here I'll say const stats is equal to await and then read stats like that. Then we can go ahead and grab only the things we need. We need minutes spoken, minutes listened, and the difference from last week. So we'll say return minutes spoken, and we'll round this to 1 decimal so it fits up there. So I'll say mastered round stats.minutes spoken. We can then say times 10, division by 10, to round 1 decimal point down. And then we can do the same for minutes listened, like this. And then right now we actually don't really track the changes from last week because we only have the numbers from the current point in time. So what I'll do is just say weekly change and then hard code some fake numbers. So I'll say spoken 0 and listened 0. And this will then be a task which I'll go through later in the video where you can implement this yourself. It's not too hard to implement, but it's a fun little challenge that can help you understand how this works better. We can then expose this data and this function as a hook, which we can call within the page up here, the lessons page, and also within the profile page whenever we want to show some of the similar numbers, or some of the same numbers, sorry. So hopping under hooks, we can say new file, use speaking, listening stats.cs. Using a hook, by the way, gives us reactivity such that whenever these stats changes, the components are going to re-render automatically and also fetch them initially whenever we use the hook. It also exposes some of this logic right here without you as the programmer having to look at any of this. You just call the hook and then it just works. So inside this, we can say export const use speaking listening stats. It'll be a new function like this. And then what I'll do is just define this state. So we have this down here. If I just copy this, then up here, I say interface weekly stats, paste them in. Then minutes spoken should be a number. Minutes listened should be a number. Weekly change should have this as a number. And this is a number as well. Like that. Now, down here, we can do a couple of things. First, we can say const stats set stats is equal to use state. We'll store the weekly stats on null. Set it to null per default. Then we can say const loading set loading is equal to use state. And we'll just set it to true because when it initially loads, it is going to be loading before these are shown. Then we'll say const refresh is equal to an async function like that. And we'll then try to load this. So first I'll say const weekly stats, and then we can call the function we created in here, the get weekly stats, like that. And I'll say set stats weekly stats, and I can then just catch an error, console.error, because we are interfacing with the storage system of the iPhone or whatever phone you develop on. So if some error happens, for example, where it can't get the data or whatever, we could probably want to print it out so we know as developers. So I'll say console.error failed to load speaking listening stats. Show the error. Let me just import this, and we of course always need to set the loading to false. So I'll say finally set loading false, like that. Then we just want to make sure this is always called initially. So I'll say use effect like that, and I'll say refresh. So we call this, and we'll just make sure that it is just called initially whenever this renders, or whenever this is rendered where the hook is used. Then the hook should return the stats and loading and refresh, and then we should be able to interface with the data. Nice. Hopping into lessons.tsx, let me just hop up and then use this hook. So we can start with const, we have the stats, loading, refetch is equal to use speak listening stats, like that. And then whenever the screen comes into focus, we're going to refetch, so use focus effect, use callback, refetch stats, like that. And let me just see what it's complaining about. So we need to define that one and just copy this one, put it directly into the function call. And we just need to define async right here. Oh, sorry, we just need to remove this, and then just call it synchronously, like that. And since this is something the function depends on, we're going to put it into this dependency array such that if refresh changes, it's going to re-render the function. Recreate the function. So now that we have these values available, let's just hop down and use them. So right now, I remember we hard-coded 20. So right here on the stat value, let me just say if we are loading, then I'll just show the following, just like a single character like this. Otherwise, I would like to show math.floor stats.minutes spoken, or 0 in case that is undefined. And then I'll just take this and copy it down to right here. And then this will be minutes listened. And then we can just take this math.floor, go down to the change right here, and then say dot weekly change dot listened, and copy it up to right here as well. So this will be spoken. All right, and then it looks like this. So you see how it just re-rendered automatically because it's inside a hook, so it's reactive. Well, now it actually works and gets data from the phone itself. Now we can start to put in the course content itself, so all the different lessons. And what we're going to base all of this data on is something I've generated with a large language model. So I've created the model over here that I talked about. We have a conversation, we have the conversation mode, and then we have multiple different scenarios. Each scenario has a title, it has a goal, and has some subtasks to achieve that goal. So you'll need this data to be able to even show the scenarios. So this is some data which we're going to need. And then we're also going to need the data over here. So we have a chapter. This is a chapter, for example, greetings and basics. Within this chapter, we have multiple different lessons. Saying hello is one, how are you is another one. And then inside each lesson, there is both the vocabulary practice, so all the different words which we're supposed to practice with recognition and recall for. And then over here, we also have 3 different modes that will be played after practicing the words. Multiple choice, and here you're supposed to speak something. We also have the multiple choice listening, where you are supposed to pick one of these, and we have single response, where you have one thing that you are supposed to say. So we need to differentiate between these 3 modes, and then also create a bunch of test data for all of them. So for example, in all of this data, which we use to render out the entire page, we're going to store things such as, well, we have a multiple choice question, it has the following title, and it is supposed to read aloud the following, and there are the following different responses that should also be shown. So all of this data we can actually generate if we just define the data structure of how this should look, and then ask a large language model to generate maybe 10 different chapters, and then different lessons for each of them. And then for each of those, it should generate all of the specific questions and make sure that they're varied, etc. So that is basically what I did with a large language model. And it gave me a huge JSON file, and I actually spent some time trying to get it completely right, because sometimes when I tried to generate different questions, it would give me like only multiple choice questions, or it would give me extremely hard questions, etc. So I was playing around with just generating this JSON file, but basically this is how I came to it. I just gave it the full data structure, told it I wanted these different chapters, what they should be about, etc. And then it gave me the full JSON file out. So you can find this JSON file in the GitHub repository, but behind the scenes, I've just copied it into my clipboard, and then we're going to paste it in under here in our project. So if we hop under assets, I'm going to create a folder called data. And then I want you to hop into the GitHub and then go under assets, data, new file, course, content.json, or you can just paste in the file itself. And let's just take a look at how it is. First of all, we have the chapters key right here. The chapters are all the different chapters. So that is what you see right here. This could be a chapter, greetings and basics. This is then a lesson. So going back, this is the greetings and basic. And then we have the lesson saying hello. Inside this, we have multiple different questions. We have a multiple choice question. A multiple choice question has a question. It is in Mandarin, so both in Chinese characters, in Hanzi, and also in the pinyin in the English version. And then you have some different options to pick between. We have option 1, 2, and 3. First one says hello. Next one says hi there. Next one says how are you. Each of these are broken down into the pinyin and the Chinese characters. And for each word in these, we also have a detailed explanation of the word itself, both in English, pinyin, and Hanzi. And a breakdown which we can show the user that's kind of like a helping text that says, literal, you're good, the most common greeting. So you can like kind of click the thing and then see some help about what it actually means. So this, for example, was a multiple choice question. If I just close this down, we also have a listening multiple choice. Here you have the thing that should be read aloud. You also have a breakdown of it. You have some different options you can pick. Then we also have the single response. In the single response, there is this right here, Cao Xianghao, good morning. And then you're supposed to read this aloud. And then everything is broken down here as well. And then as you can see, it just continues going down, blah, blah, blah. We have more of these now. So that was all the lessons. That is kind of the format you'll see of the structure of the lessons component right here. Of the lessons data here. And then going down to review. For this chapter right here, greetings and basics, we also have a review. So there are all the different lessons, all of these. But there is also a review of the entire chapter. This is called review 1, review, greetings and basics. Here you have a bunch of different questions as well that will go over all of the different questions, or not all of them. It'll pick out some of the different questions from the lessons and then create a full review session of those such that you don't have to go through all of the lessons to review, but that you have like kind of a review or an exam of those, if that makes sense. And then you have the next chapter, etc. Closing down the chapters, we can just hop over to the scenarios. So the scenarios have an ID, a title, an icon, and then we have some paid scenarios and some free scenarios, which you can use to, or which we can show based on this key right here. There is the description, the goal, and the subtasks to reach that goal, and a difficulty. So basically, with the scenario, we use a large language model to generate the messages from the scenario down here. So we give the large language model the scenario, goal, tasks, etc. And then we give it a default message up here. And then we, as the user, is able to respond to that message. And then based on all of this information right here, so for example, that it is about this and this difficulty should be beginner, then the large language model is going to generate the next message in the scenario. And that is how we can use this data to run a scenario, basically. So the large language model knows what to do. And then as soon as the goal has been achieved, then it is going to automatically set a key in the output, in the structured JSON output, to then let us know that we shouldn't play the scenario anymore. So that is how the structure of all the data looks inside this course content.json file. So now we can just define the interfaces in TypeScript for this data such that it is an unstructured data, such that it is an untyped data, and then we can go ahead and integrate it into the app. First of all, we can go ahead and do something like rendering out all the different chapters here on the lessons page. And then whenever you click one of these chapters, it should then open up, first of all, the review of different words, and also going through the lesson itself. So we can hop into the file explorer and then go under constants. Then we can create a new file, course data.ts. And the reason I put it under this constants right here is because this data doesn't change at all. It is just constant data basically. So I just thought, let's just put it under the constants because it is just going to be that forever. Now under here, we can go ahead and create some different interfaces. First of all, we can say import course data from, we can say assets. So I think we need to do this, assets, data, course content.json. And then we have the course content right here. And that is just the JSON that is being imported directly. And then we can do something like export constant course data is equal to course data, and then we have to define some type. So we can say s unknown, s, and then our type. Let's just put in a string, for example, right now. So first we'll define the lesson itself. So what I'll do is say export interface lesson. In here we'll say a lesson has an ID, title. It has an icon. We can say key of, type of, ion icons, because those are the icons defined in that JSON file, .glyph map. We can say completion count. And the completion count is used to render out the amount of stars we want to show here on the page. So I'll just say number, questions, question like that. And then we just define the question. So I'll hop down here and say export type question is equal to, and then we have the 3 different types of questions. So let's start by making the multiple choice question. So we can say interface multiple choice question. And then one thing that all questions has is an ID. So we can create a base question. Interface and then base question. This will have an ID that is a number. So we can then extend this in TypeScript, say type, multiple choice, like that. And that will then correspond to the multiple choice questions in here. So we have the ID now and the type. And we just gotta do this, say Mandarin. We can then say interface, Mandarin prompt. This will have some Hanse and some Pinyin. So this will be of type Mandarin prompt. And then for this multiple choice question, there is also a list of different options. So we can go down and say options, and then we just gotta create a type for that. So we can say interface speaking option, ID number, English, like that. And we can say Mandarin. And then for the Mandarin, we're just going to define a Mandarin phrase. We're also going to have a list of words. And this will need to define as well. So I'll just say and we have the Hanse, the Pinyin, and the English. Like that. So this will be a list of different words. There is also the breakdown, which is a string. So that was the explanation of why the sentence worked the way it does. Then this Mandarin phrase is the Mandarin down here. And the speaking option is a list of those down here. Then we can just copy this question down here and call it single response question. This will be single response. We then, instead of having a list of speaking options, we're going to create a list, but say there's only one speaking option basically for a single response question. So that is what we're doing here. And lastly, we have the listening multiple choice question. I'll say listening MC. So if we just find a listening MC inside the course content, we see that we have the type, we have the Mandarin have the Hanse and Pinyin, But if we go into the Mandarin prompt, right here there's the Hanzi Pinyin. But here it also has words, which is a list of words with Hanzi Pinyin English, and also a breakdown. So we just need to take this thing we already have and just add those two properties, words and breakdown, to it. Good. So what we'll do is we'll say Mandarin prompt and we'll then say words, word of type array, and we have a breakdown of type string. We then have the speaking option, but instead we're going to need the listening option. And whenever you listen, you don't need the Mandarin, just the English there. So this will be listening option. And because you need to pick one of the options, we're also going to have a correct option ID of type number, which matches one of the IDs up here in the listening option array. And now a question can be either a multiple choice, single response question, or a listening multiple choice question, like that. Good. So finding the lesson again, we have a list of questions up here. So that was the lesson. Then we need a chapter. A chapter has an ID. It has a title. It has a list of lessons. And we have the review section, which is optional, and we'll just say that that is a lesson. So for example, going up, we have lessons, and you can see the review has the exact same structure question-wise as a normal lesson has. So therefore, the review is just going to be of the same type. It is just going to be something that is optional because you may or may not have this review right here. So review is just of type lesson as well. Then for the course data, so the big root array up here, root object up here, it has both the chapters and it has the scenarios. So let's start by defining the chapters. We'll say export interface course data. Chapters will be chapter like that. And we have some scenarios. So we just need to define some conversation scenarios now. So all the types we have down here, for example, is free description, goal, tasks, etc. So I'll just move the chapter up right there and the course data as well. And then down here, over the chapter, what I'll do is say export interface conversation scenario. Like that. Then we'll give it an ID of a string, a title, string, an icon, key of, type of, ion icons dot glyph map. So basically, when you hover this glyph map, we can see all of these different types that can be, for example, happy or person, so these strings. Then what we do basically is that we say that this icon, its type must be one of these right here. So basically, we limit it to be only possible to be one of these without getting a TypeScript error. Then we'll just say is free. Description. We're also going to need a goal, some tasks, and this was just a list of strings, pretty simple, so just an array of strings. A difficulty, beginner, or intermediate, or advanced. So whenever I used a large language model to generate all of this different data in here, I told it that it should only have the difficulties beginner, advanced, or intermediate. So that is why I can be certain, because I've checked it through, that the types will match one of these. Good. Then we're going to have some phrasebooks. So going in here to the conversation, there is going to be some phrasebooks. So when you open up a scenario, then you can click this view phrasebook, and then it is going to show you some sentences that might make sense to use in this scenario. So we can just say export type phrasebook entry, or we might not need to export it. And I'll just say interface. We can say the Chinese, Zhongwen, the Pinyin, and the English string as well. And it should then match. All right, and then I'll just call this the Chinese as well. Good. Now we can say phrasebook as a list of phrasebook entries, and that should be it. So for scenarios, we can say conversation scenario, give us an array of those. And finally, we have the full data structure up here, or the full type with all the subtypes, course data. So we'll export the course data from this JSON file to that type right here. This means that we can use the JSON file data with this type, so we know what the types are. Let's just hop into this lessons page and try to render out something now. So going down, this was the header right here. Going down below the header, we can say main content, make that a comment. Then we'll create a scroll view of all the different lessons. So I'll create the scroll view, say content, container style, styles dot scroll container. I'll put in a shows vertical scroll indicator to false, because it is going to look worse if we do that. You can play around with it and just leave it on if you like it. It's up to you. Now we can then loop through all of the course data. So course data.chapters.map. We get a chapter for each iteration. And what we'll do is then return a view for each of them. And because we're inside this map right here, we need to define a key. Luckily, we have the IDs, so we'll say chapter.id. We'll say style is equal to styles.chapter container. So if you just hop into this one, we just have some margin bottom. That's the only thing. For the scroll container, we just have some padding top, padding bottom, and padding horizontal to space things a little bit from the sides and top and bottom. Then inside this chapter container, I can put in a view with the chapter header. So styles.chapter header. I can put in some text and then say chapter in large, chapter.id, like that. So now we have all the different chapters being rendered out, and then we can render out everything below them as well. So I'll just style this because it looks kind of terrible. So we'll say styles.chapter number text. We see we have some font weight, some color that makes it gray, text transform uppercase. We already have it written in uppercase, but let's say you wrote chapter. Well, then it will still be uppercase because that's CSS property. We'll then do it automatically for you. So you can use that or not. We also have the font size. So it is going to look like this. Now below this, we're going to put in the chapter title. So if I just copy this text down, then say chapter.title, then we'll just style it with chapter title text. So we just have some margin top right there, and we should be able to say type, or maybe we're only able to do this with theme text, but we can say type title, and then it is going to be styled like so. And I think I actually forgot to use this theme text up here. So the places where we used text, I'm just going to plop in the theme text instead, because it acts a little bit different. So if we just do this and replace all of them in the header, this is the header, and press save. Now we can see that it looks a little bit more sleek. Then for rendering out the lessons itself, because right now we have the chapter headings and also the titles. So what we're going to do is just render out each individual lesson under each chapter. So what I'll do is I'm going to give the chapter dots lessons information, so this type right here, I'm going to give that to a function and then have that function return the rendered out list over here of all the lessons. So basically what should be shown. So what I'll do is hop up here, say const render lesson node. We're going to make it a function that receives a lesson and an index. Let's just import this lesson from our types. Then inside this one, we'll return a new view. We'll have the key first of all, because it is probably going to be inside a map. So we're going to need some key. We'll set the lesson.id to be the key. We'll have the style, styles.lesson node container. We have the minimum heights, and we'll justify the center, or justify the content, to center. And we'll say align items. So let's just start by putting in flex start, and then I'll show you the reason why this align items isn't part of the following object right here, but it's its own up here. So if we just render these out now, we just need to put in the touch Apple opacity. We can just put in some style. We'll say styles dot lesson bubble, and we'll put in a background color, colors.background, and we'll have a border color. This will be colors.primary accent color. And lastly, if I just save that, we'll put in an on press. And then what happens when you press a lesson? Well, we'll take you to that lesson, but we'll implement that afterwards. Then we can just show the icon like this. The name will be lesson.icon. The size will be 28. And we'll have a color like that. Inside this, right after this, we'll just put in a view with the style, styles.lesson text container. And we can put in some text. Use theme text with the title. Great. And then I'll just keep this as it is and then expand it later on, because it is definitely not done. But we can just see how far we have reached so far. So hopping down to right here, under the title, we'll put in a new view. And this should have styles of the lessons wrapper. This will just put some gap between each lesson on the vertical axis. Inside here, we'll say chapter.lessons.map. We can put in render lesson node, and it looks like this. So first of all, it renders out, but it doesn't look very good. So we can start by making sure that they render out based on, left or right, based on which one in the order it is. So this one should be rendered out on the left over here. This one should be rendered out over here on the right, because if they're all on the left like this, it looks pretty bad. So we can just render them out on different sides based on where in the list they are. So how are we going to determine that? Well, we have the index of each of these because we pass it down. In this map function, it passes down both the value and also the index. Now, if the index is then a even number, we can then go ahead and render it out over here on the right. So what we'll do is we'll say const alignment is equal to index modulo 2 is equal to 0, because if that is true, it means it's an even number. And in that case, we'll say flex start, otherwise flex end. And then down here, we can just replace this like that. And then that is the reason basically that we didn't include this align items inside this class down here, because how are we going to change these CSS classes inside there from out here? Well, we can't really do that in a very easy way, so we're just going to apply the class like this. Second of all, this text down here is not styled, it looks pretty basic, so we'll say styles.lesson title like that. Then we're also going to render out a set of stars down here. So for example, if you have completed this one 3 times, we're going to render out 3 different stars. And then based on how many max stars that we determine is like the amount of stars you need to have mastered this one, we're going to render out that it is mastered. So first of all, we can just say max stars is equal to 3. So whenever you have done this 3 times, we say that you have mastered the thing. Then right now we don't really track how many times it's been completed, so I'll just say const completion count. This should probably be stored somewhere. Right now I'm just going to say 3, for example. I can say 2, and I can then say is mastered is equal to completion counts is larger than or equal to max stars, like this. And then we can render something out down here based on that. First of all, if you have mastered one of these, I'm going to render out the border differently. So I'll say is mastered, then we'll say primary color, otherwise we'll say colors dot border color, like this. So right now none of these are mastered, but if they are mastered, they're going to render out like this. This way it makes it pretty easy to see which ones you have mastered and which ones you haven't. Next, we can just create a function for rendering out the stars down here themselves. So I'll just say const render completion status is equal to a new function. Then I'll say const elements, and I'll say const stars to display is equal to math.minimum counts or max stars. Because remember, if the max amount of stars is 3, then we only want to show maximum 3. Otherwise, we'll show him way more than we're supposed to in some cases. Good. So down here, we'll say 4, and then let I be equal to 0. If I is smaller or equal to max stars, we'll count up I. Then we can say elements dot push, and then push each of these React elements. So we'll say a React components, so ion icons, and this is a star component, so I'll say key, and the key will just say set to something like star I, for example, and we can then say name. And then if I is less than or equal to stars to display, we're going to put in a star. Otherwise, we'll put in a star outline. All right. Then we can say size 16. The color we can also base on this actually. So we'll say color. And then this will be some kind of gold color, so FFD 700. And over here, it'll be colors.subdued text color. And we can say style. And we also have some styles already. We have the star icon, which just has some margin right, because if you have 3 stars right next to each other, we want them to be spaced apart just a little bit. Now this will then create 3 different React elements pushed into this array. And this way they can be rendered out later on. The thing is though, if you have, for example, completed this one 5 times, well then you have already mastered it, but we kind of want to show that it's been completed 5 times anyways. So we want to like add some kind of counts that says 3 stars and then plus 2 afterwards. So we can say if the count is larger than max stars, then we can say const extra counts is equal to the count minus max stars. So if you did it 5 times, it is going to be 2. Then we'll say elements.push. We'll put in some theme text that says plus 2. So plus extra counts, like that. And then just style that as well. We'll say key is equal to extra counts. And we'll say the style is styles dot extra count text. So that just has some margin left to space it a little bit. It has a pretty small font size and then a bold font weight. Then we'll also add color, colors.subdued text color. And now we should be able to render this out. So what I'll do down here is I'll say return a new view. Then we can say elements, and we can say style, styles.completion stars container, like this. and then actually use this render completion status. So inside this render lesson node, we can go ahead and say render completion status, completion counts, save that, and now we have the stars right here. So for example, right here, the completion count was 2. So we just have a small error. We can see that we have 4 stars being rendered out. And that is because this max stars is free, but this for loop down here is 0 indexed. So what we'll do is just loop from 1 to max stars, 1 to 3, instead of 0 to 3, because that would be 4. So now it matches that the completion count is 2. If the completion count was 1, it would look like this, 0 like this, and if it was 5, it would look like this, and also say +2. Now, if we would like to track the actual progress and not just use this hard-coded completion count, what we can do is we can go ahead and store that in local storage as well. So I'm just going to, first of all, copy this file, call it lesson progress. In here, I would like the key to be lesson progress. We don't really need these anymore, but we do need this, so I'll say lesson progress. In here, we can do the following. Well, each lesson is going to have a completion count, so I'll say lesson ID string will have a number. So this is going to be the lesson ID inside the array, and then this is going to be the number. So basically, this is a dictionary where we have the key being the lesson ID and the number being the completion count. We can just say lesson ID, and we then get the completion count, just so we have that. Now, we need some way to read the progress like this. If no progress is tracked, I don't really want this get default stats, so I'm going to remove that. And actually also, I'll just leave these for now, but I'll remove this get default stats and then just return an empty dictionary. And the same down here in the catch, I'll return the following. So I'll do this. Now this should allow us to read the progress. If we want to write the progress, we need to pass in the following one. And this should be fine. We'll just call this data instead. Then we might want to increment lesson completion for a given lesson. This will have us call read progress. I'll call this progress. Down here we can say const, or we can say progress lesson ID. So let me just get it up here. So this is the one we incremented for, lesson ID. And we can then say is equal to progress.lesson ID or 0 if it is not found, remember. And then we just plus it with 1. So if it is not found, we set it to 0. If it is found, we just use the value and then we add 1 to it to increment it. Down here, I'll just remove these ones. And I'll then just write the progress back to the progress here. So we'll say write progress like that. Down here, I'll remove the following ones. And then we want one called get all progress. I'll say progress, or I'll actually just say return awaits, and then read progress like that. And then we should be good. We just gotta define though the return promise lesson progress like that. So we should now be able to call this and get the lesson progress out. Then we can try and do it without a hook like we did with this speaking listening stats, so you can see the difference. So going all the way up here, let's first of all track the progress. Set progress is equal to a use state, and we have a record with a string and a number, which looks like this. So that is basically the use state version that stores the following: a record with a string and a number. Now we also, whenever we load the page, want to load the actual progress. So first I'll just say const load progress is equal to a new async function. We'll say const saved progress is equal to await get all progress, set progress to save progress. So instead of it being stored inside the hook like we did right here, we store it inside the actual component which we need the data in. Good. And then now it's not being loaded anywhere, so we'll just need a use effect. So I'll say use effect and put in an empty dependency array just to load it on load progress like that, and we should be good. Then whenever a lesson is completed, we're just going to call this increment lesson completion, but then that comes in a later step whenever we implement the logic for actually going through a lesson. And then we just want to make sure to use this progress right here, such that whenever you complete a lesson, it takes you back to the lesson page, and then it should automatically just fetch the progress from the local storage and reflect that in the UI. So we have the progress, and then down in the completion count, we can say progress, and we do have the lesson right here, so we can say lesson.id, and because we're able to return nothing if the lesson is not in the dictionary, we will also just say in case that happens, we'll return 0. So as you can see right here, none of the lessons now show anything, and that is because we simply haven't completed any lessons. So if we scroll down here, we can see we have the chapter and all the different lessons, but if we go into the JSON file with the course content, we can see that we have the different chapters, like the different lessons, but also a review right here. And this was an optional one. So if this is there, we would like to render that out as well. So going all the way down to right after where we render these out, what I'll do is just say if there is a if there is a chapter that review, see it's optional, then I would like to render out a touchable opacity. In here, we can just say style, and then styles.practice chapter button. We're going to put in some background color as well. Background color, and this will be colors.primary accent color. Inside of it, we'll just put in ion icons, name flash, size 20, color FFF, like that. And then down here, we can see that we have the review button. So we just need some text, theme text, review, and we'll then just put in chapter.title. So it looks like this. Of course, this text looks pretty awful, so we do have some styling for that. So style is equal to styles.practice chapter button text, like that. So this will be the review button. Right now, it of course doesn't do anything, but these buttons up here also don't do that. Also don't do anything. So what we'll do is just go ahead and implement what happens if you click the actual buttons. And what it should do is it should take us to a new page which we'll create that shows the actual lesson content and then takes us through the entire lesson. So let's just go ahead and do that now. I'll scroll all the way up, and I can do it right here, for example. Then I'll say const handle lesson press. This is when you click one of these lessons. We'll receive the lesson as a parameter because that's what we want to send. That has all the information. Then we can say router dot push, and we just need to import this router from Expo router. Then we'll push the user to another page. We'll say path name. This will be practice, and it of course doesn't exist right now, so it'll probably give us an error. So it's basically like sending the user to another page on a web page, except that this is just the routing for the mobile phone. We can also therefore send some parameters. The parameters should be which lesson the app should play. So we can say lesson ID. That will be lesson .id, like that. And this gives an error because practice is not within the pages we have defined so far. So let me just go ahead and go into the app. So it's just root/practice. So I can say new file, practice.tsx. We'll then just export a default function, practice screen, and we can return a view like that, which we'll just import, and that should be enough for this default thing. And now this error is gone. So as I said before, if you put in something that doesn't exist over here, a route that doesn't exist, it'll throw an error for you because of TypeScript, which is very nice. Otherwise, it'll resolve perfectly fine. So this one, handle lesson press, should be working, but we haven't really implemented it, used it yet. But before we do that, I'll just go ahead and say handle, and then review button press. So we can just say something like handle practice, and then the full chapter press, and here we'll get the chapter, and I just need to import this chapter right here. Then we can say if the chapter has a review property, then we'll say router.push. The path name will be to practice, just like we did up here. And the parameters will be the chapter.review.id, because remember, this review property or this review object right here is perfectly compatible with a normal lesson. So that's why we can just redirect to the same page, and then also just use that review ID. So as you probably remember up here, all the properties in the review is the same as it would be for a given lesson. Good. Now let's go ahead and use these. So if I just copy this one, go down to the lesson right here, and then we can call this one and pass in the lesson. Then for the other one, handle practice chapter. That one is down here. So for this one, I'll just put it in right there on press, and we'll then pass in the chapter itself, which we get from looping through all the chapters up here. Good. So now if I click this, it'll take us to nowhere, which is perfect, and we can come back. So I'll just go ahead and restart the app, because we don't really have any buttons to go back. Let me just see, and we're back to the main menu. We can see that each chapter has the correct review button as well. You might have noticed that we have the following little white bar or padding or something down here that looks like the screen or scroll view doesn't fill out the entire area. So it's kind of annoying, but luckily we can fix it. So the problem is that with this save area view up here, it automatically adds some padding to all sides of the screen right here, and then the bottom here is one of them. But for some reason it's too much down here. So what we can do is we can just remove the bottom padding that it automatically inserts. So what we can do is we can say edges, then we can put in an array. We can then say top, left, and right. And then we won't include the bottom because we don't want to include the padding from the bottom. And then you can see that the problem is gone. So that fixes that problem, and now we can move on. Let's hop into the practice page we just created and start implementing that. So first of all, I want you to notice that whenever we click one of these, we are redirected to the practice page, and then we send along the following parameters: a lesson ID, which is just a string, or maybe it's a number, I don't really know. And then what we'll do is we'll hop into practice right here. Inside this, we would like to get that following parameter that was sent along, such that we're able to show the correct lesson. So we can say const lesson ID is equal to use local search parameters, and then we have the lesson ID that was passed to us from this router.push. Now what we can then do is we can get all lessons within that chapter. So first I take all the different chapters and then I flatten them into a single array of lessons, such that I have one array of lessons that I can find this lesson in. So what I'll do is I'll say const all lessons is equal to course data dot chapters and then dot flat map. And then for each chapter we'll say if c.review, then we say ... chapter dot lessons, and then we add on the c.review. Otherwise, we just take the c.lessons. So what we do is right now the structure is that we have a chapter, and then under each chapter we have a list of lessons. But I would like a list of all the lessons that doesn't really have anything to do with this chapter structure. So therefore I create a list of only lessons like this. So basically we go from a list of chapters to a list of all different lessons. And this means that we can say const current lesson is equal to all lessons dot find lesson dot id lesson ID, like this. So we just look for in this list for the specific lesson we received in the query parameter. Next, we can get the specific questions from this lesson. So we'll say const question is equal to current lesson. So let me just hover this. It can't be undefined. So if it is undefined, we'll just return an empty array. Otherwise, we'll say current lesson dot questions. Now we have a list of questions. Then we can say if for some reason the questions dot length is equal to 0, then we'll return redirect, and we'll just redirect to the lessons page again, so the one we're currently at. So we'll say href / tabs / lessons, like that. That probably shouldn't happen, but if for some reason the LLM made a chapter with a lesson with no questions, then we at least won't get an error. It'll just take us back to that page. Now, next thing is the following. So remember how we have two different modes whenever we practice a lesson. First, we do the vocabulary practice, and next we go through all of the different questions. So we just need a way to keep track of whether we're currently studying this vocabulary or not. This will just be a simple boolean. So what we can do is we can say const is studying vocabulary, and then set is studying vocabulary, so I'll just do this is equal to a use state. We'll set the use state to true because we always start by studying the vocabulary, so we might as well just set it to true. Is studying like that. So if we are currently studying the vocabulary, then I would like to render out a specific view. So I'll say return. Inside here we'll have at least a safe area view, and we'll say styles dot, and for this we can just define, because it's a pretty small class, so we'll just say const styles is equal to style sheet dot create, and I'll just import this from React Native, and then I'll say container flex1 background color white, like that, styles dot container. Then inside the safe area view, I would like to include a component which we'll make ourselves, which will handle all of this vocabulary practice. So it'll be quite a big and complex component probably. So that's why we're going to create a component for itself instead of putting all of that logic into the practice screen right here. So I'll just save this. Hopping into my Explorer, going under components, I'll create a new folder called lessons. I'll just call it lesson. And then inside this, I'll say vocabulary, and then intro screen.tsx. Then we can say export defaults, function vocabulary, intro screen. We'll receive some parameters, some properties, and we'll return, let me just say a view for now, just so we get something to work. Then we'll just take this and show it inside here. So we'll import that. And if I then click one of these saying hello, then that is what should be shown. If I put in a text saying hello, we can just test whether we are being shown what we should be shown. Hello, so currently it is working. So what do we want to pass down? Well, first of all, we want to pass down all the words that should be shown. So we can say we'll pass down the questions. That is a list of question. We can also pass down on start lesson, which is a function like that. So right here we'll have questions and on start lesson. So this will be used to extract the words that should be shown in the flashcards, and this on start lesson will be called whenever we are ready to start the lesson. So for example, if the user completes all the flashcards, well then we call this function. This will then trigger something in the parent component up here that sets this to false, and then because it is controlled in the parent component, that is basically why we have to have this function. We can then down here return some kind of view that then renders out the lesson itself instead of the vocabulary study. So that is the logic behind that. Then inside this one, we can just pass down the questions like that. And for this other one, on start lesson, it's pretty simple. We just set the is studying vocabulary to false, and that should be it. Great. So let's get started with this vocabulary intro screen. First, we can create a helper for extracting all the unique words from all the questions passed down. So I'll say const get unique words is equal to questions. Oh, sorry, not equal to. We pass down, we receive this questions parameter. This will be a list of questions, and what we'll return is a list of these words. Like that. Now, right now we don't return any words, so that's why it's giving us an error. But basically, we'll store all the words in a dictionary like this. So it's equal to new map string word like that. The key is going to be the Hanse version of the word, so that is going to be the Chinese characters, and the value is going to be the word itself. Now I'll say questions.forEach. We'll loop through all the questions. Then we'll say const word source is equal to question.type. If that is equal to listening MC, then the word source will be question.mandarin.words. Otherwise, question.options.flatmap. Then we get the option.mandarin.words. Like this. For the listening MC, it returns the words that was listened to. For all the other ones, it then returns a flattened list or flattened array of all the words from the options. So that is what we do here. We go through all the different options, flat map them, and then we get all the words out. So this will just be a list of words basically. And now just need to add them to the map up here. So what I'll do is say, right under here, I would like to say words source dot for each word. Then I'll say if the word is there, and there is word dot Hanse, the Chinese characters, and all words dot has word dot Hanse. So if the word is there, we have Hanse, and Hanse does not exist already in this dictionary on this map, then all words dot set to set the key value pair. The key will be the Hanse, and the value will be the word, like I explained before. Then after this entire for each, we can go down and say return array dot from all words dot values, like that. Alright, and then we have all the words that are unique like this. So down here we should be able to say const vocabulary is equal to, and then use memo because it shouldn't change, so every time it re-renders it shouldn't recall this logic because it will take some time and resources to compute this. So it should only compute hopefully once. So we'll say get unique words, questions. So basically what happens is that whenever this loads, this questions right here is new because it's the first time basically. So therefore it calls this method and then does this logic and returns the answer to this vocabulary variable. And then even though the component re-renders, this isn't going to be recalculated or recalled because the questions probably didn't change. So this is basically only called again whenever the questions change, so the questions that are passed down from the parent basically. So now we have the vocabulary, and the next thing I would like to do is build the deck of cards. So I can say const build deck is equal to words, that's a list of words, and we'll return a type which we'll create up here. So what I'll do is I'll say type study card is equal to, and I'll just make this an interface because that's what we've been using so far. The key will be the string. The word will be word, and I think that should be fine actually. And then direction of the card. So if it faces up or down, well, it can either be Zhongwen English, also Chinese English, or it can be English Zhongwen. Awesome. Then that is a study card by itself, like an individual study card. Then we also have a deck buckets. So recognition, study card, and we have recall, study card, and we have total. That is just going to be a number. So this will just store all the different cards which we're going to show. And then down here in this build deck, well, that is what we're going to return. So I'll say const recognition. It returns a list of study card. We'll say is equal to words dot map, and then we get each word like this. What we'll return is, or what this should contain, is basically the properties of study card. So we have recognition, that will be, not of deck buckets of study card, sorry. We have key, word, and direction. So first we have the key. This is going to be something unique. So we'll say, let me just do this right. We'll say word dot, and then we'll take the Chinese version and say recognition. For the word, we'll put in the word, and for the direction, we'll put in Chinese that flips to English. Great. So that is going to be recognition. Then for recall, we're going to put in recall right there, say English, Chinese, and the rest should be fine. And what I'll then just do is say return recognition, recall, total is going to be recognition dot length plus recall dot length, right? And then we should be able to build the deck down here. So saying const deck, and this should only happen this should also happen as few times as possible. So again, I'll put it inside a use memo. I'll say it's equal to use memo, then we'll call build deck, pass in the vocabulary, and put in vocabulary like this. So now we have the deck of cards, and I would also actually like to keep track of, I'll just click this again. I would like to also keep track of the current state of the user and everything the user has done. So for example, I would like to keep track of all the cards currently in the queue, and if a user then clicks a card and removes it from the queue, it should be removed from the queue, and we want to keep track of the total amount of cards, etc., such that we know when the queue is empty. So what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and create a study state with all the information that we're going to probably need, so we can keep track of everything that's going on. So I'll just say study states. We'll have a current phase. So I'll just say interface study phase is equal to either recognition, and I'll actually just say type study phase is equal to either recognition or recall, like that. And then we can make that the type right there. Then we'll say queue. The queue should be the list of keys for the cards that should be currently in the queue. We also want to keep track of the recall keys, because remember, the queue will have both the recognition phase and the recall phase. So first of all, the queue should only contain all the cards from the recognition phase. So all the IDs from this phase. Whenever this phase is done for, we're going to take all the cards from the recall phase, so all the IDs, and that is stored right here, and then put them into the queue right here. So it now doesn't contain recognition, but recall instead. That is why we have both these. We're also going to keep track of the cards themselves. So we have a record, string, study card. So this is just such that when we do have a key right here, we know that we can find that specific card from its key down in the cards stack there, right there. Then we have the total, and we have completed. Good. Now we should be able to use the study state to keep track of it down here. So what I'll do is say const and then state set states is equal to use state study state, and then we would like to initialize it with something. So what I'll do is I'll just create a function for initializing the study state itself. So I'll do it right here, and we already have the deck right there, so that is of type deck buckets. So we'll say const initialize study states is equal to, and we'll receive the deck we just created. So deck buckets study states. Then we'll say const cards. That'll be a record of string study card like we defined before. That is going to be equal to a new map or a new dictionary. Then we can say, and basically what I want to do is create a full list of the cards. So all the cards right here. So every card has an identifier, and that identifier can either be the following key right here with recognition or the following key with recall. So every card is also going to be in the deck 2 times because we want to show it first for recognition and then afterwards for recall. So what we'll do is we'll go through both. So we'll say deck right there, deck dot recognition, and we'll join that together with the deck dot all the recall keys. Then we can loop through this right there, say entry, and we can then say cards entry dot key is equal to the entry, like that. Let me just see what it's complaining about. Alright, it's just because we aren't returning it actually. Now that lets us loop through all of these together in one big list, and then just set the keys for all of these in one single map. Now what we can then do is we can return the initialized state. The first phase should always be the recognition phase. The queue will contain deck dot all the recognition cards, and we only need the keys. So we'll just map those like this. And then because we also want to store all of the recall, so this will be recall actually, because we also want to store the recall keys, we just need to get those keys as well. Then we can get all the cards we just initialized up here, and we can say total deck dot total, and completed so far, well, that is going to be 0. Now down here we can then call this function initialize study states, and here we just need to pass in the deck like this, and I think we need to import use states. Then some other things we might as well do right now before we print out the card is just to keep track of whether the state is in a completed state or not, because if it is, we're going to call this onStart lesson, so then go away from the vocabulary intro screen and hop over to the lesson. So I'll say use effects, like that, and we'll then just pass in a dependency array. So we're going to call the onStart lesson if the following conditions are true. So I'll say if the states.q.length is equal to 0, and states.recallKeys.length is equal to 0, and the states.completed is larger than or equal to state.total. If these conditions are true, then we're going to call onStart lesson. So now we just gotta put these into the dependency array, because this condition right here depends on these values changing. So we'll need to put all of these in. State.total. So basically what we do when we put this into the dependency array is say that if any of these values change, well, then we're going to reevaluate the code defined right here, which makes sense because, for example, if this one changes to 0, well, then we would like to run the check again and then call onStart lesson if that is the case. Then down here, we are first of all going to copy paste in all the styling. So if you hop into the GitHub under components, lesson, vocabulary intro screen.tsx, then behind the scenes I've just copied this. So go ahead and do the same. Take all the styling and paste it into the component so we don't have to type all of that out ourselves. Then what we'll do is just add this style sheet to React Native, and then we should be ready. So for the style right here, we'll put in styles.container. Then we would like to put in a progress header. So I'll just create a component for this. I would like to say progress header.tsx. In here we can say export default function progress header, and we have the following two right there. And behind the scenes I just copied the styling from components lesson progress header.tsx from the GitHub, so I would like you to do that as well. Copy that and paste it in. We just need to import the style sheet from React Native, like that, and then we can return a view also from React Native. So let me just see what it's complaining about. And of course I forgot the from. Alright, so let me just take this progress header, paste it in down here, like that, and then we should be able to build it out in this component. So what do we want to pass down to the component? Well, first of all, we want to pass down some kind of progress, a number between 0 and 100. We want to pass down current count. This will also be a number. We want to pass down the total count, a number, and on close, because this progress header is basically going to act as the header. So it makes sense that the close button is embedded inside that as well. And we can just take these and say progress, current count, total count, and on close, just to destructure those already. Then down here, I would like to return a view with styles.header. And we might as well just open this up again, just so we can follow along. The header just have a border bottom color and a bottom width, and then it has some flex and some padding. So that is what you see up here now. Then inside this view, we'll put in a pressable. This is going to act as the close button, so I'll put in an ion icons. The name should be close. The size should be 18. And the color should be hashtag 9CA3AF, like that. And then we have this close button. Of course, it doesn't do anything. So if we say on press right here, we can call the on close. Then we can also say hit slop. And this is quite a cool functionality of function, because right now you can see how this button is pretty small. So the hit slop makes sure that if you hit not specifically right on the button, but pretty close to it, then this radius right here will all count as having clicked the button. So for example, if this is very large, well then I might be able to click all the way out here and still click the button, whereas if it is 0, then I specifically have to hit very precise on the button. So 20 works pretty fine. We'll just say style is equal to styles.close button. And down in here, we can just pass in these things as well in just a second. So under the principal, we'll put in a view, styles.progress container, view. This will be style is equal to styles.progress bar. Inside this one, we'll put in another view. Style is equal to styles.progress fill with progress in percent, like that. And then right now this progress is nothing basically because we aren't passing anything down. So let's say we pass down 50, well then it's going to take up half of the width. Alright, so hopping back, let me just hop under this view. Then I would like to put in a theme text. Then we'll say current count minus, not minus, out of, and then we can say total count, like that. And then we aren't passing anything down, so we'll just say current count, let's say 25, and total count 50. Then we would see this. Then for this theme text, we'll just say styles.progress text, like that. And that just makes it a little bit smaller, I think. And then also increases the font weight to make the text thicker and sets a minimum width. All right. So for the vocabulary intro, the total count is pretty simple. We have the state.total. The current count is going to be calculated up here, and the same for the progress percent. So for the progress percent, state.total, if that is equal to 0, then we'll just say 0. Otherwise, we'll calculate it from state.completed divided by state.total multiplied by 100. Then we can pass this down. Right under this, we'll put in the const header counts is equal to the, and we just need to get the current card. So I'll just say const current key is equal to state.queue. So the first one in the queue is the one being showed, and const current card is then just going to be equal to, and because the queue might be empty, this might be undefined probably. So we'll say if current key is undefined, then we'll say states dot, if it's not undefined, we can say state.cards dot current key. Otherwise, we'll just say undefined like that. And now we have the current key, so we can say if the current card, if the current card is there, then we'll take the math dot minimum between state dot completed and state dot total. Otherwise, we'll just say state dot this just needs to be a question mark, state dot completed. All right, and we just gotta put a +1 right here as well. I'll just paste this in. Also, we add 1 to the completed card right here because the card on the screen hasn't been counted yet. So without it, the number would be 1 behind. And then we wrap it in this math.min because completed +1 would exceed the total right here if the card was re-queued after everything else was already graded. And by graded, I mean that the user clicked again down here or got it on the card. And if there's no card on the screen, the deck is gone, so we just show the raw completed count. So now the progress header works up here, but one thing we haven't implemented is the close mechanism itself. So whenever we click close up here, I would like a confirm dialog to open up that says something like, "Are you sure you want to exit? Your progress will be lost," because they are in the middle of practice. So if they then click exit, well, then it should close. Otherwise, there should be a cancel button. So I'm going to go ahead and create a component for showing this confirm dialog, since we might need it elsewhere as well. And then we're going to show that confirm dialog if this, on the progress header, if this on close is clicked, because then we'll set a use state up here to true. So first of all, we'll just go up and say const, and then exit confirm visible, set exit confirm visible is equal to a use states, and we'll set the default value to false. Then down here we can say on close. Well, then we're going to set this to true, like that, and then we'll go ahead and create the confirm dialog. So we'll go under components, UI, and then I'll say new file, confirm dialog .tsx, and export defaults function confirm dialog, like that. All right, and then we can open up the function and return, and I'll just return a view right now, like usual. All right, and then in here we can pass down some props. So first of all, I'm going to pass down whether it should be visible, the title, a description. We make this optional because sometimes you might not want to show a description, a confirm label, a cancel label. We can also put in an on confirm. We can put in an on cancel, and destructive boolean. And some of these you might not need. Destructive, for example, cancel like that. Confirm label will have default values for these two. And then this destructive property right here is just going to make it look more dangerous, basically. So for example, if you're in a situation that requires a little more thought before just leaving, then we'll put on this destructive flag because it'll destroy some progress, for example. Now I'll just go up and destructure this, visible, title, and description, confirm label, cancel label, on confirm, on cancel, and destructive. All right, then down here, oh wait, let me actually just use this. So going into right under the progress header, or in fact right over it, I'll say confirm dialog, import that. Visible will of course be exit confirm visible. The title will set to exit practice. We can say description, and then your progress will be lost. All right, and we can put in a cancel label, cancel, and a confirm label, exit. We'll make it destructive because it will destroy the user's progress. On cancel, this will of course just set the exit confirm visible to false. On confirm, we'll set this to false as well. We don't really want to show it anymore then, but we'll also say router.push to the lessons page, like that. Inside this one, we can actually just set some default values. So for destructive, it will be false by default, and that was right equals false. All right, and then up here, confirm label, confirm. Wait a second. And for the cancel label, it will be cancel, like that. All right. Then down here, because it is something that pops up like a modal, we can use the modal component. we'll import the modal component from React Native, say style, and what we'll do is just hop into the GitHub and copy the entire style sheet like before under this confirm dialog.tsx file. So behind the scenes, that's what I've been doing. Here it is. Import the colors and the style sheet. Then down here we can say style, and we probably don't need to style the modal, but we can put in visible. It is visible if visible is true, transparent, animation type, fade, on request close, then we'll call the on cancel. Alright, then if I click up here, we don't really see anything yet, so let's just keep building. View, style, styles.backdrop, like that, and view does not exist. Let's import it. Alright, I'll just open this up again, click close, and now we can see that we have this kind of backdrop right here, and that is just the background color that has been changed, so we know it's working. Then we'll put in a pressable. This one should say, we'll give it some style first, so we'll say style sheet dot absolute fill on press, then we'll say on cancel. In here we'll put in a view style, and this is styles.card. We can also put in a theme text. Here we'll put in the title. So exit practice we see up there. I'll just go ahead and say type, default, semi-bold, and we can say style, styles.title, like that. Then we see it right up here, but it's kind of like hidden away. So I think we might need to use the themed view, like that. And now we at least see it up there. Let me just try and close it and open it back up. So the reason is this pressable right here. It had to be closed up there. All right. This means that whenever we click outside of it, then this pressable will be triggered because it takes up all of the background space behind this modal, and then it'll close it because it calls this on cancel function. Now let me just take this theme text and copy it. Right below I'll say if we have a description, then I'll put in and render this theme text with the description and put in description right there. Otherwise I'll render out null, like that. So because we passed down a description, this is going to be the description. Now let me just remove this type, and now it looks way better. All right, below this theme text, I'll put in another view. Then I'll say style, styles.actions. I'll say pressable, style is equal to styles.button, styles.cancel. And if I say on press, we can call on cancel. In here we just need some theme text that says cancel label, like that. And let me just remove the styling right here. All right. Then if I copy this pressable, and then this will be the confirm label. I'll just go ahead and save that. Now we have the cancel and we have the exit. Now this one of course will need to be on confirm. I'll just space these out a little bit, and then I would like to say if destructive, then we'll use styles.destructive, otherwise styles.confirm, like that. And because we have passed down destructive is what is being shown. And going down here, whenever we have a red background color like this, it probably looks better with some white text. So going under the theme text, we can say style. And then if destructive, then styles dot destructive text. Otherwise, styles dot confirm text. Like that. Now, if I hop in here and say remove this property, it'll look like that. Otherwise, it'll look like that. Good. That's basically it for this button right here. We can click outside of it to close it. We can click cancel to close it. We can click exit to be taken to the lessons page again. So now that works. Then under this progress header, so if I just go ahead and close these, then under the progress header, we can go ahead and continue. We'll put in a view with the style, styles.consent, and we'll say view style is equal to styles.instruction container. That is the one right here. Then below that, we'll put in themed text. This will be lesson vocabulary. And we can put in style. And we can say styles.instruction title. Like that. Then under this lesson vocabulary, we'll put in tab to flip. And then retry cards you still need to review, like that. And we'll put in instruction text right there, just because this styling contains some smaller text with this subdued text color. So it'll look like some not header text basically. And now we can actually render out the flashcard itself. The flashcard will make a component of its own. So when you click it, for example, it should show an animation where it flips horizontally 180 degrees, and you should be able to click it to flip it back. So we need some animations and also to render out a couple of different features. So that's why we're, instead of going to implement it here, going to implement it inside a component. So hopping under our components, let's under lesson create a component called flashcard.tsx. Then we'll say export default function flashcard. Then we have the word, which is of type word. We have the direction, which is either English Chinese or Chinese English. And I'll just import this one, open up the function, destructure both properties, and then we're ready to go. Now going into this one, I'll just quickly return a view from React Native. Then I'll copy the component name and then render it out down here so we can follow along with how it looks. So down here we can say if current card, then we'll return a view like that. In here we can say styles.flashcard container. We can also put in a flashcard itself. We're going to give it a key, current card.key. We're going to give it a word, current card.word. We're going to give it a direction, current card.direction. All right. And then for the else statement down here, we'll just return null. Good. Now we can follow along with how the card turns out as we build it. First of all, we can just say const and then is flipped, set is flipped is equal to use state, and set this to false. So I'll just import this, and then behind the scenes, what I want you to do is hop into components, lesson flashcard.tsx, copy the styling right here, and just import the style sheet like that. And now we have the styling available. We can see for the card, for example, we have a width and a height, and then we want the card to take up as much height as possible while giving it a max height as well. Then we're centering things in the card both on the vertical and the horizontal axis. We're giving it a border radius to make it rounded colors. We'll give it a shadow. We'll give the shadow an offset to move it up or down in a specific direction. We'll give it some opacity, so change the opacity of the shadow, and also give it a radius. Then we'll elevate the card a little bit, and then put in a bunch of padding both horizontally and vertically. And the result you'll be able to see in just a second when we render it out. So first we can return a pressable, because you should be able to click the card, of course. The onPress will just go ahead and implement already because it's with animations. So we'll say const flip to front, like that. We'll say animated, import that, dot timing. And let me just see, this might be the wrong import. If I say animated from React Native, perfect, dot timing, then we can put in a flip animation. So we just need to say flip animation is equal to a use ref. We'll import that, new animated dot value 0 dot current. All right, we'll pass in the flip animation, say to value 0, duration 250, use native driver true, and we can say dot to start. We can then say set is flipped false. All right, so this is the flip to front. So basically this is the value right here that we use to track the amount of degrees it's been rotated. So if we flip it 180 degrees, we want to flip it from the current value, so from the back to the front, and that is flipping it 180 degrees. So that would mean this flip animation is 180, and we flip it back to 0. Then to do the opposite, to flip it to the back, we flip it to the value 180, so just the exact opposite basically. And then of course this needs to be true because then it is flipped. Then for the card down here, we can say onPress if is flipped, then we'll flip to front, otherwise we'll flip to back, like that. So right now there's nothing in the card, of course, so we'll just fill something out. I'll put in a view, then I'll say animated dot view. In here we can say style, we'll put in an array, styles.card, styles.cardFronts, and we need to define a CSS variable that should be animated, so we can't just define that directly in here. We need to hop up and create it with interpolate, so front interpolate is equal to flip animation dot interpolate. We'll interpolate from the range 0 to 180, and we'll set the output range from 0 degrees to 180 degrees. So basically, because this number can take on between 0 and 180, whenever we call this flip to back, which is the first one we're going to call, then we'll change the value from 0 to 180. And then while this value is changing from 0 to 180, each of these numbers is going to map to a number between 0 degrees and 180 degrees. So for example, whenever this value is 90, well then 90 from this input range will interpolate or correspond to 90 degrees down here in the output range. And this is then a CSS property, which we can then apply to the component down here. So let me just hop up quickly though and say back interpolates. So here we have the input range still 0 to 180, and then we'll flip it from 180 to 360 degrees. So we'll flip it so it goes around and then the same direction all the way around again. Now down here we can say front interpolate. Oh, I'm sorry, we just need to do one more thing actually. We'll say const front, because this is just the value of either something between, between 0 degrees and 180 degrees. And we actually just need to define the CSS property as well. So we'll say const front animated style is equal to transform rotates y front interpolate and back animated style, and that will just be back interpolate. All right, so this is the value of the CSS class. This is the CSS class itself, transform.rotateY. And now we can apply this CSS class down here, like that. And then inside this animated.view, we can put in the front content, and we can just go ahead and do the same down here. That is just going to be the back content. This will be the back animated style, card back, and the view we might need to import like that. And then for the two contents, we're going to just create some functions up here, pretty simple. Const front content is equal to if the direction is English to Chinese, then we return theme text. In here we can put in the word.english. We can also say styles.english front, like that. Otherwise, we can go ahead and return the backside. So in here we'll return a view first of all. We need two theme text. We need a style.pinion and a style.hanse, because the English side is pretty simple. You just show the English word right. But then for the Chinese side, you show both the pinyin, so the English version of the Chinese symbols, and also the Chinese symbols, the hanse themselves. So that's why we need two different theme text. We'll say styles.mandarin content. Go ahead and save that. And then right now we don't really render anything out. So let me just do that. I'll say front content, which is the function. What am I doing? Like that. And we then have the hanse and also the pinyin, the hanse down here, and also the pinyin ni. And then we just need to do the same for the backside. So I'll say const back content is equal to a function. If the direction is then English to Chinese, then we can return a view styles.mandarin content. In here, I'll just copy in these two, paste them down. This will be, I'll need to apply two classes, styles.pinion and styles.mandarin back text. So let me just see if we call this function. All right, so right now it's probably Chinese to English and not the opposite, so that's why it doesn't render out. But let's just finish this one and then we can move on to the next one. So I'll remove this one, copy this themed text. This will be hanse styles, and that should be fine. Then down here we'll say return, so that is otherwise. We're going to return the following: styles.english back, like that, and Mandarin back text and English. All right. So now we have ni and we have you, and that is because it is Chinese to English, so Chinese on the front side and English on the back side. So now we render out the English right here. And then I can see we forgot the actual return statement, which is kind of funny. So I'm just going to actually return this. All right. And now it should be working even in this case. So that is the flashcard component. Pretty simple, just flip back and forth, and then we show the text. And now we would like the buttons down here that shows that you can click it, press again or try again, and then also got it if you have gotten it. Then we can add these down here. We'll say view style styles dot bottom actions view styles is equal to styles dot grade button with an S. So we have the flex direction row, so they are placed next to each other. We have 100% width to take up all the width right here, and then we have a gap between the buttons of 12. Nice. Then we can just create the first button. We'll say pressable. We can put in themed text like that. We can then say again. So we have an again button now. Very ugly button, but it's there. Then we'll say style. And this depends on whether it is currently pressed or not. That we can handle this way. Then we'll say styles dot grade button, styles dot again button. Save that. We can also put in, if not current card, then styles dot disabled, otherwise null. And we can say if pressed and current card, then styles dot pressed button, else null. All right. So this of course needs to be style. And now we see the button right here. If we click it down, so if we press it, then press will be true. And we also have a current card, so this pressed button will have a lower opacity, and will scale it down just a couple of percentage points, as you can see right here. Becomes a little bit smaller, and the opacity changes a little bit because it is pressed down. All right, the text itself though, pretty basic. We'll say style, styles.grade button text. And now we just need to disable this button, for example, in specific cases. So whenever there is no current card, then we're going to disable it. We can't see it right now, but if there's no cards left, we'll just disable the button and show the following state right here where you can click the button. If we just go ahead and copy this down, so we take the pressable, copy it down, then we say got it. We can then say grade button is fine, got it button, and we are also going to change this to text white. Now we can see that it looks like that. And now we're just going to need a couple more things. First of all, whenever you click one of these buttons, it should grade the card or like figure out what to do with this stack. So for example, if you click got it, well then the user has learned this card, and we can then remove it from the stack. If we press again, we're going to place it further back in the stack so you can rehearse. That is the first thing. We'll just wait with that. The second thing is just a button down here that says skip to lesson. So you can click this and then skip the entire lesson vocabulary. Because if you, for example, already know all the words, then it doesn't make sense that you have to click got it through all the words. You should be able to just skip this part. So I'll put in a pressable under the view here. In here, I'll put in a theme text, skip to lesson, like that. We'll just style this a little bit. Styles dot skip button. So skip button text right there. It just sets the font weight, the color, and the font size. Pretty basic. Then for the pressable, we'll say style, styles dot skip button, and if pressed, so we can just get this from the style actually. If I copy this, we can say pressed. So if the button is currently pressed, then we'll apply styles.skip button pressed, like that. So if I click it down, we can see what happens. All right. Then on start lesson, on press we'll call the on start lesson. So right now this on start lesson, if we just get where it's called, we can see what it does. It just sets instead of studying vocabulary to false. So it should just like remove this page basically. So if I click this, it just removes the page and it works like it should. All right, let me just restart the app because we can't really get back right now. So we know that that works. But now we just need to make these two buttons work. So going all the way up, let's try and create a function for doing exactly that. So hopping up here, let me say const handle grade is equal to use callback. It will receive a grade, which can either be again or good. So again or got it, basically. This function will set the states. So in case you forgot, we have the state up here of the current game. That is the following state. So if the user clicks again, for example, we're going to take the card and then put it further back in the queue. Otherwise, we might remove it from the queue if the user already knows the card. So that is basically what we are setting down here. This gives us access to the current state, so the current value in the state. And this set state lets us set the state based on the current value. First of all, if the queue is nothing, so we can say previous.queue.length, if that is nothing, we'll just do nothing as well, set the state to what it already is. Then we can get the current card in the key, the current card being shown on the screen. So we'll say active key, and we can get the rest of the cards actually. So we'll say rest queue is equal to previous.queue. So this gets the first element. So the first element of the queue is the one we currently show. The rest of the items will then just be this rest queue right here. Then we can say const entry is equal to previous.cards. So we take the specific key, use that to look up the card we're interested in, and now we have the card as well, the study card. Then we can say if no entry, then we'll return ... previous, and the queue will be the rest of the queue. So if this active key somehow doesn't match anything in the card's map, this shouldn't happen basically, but if it does happen, then we'll remove that bad key from the queue and then move on. So this just avoids a crash. So how we remove it is that we take all the other properties up here that was already in the states. So that is all of these properties except for the queue. And then we just update the queue with only all the elements that are not this active key. So we have all of the rest of the queue basically, except for the active key that didn't find an entry. Now we can just go ahead and get the rest of the queue. So let queue be equal to ... rest of the queue. We can say let completed be equal to previous.completed. Let face study face be equal to previous.face. Let recall keys be equal to previous.recall keys, like that. Then we'll say, well, if the grade is again, then we will insert the existing card that just failed or the user just clicked again for two indexes further away back in the queue. So we'll say const insert index is equal to math.minimum to prevent it being inserted further away than the length of the queue, because if we insert it in a bigger index than the length of the queue, well, then we'll get an overflow. So we'll say two indexes away, or if the queue.length is more than that, then we're going to set it, if the queue.length is less than that, then we're going to set it to the queue.length to not overflow the queue. Then we can say queue.splice, insert index 0, and active key. So this splice command right here will just, splice function, will just insert this active key on this index, and the 0 just means don't delete anything. Now, in case the user didn't click again, but just click got it, well, then we can just go ahead and say completed is equal to math.minimum previous.total previous.completed plus 1. So this is the branch for the got it button down here. So the following else statement right here, and it just increments the completed by 1 by taking previous to completed, plusing with 1, and then we also clamp it so it never exceeds the total by putting both into this math.min right here. So basically, If we look at the top up here, let Q be equal to the rest of the queue, except for the active key, you can see that regardless of what happens down here, we always remove the active key. So we always remove the top card from the stack, and then if the user were to have clicked again, well then we are reinserting it, but it is being removed regardless up here, and then down here it is not being re-added, but up here it is being re-added. Alright, so the user goes through a lot of the first cards, and then as soon as the user have gone through all the recognition cards, well then we need to add all the recall cards to the queue so we can run through those as well. So I can say if queue.length is equal to 0, so if we've gone through all the different recognition cards, and face is equal to recognition, and the recall keys dot length is more than 0, because if they aren't, it doesn't make sense to add anything because there isn't anything to add. Then the queue will be equal to ... the recall keys. So we have gone through all the recognition keys. Now we instead add all the recall keys. Then we say recall keys is equal to nothing, and the face is equal to recall. And then we should be able to go through all the recall keys instead. Then down here, we're going to return the updated value of the states. So the following value right there. So we need to say return. We can say ... previous to keep all the existing values and then update the ones we're interested in. We're going to update the queue, and the queue is the one that's either without or with the card that was just clicked right here. And maybe it's even been updated with all the new recall keys. We're also going to return completed. So that's how many we have completed. We're going to return the face if we, for example, updated the face to the recall instead of recognition face. And we're going to return the recall keys to update those as well. Then I'm just going to go ahead and take this use callback. Let me just see. It didn't provide an argument for dependencies. So going down here, we can provide that argument. All right, so let's try it out. I'll copy the function name, go down to the pressables, all the way down here at the bottom. So we have the pressable right there for the again. So we'll say on press handle grade again. Down for this one, handle grade good. I'm going to save this, and now if I click got it, it counts up. If I click got it all the way, we should see that around halfway it should change from from Chinese English to English Chinese. So now we're halfway through and it changes to English Chinese because we're in the recall phase. And going all the way through the cards, we can see that we're taken to the lesson page. All right, so let me just retry that with the practice. So now we have ni, which means you. If I click again and then got it, now we get ni again. If I click again, we get it again. And then Jan, for example, I click again and we see it again. So we are able to practice the cards this way because they're being put back in the cards, put back in the stack until we're able to remember them. All right, so one more thing is that if there, for example, is no vocabulary, so if there are no cards in the deck, we just want to make sure that we don't render out anything here because there's nothing to render. So I'll just say if the deck.total is equal to 0, then we can say on start lesson and just start it straight away and return null to render nothing because there's nothing to even render. So we just skip all of this and then just start the lesson straight away. Then we can also go back to where we use this component. And then we can just pass down a key property. So if we say key is equal to lesson ID, then right now it can be a string or a string array. So this can only be a string. So that's why up here we can just ensure that it is actually a string like that. And that will make that this way we'll assure TypeScript that is actually just a string and not an array of strings, because we are the ones who actually send this parameter and we define in the place where we call this specific route that we are going to send just a string. So changing this key down here just forces React to destroy and recreate the component from scratch, so the state initializes fresh for a new lesson instead of carrying over the stale state from a previous one. And then let me just test one more time. If I just closed right there, click exit, opening up this one for example, or we can even go all the way down to maybe this one, numbers. So we have E1, then we can say again, for example, got it, and then we see E again. And if I go halfway through, now we see 4, so it works perfectly fine. We can also skip to the lesson, and that functionality works as well. Perfect. So now we have this vocabulary intro screen down, and then we can hop back into the practice, and then we can start working on the actual lesson content. Alright, so let's get started with building out the lesson content itself. So first of all, what I'll do is I'll hop under components, and then under lesson, and then create a new file called lesson content.tsx. In here, what we can do is we can say export default function lesson content, and we'll just return something for now, and then just define the properties as well. So we have the questions, and this is a list of the question which we defined earlier. We also have the lesson ID, which is a string. Alright, then we can just destructure these already. So questions, lesson ID, then take this component, lesson content, and then paste it in down here. So we have return save area view, like that, and we can then put in the lesson content, import the component, pass down the questions, and we can say lesson ID, and then this will be lesson ID, like that. Alright, now I'll just say styles the container for the save area view, just to make it expand as much as possible and give it a white background color. So if I just hop into this one now, skip to lesson, then this should be rendered out right here. So if I put in some text from React Native saying hello, then we should see the text hello. Alright, and you also know the drill, so hop into GitHub under this component right here and grab the CSS, the style sheet, and then we'll just go ahead and import the style sheet again. Now we are ready to build out the component itself. First, we'll just go ahead and remove the text, say style is equal to styles.container, and we can then put in a progress header, the one we built earlier on. Then we'll just do that, import that, add the missing attributes. So we have some progress we need to track, we have some current count, let me see what else. Progress, current count, on close, and we also have total count like this. So to get the progress, we need to track the current question. So we'll say const current question index sets, like that, is equal to use states. And this will just be 0 because we start with the first question, of course. Then down here, we can say const progress is equal to current question index plus 1 divided by questions dot length times 100. Alright, then we'll take the progress, add it down here. The current count is going to be current question index plus 1. The total count will be the questions dot length. On close, we'll need some kind of handle close functionality. So going up to our use states, I would like to use the same modal that we used before to confirm, or confirmation box modal, to have the user click confirm whenever they want to leave this question. So we'll go ahead and say exit confirm, visible, and set exit confirm visible is equal to use states, and this will of course be false per default. Then down here on the on close, we'll just go ahead and call that set exit confirm visible. So it's true, like that. And then whenever we click the close button up here, it should open up the modal. So we just need to add in the modal itself now. So we'll do confirm dialog, and then visible. We can just go ahead and add all the different properties. Visible will be exit confirm visible, title, exit practice. We can put in the description. Are you sure you want to quit? Your progress will be lost. All right. And then we have the cancel label, cancel. We have the confirm label, exit. Let me see what else. Unconfirm, on cancel. So on cancel is pretty simple. We can just go ahead and say set exit confirm visible to false, close it down again. So let's say I click right there, cancel, works fine. Then we just need to go ahead and implement the exit functionality. So whenever we exit, we also want to stop showing it. So I'll go ahead and do this, set it to false. And let me just see what it's complaining about. I think we have one of these brackets too much. And we'll say router dot push. And I'll just import this router and we'll push back to the lessons tab like that. Now we might want to do some cleanup in here. So I'll just put in a to do and then say stop what we were doing, because we'll do some recording of audio, etc. inside this one. So in case the recorder is running, for example, it doesn't make sense that we just leave that running and then go to the other page. We would like to clean up the resources we're currently using before we leave the page. Now this component lesson content.tsx is going to be pretty complex with a lot of interdependencies. So I've thought a little bit about how we can go through this in the best way possible without having to jump back and forth a million different times. So what I've decided on is I'll first define all of the use states up here, and then I'll explain what each of them are used for, and then use the following drawings as a reference. In this way you know kind of what we're doing, and then as we build it out, we have all of the state variables available up here when we build out the HTML further down right here. So first I would like to go through these kind of things. So the current question index right here just tracks which question the user is currently on. So this, for example, helps drive this, let me just go up here. It helps drive the progress bar up here, for example. But it is also going to determine which question to render. Next, I'm going to create one called show Mandarin. So I'll say const show Mandarin, set show Mandarin. And this will just be a use states. That'll be false for the default value. And what this does is that there's going to be some button that says reveal what was set. I'm not really sure if I included it over here, but it is going to be a button that says reveal what was set. And then we need this show Mandarin to toggle between it being revealed and not being revealed. Next, I'm going to create another one. Selected option. Set selected option. So for this one, it is going to be the ID of the option that the user has picked, or null if there is no option picked. So therefore, we make it a use state, and we set number as the ID of the option picked, or null if nothing is picked. We'll just set this to null and move on. So for multiple choice, it's their selection, and then for single response, it auto-selects after listening. Next up, we can go ahead and say is loading. Set is loading is equal to use states false. So what we do here is this is going to be true while the audio that has been recorded is being sent to Supabase for transcription. So for example, this is going to say something like analyzing your pronunciation or something. So we'll show a spinner and then also show the analyzing your pronunciation. So basically we need some way to change the styling or change the UI a little bit whenever we are loading. So that is what we use this for. Then we have const show results, set show results is equal to a use states, and that'll just be false per default. So this just tracks whether the feedback view, so the one that shows either correct or incorrect, is currently being displayed. So let me just see if we have it over here. Yeah, this is the one. So this one says whether it's correct or incorrect. So we need some way to track whether this bar down here should be, whether this modal down here should be shown or not. Then for the next one, I think it's best if we go in here to illustrate it. But before you can pick a choice, for example, you need to go ahead and listen to some audio. So we track whether this audio has been listened to or not. So whenever you listen to it, this entire box right here is going to shrink down to the following box. So we need some way to trigger this animation, and we do that by setting the one that tracks whether the audio has been listened to or not to true. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this one, align down, and then call it has listened to audio, and we'll say set has listened to audio, like that. And then we have this show results that shows the result down here, but it doesn't tell us whether the result is correct or incorrect. So we need some way to track that. So I'm going to copy this boolean use state down and then say is correct, set is correct, and just make that a use states. Next we can go ahead and create one called attempt count. So I'll say const attempt counts, set attempt counts is equal to use states, and we're going to set this to 0. So basically what this does is that it measures the amount of retries the users have taken on the current question, and then it compares this against some max attempts. This could be three max attempts you have per question, for example, and then we can use that to decide whether a retry is available or not. And also it will show down here something like you have used 2 out of 3 attempts, such that you know. So that's what we use this attempt count for. Alright, for the next one, we are going to call this is recognizing. So const is recognizing, and we'll say set is recognizing. This will be a use states. We'll set it to false by default. So this value right here is going to be true whenever the microphone is actively recording. So what this does is that it'll turn the play button for the play thing over here into a red stop button, then also show a recording indicator. So for example, over here, let me just see if I have it down. I do not. But when you click this, for example, it says tap to record. Then we need some way to track whether we're currently recording or not. So if you're currently recording, this microphone button is going to be turned into some kind of stop recording button, and also show some recording indicator that says recording ... for example. So that is what we are going to track with this is recognizing. And then we are going to also have a ref, so not a state, that holds the active recording instance. And this is going to come from a library called Expo AV. So there is Expo AV, like this. So this is just a library that provides APIs for audio and video playback. So right now it says deprecated, for example, which means that we shouldn't use this. But I used the newer one called Expo Audio. So this one, which you are supposed to use, but I had some problems with it actually. So the problems were that whenever I played some audio, I think also recorded, then it would like freeze the UI of the entire application for about half a second. So this was kind of weird, and I tried a bunch of different things to figure out why it did this. But once I reverted back to Expo AV, so the deprecated version, it worked perfectly fine with no errors at all. So that is why I went back to use Expo AV, even though it's deprecated. So maybe they fixed this bug already, but if not, just know that that's why I chose Expo AV, even though it's deprecated. So what I'll do is just take this installation command, hop into the terminal, and then we're just going to go ahead and paste it in, like that, and then just install Expo AV. And once that is done, we should be able to import a couple of things up here. So I can say import, and just wait for this to finish. And now it's been installed, so we'll just close down this terminal, and this one as well. Then up here, we'll say import audio from, and then we can say Expo AV. And this audio will then have a recording object, which we can use to store the current audio recording. So we'll say const recording ref is equal to use ref, import that, then we'll say audio dot recording. So if we hover this, we can see This class represents an audio recording. Alright, so either that or null if there is no recording, and we'll just set it to null per default. So the reason we use a useRef instead of a useState is because we need to store the recording somewhere so we can access it later on when the recording is stopped. And if we used a useState, then every time we save the new recording, then that would trigger a re-render because that is what useState does. But because it's just a recording, there is really nothing visual that needs to change over here. So there's really nothing visual depending on the recording itself, basically. So using this useRef just avoids this unnecessary re-render that we would get with useStates, while still giving us the ability to save the recording. Next, we can store the transcription of what the user said in the cases where, in the questions where that is relevant. So we can say const transcription and set transcription as well is equal to a use states. In here we'll define an object with both expected, so what we expect the user to say, and also what the user actually said. This will be a string as well. Now we just need to make sure the types are correct here, so I'll go ahead and do that. So we have expected and set. And then if there is nothing, we're just going to say that it can also be null. And we'll put this in as null. Then we have the current question index up here, but we also are going to need the current question because this is only the index. So I can say const current question is equal to use memo. We'll import that. And then we'll define a function where we say questions current question index, and this indexing into the array should only be done in the case that either questions or current question index change. So we'll say questions and current question index for the dependency array. And the reason we do that basically is because if it was not in a use memo, then every time the component re-rendered, this indexing operation would be done, and that is just unnecessary. So by wrapping it in a use memo, it is only being done whenever any of these changes or the first time that the component re-renders. Next we're going to, and I'll just copy this one up here, a use state with defaults in it. We're going to create one called is speech playing, and we'll say set is speech playing. We'll set this to false. So basically we have a text to speech engine. So this is going to be a library that is going to be speaking Mandarin from some text, some prompt. So this will just help us render something on the UI that says listening, for example, whenever this is done. And for example, it should also help prevent recording whenever we're currently listening, because that doesn't make sense. So that's what we'll store inside this use state. And then we're going to have some state down here for the lesson completion. So for example, we will have one called, and I'll just copy this boolean use state. This one will be called show complete screen. And we'll have the set show complete screen as well. So after the user has finished their last question, we're going to render out a lesson complete screen component, and this is what triggers whether that should be shown or not. And on this lesson complete screen, we're going to also show some of the stats that the user achieved whenever they answered the questions. So up here, we're going to create some kind of lesson stats. So we'll say interface, and then lesson stats. And then because we're probably going to create a component for this complete screen, we'll just export this such that we can receive this as a property in that other component. So we'll export the interface lesson stats, correct answers, that's a number. We're also going to need the total questions. We're going to need the accuracy and wrong questions. And here we'll just go ahead and say interface wrong question. This will have some English, some Mandarin, some Hanse, and some Pinyin. And there are going to be some attempts as well. Alright, some attempts for this specific question. And then we'll just say wrong question because you can have had multiple wrong questions answered. So that is why we'll make this an array. And also, if you haven't answered any questions wrong, this is probably just going to be null. So that is why it looks like this. Then down here, we can just use this interface to track that specific state. So if we say const lesson stats, set lesson stats, then it can either be lesson stats or null, and we'll set it to null per default. All right, then we'll just track the question attempts. So we'll say const question attempts and set question attempts. This will be a use state. We'll create a record. Let me just define it like this. We'll create a record with a number as the key and a number as the value. So this number right here, the key is going to be the question ID, and this value right here is going to be the number of failed attempts for the specific question. And for the default value, we'll just put in an empty object like that, and then we should be good. Then lastly, we can put in a correct answers counts and a set correct answers counts is equal to a use states of 0. And this is pretty simple. It's just a running number of the correct questions answered. And oh yeah, we also want to track the wrong questions. So wrong questions and set wrong questions. And this will just be a state, and the data for this one will be a set of number. So this will just be all of the questions the user got wrong on the first try. So we can use this to build out the review this page. So up here, there's going to be a review these questions. So this one could be a question, this one could be a question, but to get this information, we need to have the actual question IDs. So that is why we store those in a set. And because each question should only be shown once, we'll put them in a set instead of in a list. We'll just set this to a new set per default. Then I would like to also create the refs for the animations and just go over what each of these do, because right now we aren't going to directly create all the animations at the same time. But because of the complexity of this entire component, it makes sense to just create these now, such that we don't need to hop up and down all the time to recreate these use states and use refs. First, we'll create the fade animation. This one will start at 0, so we'll say use ref new animated dot value. We'll set it to 0 and dot current like this. So this one is going to be the opacity for the opinion Hanse reveal. So whenever you click this one, it should reveal some text. So it'll say reveal what was said, and then you click this, and then it fades from 0 to 1 or 1 to 0. So it fades in and out to reveal the other text. So basically we set the default to 1, or sorry, to 0, and then we can fade to 1 or fade back to 0 again. Then I'll just copy this down, set the value to 1, and this one should be a scale animation. So the reason that this is 1 is because the scale, whenever something is the size it should be, is just 1. So this will just be the default value. And then this is going to be the scale of the big circle button. So a button like this, for example, the big circle button. And then whenever you click this button or like tap it, then it kind of has like a bounce animation effect where the scale goes up a little bit in a cool animation. So this will be done by transitioning from scale of 1, so the normal size, to a scale to 5% larger, and then going back to the normal scale of 1 again to get this bounce effect. We'll copy this down again, set the value to 0, and we'll call this one options animation value. So the options we are talking about are the following ones right here: hello, goodbye, and how are you. Those are just the option buttons. So whenever you are finished listening, here, well then these options are going to need to pop up. So we'll go ahead and start with 0 because they aren't shown. And then this ref right here is going to be used to drive the opacity up to 1 such that they are visible. And at the same time, we're going to also go from a translate Y value of 30, so they are displaced, and then bring it back to 0 in a fade, such that these options slide up from the ground. So basically, they are invisible like this, and then they become visible, and at the same time slides up. And this all happens after listening, such that the options basically appear. And that makes a pretty cool animation. And then next, I would like to track the following animation right here. So we have this box, and that is a height something like 400. And then this should reduce down to a height of 200, like here, to make space for the options down below. So we're going to track that animation, so the reduction in the width, by saying const audio section animation heights is equal to a useRef, and we'll just reuse this one up here. Set the value to 400, which is the value of the full height, and then they should be reduced down to 200 with an animation. Then whenever a new question is being introduced, so for example, whenever you click a response and then the response is right, you get the feedback, etc. It'll then open up a new question, and the way it does this is by taking this and then increasing it from 200 all the way back up to 400, so it looks like this again, and then it'll decrease back to 200 whenever you have listened to the audio. So it is this continuous motion of reducing and then also making it larger again. Also, whenever an option is clicked, it is going to be highlighted. So for example, we have those three options, they all look the same. Whenever this hello is clicked, well, then it's going to be highlighted, and the other options are just going to look the same. So we need some kind of animation to highlight them. So that is what we'll do now. We'll say option, selection, animation, and this will be set to 0, and then we'll transition it to 1 when it's selected, and back to 0 when it is deselected again. Then we'll have an instruction opacity, so this one, and it'll say something like tap play to listen carefully. So we're going to copy this down and say instruction opacity. So this will start with the value of 1, the value right here, and then it's going to fade to 0 whenever the opacity changes to nothing, basically. So it becomes invisible. Then we'll just copy this down and then say listening opacity as well. So whenever this tap to listen fades out, then it's going to be replaced with listening ... like that. So this will start with 0 and then fade into 1. And so basically this text right here is being replaced with this text right here. There is also going to be a listening scale. So this will create an animation where there is a slight bounce whenever this listening text pops in. There's going to be some slight bounce animation, which you do by changing the scale. And you do this by going from a smaller scale, like 0.95% size, and then fading all the way up to a, let's say, 1.05, so you go 10% up in scale. So the bounce animation, let me just rephrase it better. The bounce animation comes from going from this size to this size, so it becomes a little bit bigger, and then it goes back down to 1.00. So small, a little bit larger than it should be, and then down to 0. This creates a nice bounce in animation. And then we want to make sure that when we click this button right here, the play button, it fades out the tap to listen, it fades in the listening, and then we want to make sure that this only happens the first time that you click the button, because otherwise when you play and then pause, play and pause, it would then change from tap to listen to listen, tap to listen to listen. We want to make sure that this transition only happens once, and therefore we'll say const has started first play, and set has started first play. This will be a use states with a value of false, like that. And now we actually have the basics of the the state of the application for this listen content down, and then we can go ahead and try and implement it step by step. So I'll hop into the first one, skip to the lesson, and this is then what we're going to implement. So down here below the progress header, what I'll do is I'll put in I'll just say main content, make that a comments, then I can put in a view like this, and I'll say styles.content, like that, and it just has a flex one and a padding horizontal of 20 to give some spacing on the vertical side. Then we can go ahead and create this box right here, so the following box that goes from this size and then down to this size. So basically this is the one that I'm talking about. And so we'll go ahead and say animated.view because we want to change the size with an animation. Inside this one, we can say style is equal to, and we'll include, so just put it inside an array, first styles dot audio section. So it'll just do this, put in some padding and some margins, and then align items at the center. And next we can also set a couple of other things. We can set a lights background color, so background color. We'll say hashtag and then F9 FAFB. We can then say minimum heights, and this will be the audio section animation heights. So the following one up here. So it should at least be the height of 400, which is, I think, in this one, so the default size, and then the minimum height will then be 200 whenever it is smaller. So we'll set the minimum height, then we'll say flex, and if has listen to audio is true, then it will be 0, otherwise it will be 1. So basically before listening, so when this is false, the flex is going to be set to 1, and this makes the audio section expand to fill out all the available space, so it fills out the entire height of the screen right here. And this then makes this play button the main focus centered on the screen. And then after listening, it will be set to flex 0, and this will make it stop expanding and then use the minimum height, which will be 200, so it'll be the following size right here instead. We'll just say justify content censor as well, and we can say opacity. So if is loading or show results. So if the result right here should be shown, well, in that case we'll set the opacity to lower 60%, otherwise we'll set it to 1. So whenever the transcription is loading or the feedback is currently showing, it just says that, or basically just communicates that you can't interact with this right now because the opacity is lower. But we also need to do another thing, because just lowering the opacity just means that it looks like we can use it, but we can actually still use it. So we also need to set the pointer events, which means we can't click it. So we can say pointer events if is loading or show results. Then we'll set it to none. Otherwise we'll set it to auto, like this. Alright. And now I would like to create the component that can show all the content inside the box. Right now we have created the box itself, but I would like to create the one that can show both this tap to listen, the play button, the tap to record, and this record button, stop button, etc. So these are all things that we need to handle, and I'll do this inside a component. So if we hop into our components, and then under lesson we say new file, audio prompts.tsx. Then in here we can say export default function audio prompts, and then we'll just pass down a lot of the properties we need to determine what we have to show. So we'll just define those first. So we have the is playing, a boolean. We also have is recognizing, and many of these will be the same as the ones we just defined. We'll just pass them down, but we need to be able to control them in the parent, because that is where we can change those states from. Then we can say has listened to audio. That is a boolean, and on play, on start record, on stop record, on reveal Mandarin. Then we have the current question, which is a question. We also have show Mandarin, boolean. We have selected option. So this is the number of the index of the option, or null if nothing is selected. There is the scale animation, because some of the animations are going to be happening inside of this box right here, even though they're controlled from the parent components. We need to pass down these animations that we just created. So scale animation, animated dot value, and we just import this animated from React Native. I'll copy this 4 times. Number 2 will be instruction opacity. Number 3 is going to be listening opacity. Number 4 will be listening scale. And number 5 will be a fade animation. Alright, then we can just destructure these. So I'll go ahead and do that by just doing this and then removing each one of those. Type definitions. This is just the easiest way to do it quickly. And that. Alright, and now we have destructured all of those properties. Then hopping into the parent component, I'll just go down to inside this animated view, and then we can take the audio prompt like this. We can then say is playing, is speech playing, is recognizing, is speech it's just is recognizing, and has listened to audio will be has listened to audio on play. We don't really have anything right now to start playing the audio, so we'll just put in an empty function for now, and we'll do the same for on start record, on stop record, and also for the on reveal Mandarin. That was the 4th function. Good. And then below these, we'll go ahead and say current question is equal to current question. And then below this, show Mandarin, the show Mandarin flag. We also have selected option, and then we can pass in the animations, scale animation, instruction opacity. There is the listening opacity. There is the listening scale. Alright, and we have the fade animation. Let me see if we are missing any properties. Void is not assignable to React node. Alright, so in here, I think we just need to go ahead and return a view. And that should solve that. Going into the audio prompt, we can go ahead and say const playback disabled. And the idea basically is that the play button, so the play button right here, should be disabled until after the user selects an option. And at that point, it should turn into a record button like this. So we will disable the play button when a no option is selected and either audio is playing or the audio has already been listened to. Now we'll say playback disabled then is equal to not selected option and is playing or has listened to audio. And then inside this one, we'll put in a reg fragment because we want to be able to return multiple different things from the roots. We'll put in a pressable from React Native, and then I can say disabled, playback disabled. I can say on press. In here we can first put in selected option and put in an if case, so whether we have selected an option or not. And then inside this first if statement, we'll put in another one that says is recognizing. If we have selected option and we are recognizing, we'll make it say on stop recall. Otherwise, we can say request animation frame on start record. And then going over here, we can say else if playback disabled. Then we'll say undefined else request animation frame on play. So let me just go through what all of these different things are and how it works. So if we have an option that is selected and we're recording, well then it should clicking this button should then stop the microphone. If we have an option selected and we are not recording, we're going to start the microphone. And the reason we wrap this on start record So we start the microphone in this request animation frame function is because it will defer the call by 1 frame, and this will let the UI finish the press visual animation before kicking off like the heavier audio work, so we don't get any like janky animations. We also have, if we don't have an option selected and playback is enabled, well in that case we're going to just play the audio prompt. Otherwise we'll do nothing. Now to trigger some of these animations I talked about, where it like scales down a little bit, like boof, like bounces, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and say on press in, and then it's equal to, and I would like to put in a function. First we'll say if playback disabled, then we'll return and do nothing, like this. Otherwise we can say animated dot spring. Then we can say scale animation, so the one in the parent up here, the scale animation, and we can translate that to value 0.9, and we can say use native driver true, and .start to start the animation, like that. And then we'll be able to actually test this in just a second whenever we create the contents of the button. By putting in this use native driver true flag, it will run the animation on the native UI thread instead of a JavaScript thread. So if it runs in a JavaScript thread, it can make the animation stutter a little bit, and this basically only works for transform and opacity as far as I understand. So yeah, that's basically just why that is there. If we then just copy this line for on press in, we also have one called on press out. This will just reset the value back to 1, and otherwise it'll be the same. Then let's create the button by saying animated dot view, like that. Then we can say style. Then behind the scene I've gone ahead and went into the audio prompt TSX GitHub, copied in the styling. So we'll just paste it in right here, and you should do the same now. Then we have this platform.select on the play button, and this just means that we apply some certain styling on certain platforms. So in this example, on the iOS platform, we apply some specific shadow because that makes it look better on the iOS platform. So for example, some things work fine on the iOS devices, but it doesn't work fine on the Android devices, and also the other way around. So in some cases, you need to make some small modifications for the specific platform, and you can do that in the following way right here. So whenever I played around building this app for the first time, I found out that some things weren't working on the iPhone. So that is why I applied some specific styling for the iPhone. So whenever you do see this, just know that it was something that I specifically thought about to solve some problem that occurred on the iPhone. So that is basically why it is there. Now, taking this style sheet, just importing it, the arrow should be gone. And then for the style, we can say styles.play button. We'll just put this into an array actually, and then say background color, and this depends on whether we have a selected option or not, and also whether we are recognizing or not. Because if we have selected option and we're recognizing, we'll set it to a specific orange color, EF4444. Otherwise, we'll set it to colors.primary, and let me just see if we have this. So this just needs to be a question mark, colors.primary accent color, and then down here we'll put in that one, and then say if playback disabled, then we'll set it to a slightly less dark orange color. So we'll put in hashtag FF8C66. And then we can say colors.primary accent colors otherwise. Alright, so we can at least see the button now, and we see that we have this shadow right here, at least on the iOS device. And then as I told you about, we have this scale animation whenever you press it, like press in and press out. So we can just go ahead and apply that as well. To do this, we'll say, so if you go right over this property, we'll say transform, and then scale is equal to the scale animation like this. Then if I click it right now, so if I press it in, it becomes smaller. If I release, then it becomes bigger again. Alright, so it looks pretty nice. Then depending on whether we have an option selected, This should be shown if the option is selected, and this should be shown if the option is not selected. So going into this one, we can say if selected option, and we can say is recognizing as another if statement. Then we have material icons as the icon we would like to show, or the icon package we would like to pick from. We can say name is equal to stop, size is equal to 36, color is equal to white, and then we just need to define all of the other statements. So I'll make the else statement right there. This will be ion icons, and these are just some icons that I've picked out that I thought matched pretty well. So if you're already recording and there is an option selected, well then we'll show the stop recording button. And if you're not recording, but you have an option selected, well then we're ready to record. So we're going to show the microphone icon, like that. Same size, same color. Alright, then we can define the other if statements. So what I'll do actually is just copy this material icons icon, and then over here I'll put in another if statement, like that. So I think we need to maybe do it outside this one. So we'll put in the materials icon, graphic EQ, like that. And we can just take the ions icon as well. So basically what I'm trying to figure out right now is that when you have click play, then we need to differentiate between the play button and then it's showing that it is currently playing. So the play button is just an ions icon called play, but when you want to like show that it's currently playing, then we want to show a materials icon called graphic EQ. So to differentiate between these two, we can go ahead and say, are we currently playing? If that's the case, we put in the materials icon with the graphics EQ. Else we put in the ions icon and we put in the play icon like this. And then we can just try and set this is playing to true. So this is how it looks when it is playing, when it is not. And then up here, if we set this to true, this is how it looks whenever we are about to record. This is how it looks when we are currently recording. Then we have this stop button. Right, so now we know how it looks. And next we can also put in some actual text. So down here on the principal, I'll say if we have a selected option and we're currently recognizing, so transcribing, then we'll put in a view from RecNative. Style is equal to styles.recording status, like that. And to prevent this error, I'm just going to put in a null right now for the else statements. Then I'll copy this view, put another view into it, say recording indicator large. I'll put another view into this one, and I'll say recording dot large. Then below the view right here, we'll put in some themed text saying recording dot dot dot, and styles dot recording text. Alright, so this is how it looks if I just set this to true, then it says recording. So basically you have to imagine that whenever you click this button, tap to record, then it is going to both show the recording symbol up here, which it doesn't right now because these aren't true, but it will show the recording symbol and then also recording with this indicator dot. So that is basically what we are going for right now. Now in the case that we are not recording, we can show a waveform for when the audio is playing. So when the audio is playing, we can show like a movement up and down, like an audio wave, to like just a nice visualization of the audio being played. So this will need to be a component of its own. So that is why I'm just going to create that. And then before we can like see it actually working, we need to have the audio actually start playing. So we might as well, after just creating this component quickly, implement the functionality that makes the audio play. Or actually, we might as well do that first, and then when we implement the component, we can see how it works when we build it. Alright, so before we start doing that, we're going to install a package. It's called Expo Speech, if we do not already have that installed per default. So if we just copy this one, what it does is that it allows us to utilize the text-to-speech functionality that is already in the native app. So for example, we can, let me just see down here, usage, yeah, it's right here. So when you call this function, then you have something it should say. Then you can say speech.speak. Then it synthesizes that into some audio that you can then play. So that is basically what it does. So copy the installation command, go into your terminal, and open a new one, install Expo Speech. And then when we've done that, we can go ahead and just do a quick import up here. Alright, so now it's installed. I'll close down the terminal again, say import, and then star s speech from Expo Speech. Basically, we can access all the things that is in this package through the speech name that we've just given it. Then going down to lesson content, instead of these empty functions, we can go ahead and implement the onPlay, for example. So let's start doing that. Well, what happens when we want to play audio? Play audio. Well, in that case, we first want to get the text to speak. So I'll say const text to speak, like that, is equal to, then we can say current question dot, and we want to like speak aloud the Mandarin text, right? So we'll grab the Hanzi, so the Chinese symbols, and if that is not there for some reason, which it should be, then we'll go ahead and grab the opinion. Alright, just as a fallback. Now we can then first of all check whether something is already playing or not. So we'll say if, and then we have this is speech playing, remember, that keeps track of whether it's currently playing or not. So if it's currently playing, then we'll say speech dot stop, like that, and we'll set is speech playing to false and return. So basically, if we try and play and you click it again, then it's almost like a pause or stop. Alright, and then below this, we'll say set is speech playing to true, because if it was not playing, then we should, of course, play it. Then we can say speech, and this is a super cool library, by the way. I looked at a lot of different places for how to synthesize audio. I looked into maybe running a service on Modal or AWS that can then like take a bunch of different strings and then synthesize those as audio files and then save all those audio files to the device. And that of course works fine, but if you can just avoid doing that and synthesize in real time on the device, that's way better because it's much simpler. So I'm pretty surprised that this even existed because it works very well. So I'll say speech.speak, and then we want to speak the text to speak. And then we can define some things or some options we want to apply. The language, for example, should be Zhongwen CN. This is Chinese. You can say on done. Set is speech playing to false. And when we're done listening, of course, it should also do this animation from that size down to this size. So we'll just create a function for this, const. And then we'll say finish listening is equal to a new function. Then we say if has listened to audio, return. And then we'll say otherwise set has listened to audio to true, because that is the first time you listen to the audio. Set is speech playing to false, because now we aren't playing it anymore. And we'll say animated dot parallel, and we're going to run two animations in parallel. The first one is going to take this box and say zoop and make the height this height right here. The second one is going to take these options that weren't shown before on the screen, and then we're going to slide them up from the bottom. So those are the two animations we'll run in parallel to kind of replace each other. So the first one, we can say animated dot timing audio section animation height, and we're going to change this to the value 200. So this is a smaller height than the existing height right here. So to value 200 over the duration of 800 milliseconds, so 0.8 seconds. We'll say use native driver false, And below this, we'll put in, let me just copy this. We're going to put in the options, animation value, to value 1, and we'll say over the duration of 800 milliseconds, and we'll put in a delay such that this happens slightly before this, and then this starts when the other one is already going. The delay is 200. Use native driver true, and to run both at the same time, we can then say start like this. So remember before how I told you about the use native driver. So this will animate the height of the section, so a layout property, and this way, therefore you can use the native driver, so we'll set this to false. But because we are animating the opacity here, we can use the native driver, so we set this to true. So remember, just set it to true whenever you're animating either a transform or an opacity. And then another thing we can do actually when we are finished listen to a question is that if we go into library and then lesson progress, speaking listening stats, I think it is, then we can take this record question listened and call this to increment in local storage by 1, such that we track how many questions we have listened to. So we'll just go ahead and do that over here. Void record question listened, like that, and then we can call it. Now let's take this finished listening and go down to this play audio, and then whenever we are done, we'll just call this finished listening function to trigger the animation and count up in local storage. Now we can also, we'll just copy this, remove the finished listening, call this one on stopped. We'll just set it to false, and on an error, we'll just set it to false as well. Alright, so this should allow us to start playing the audio. So let me just take this play audio and jump down to where it's supposed to be used and plug it in right there. So can't find native module Expo speech. What I'll do is I'll just go ahead and close the terminal, both of them, and just close the app right there. Then I'll open up a new terminal, and then we should run a pre-built command. So let's say npx expo pre-built, and I think it's because that this library, the Expo speech, is integrating with some of the native functionality on the iPhone or the native system, so it will have to be included in the package as part of like a pre-built step. So let's just try and do this and then see if that makes a change. Otherwise, restarting the app should definitely make a change. So I'll just wait for this to finish and then we'll check out the results. Alright, so I just restarted the app and so far it looks fine. Let's just hop into the lesson first. Skip to lesson.
你好.
Alright, so I just clicked play right here and it said ni hao, so it did the speech synthesis as it should. And it also, as you saw, changed the height from the height that filled out the entire height all the way down to about 200. So the play audio seems to work fine. I kind of want to see the options appear as well though, so we can just implement that. So just quickly going to the lesson content, we still have both the on stop record, and also on the reveal Mandarin to go. I would like to keep these until we have this state finished and until the recording, because right now recording isn't even available until you actually click the options. So let's save that to that point in time. But this on reveal Mandarin we can just go ahead and implement because it should be pretty quick. So I'll just say const handle reveal Mandarin. Because it's just a simple animation transition, I'll say if show Mandarin, then we'll say animated dot timing, fade animation, the one I talked to you about earlier, to value 0 over the duration of 250 milliseconds, use native driver true because it's just opacity change. We can say dot start, and whenever this is done, it'll call a callback, set show Mandarin to false. Alright, pretty simple stuff. And then we'll say else and just do the opposite. So we'll animate to 1 and remove this right there, like so. Then I'll grab the function hop down into Unreal Mandarin, paste it in, and then even though we can't use it right now, it's done and it's super simple, so that's why we just did it now. To continue this build, please hop to the second part of this video. Thank you.